Night falls, and the old man is stressed because his grandson Takumi still hasn't made it home from school. He scans the porch only to be interrupted by a suspicious rustle coming from the bushes. Staying perfectly silent, he zeroes in on the noise. Some low-level thug is crouched in the trees waiting for the right moment to strike. Grandpa demands to know who is there, but the situation gets messy when Takumi peeks out from the nearby shed. The kid has no idea he's about to walk right into a disaster. The thug lunges forward, spotting the boy and demanding to know where he came from. Takumi freezes in terror, but before the thug can make a move, his grandfather pulls off a straight-up Jackie Chan moment. The old man suddenly transforms into a beast and slams the intruder into the ground with unbelievable force. Then he turns back to Takumi with a reassuring smile, proving this grandpa is far more dangerous than he looks. But the victory comes at a cost. The thug manages to stab the old man before being taken down. Blood begins to soak through his clothes as he staggers back and collapses. The world starts to blur as his heart begins to give out, and the last thing he hears is his grandson desperately screaming for him before everything fades into darkness. He wakes up in a bright, endless void with no idea how he got there. Out of nowhere, a voice greets him as a young man and offers him a chance to be a hero in a new world. Grandpa is totally lost when this floating dude calls him a young man. He points a finger up and asks what kind of trick he is using to hover in the air like that. The mysterious figure introduces himself as Ithril and keeps insisting on calling him Takumi. Grandpa is just confused, explaining that Takumi is actually his grandson's name. Grandpa looks into a bowl and wonders if this place is the afterlife. Meanwhile, Ithril facepalms as he realizes he summoned the wrong person by mistake. Ithril is going through a whole crisis after realizing his blunder. The old man just looks at him and asks if he is talking to an actual god. Grandpa sees the guy finally touch the ground and asks the only thing on his mind. Ithril checks the records and confirms that Grandpa was the only one who died. Hearing that his grandson is safe is all the old man needed to hear. He lets out a laugh and accepts his fate, leaving the god completely stunned. But Grandpa just brushes it off like it is nothing. Ithril is still feeling guilty about his massive mistake. He admits he did something that can never be undone. A simple vase of flowers sits in the corner as the old man reflects on the situation. Knowing his grandson is safe and sound is all he really cares about. Ithril explains that once a soul is summoned here, there is no going back. So the old man asks what the original plan was for Takumi. Since the god was going to reincarnate the kid, Grandpa casually asks to take that deal for himself. Ithril is thrilled with the idea and lands back on his feet with a massive grin. Grandpa just lets out a tired sigh, probably wondering what he just signed himself up for. The god starts acting all high and mighty again, telling the old man that he is actually incredibly lucky. Grandpa is not buying the act and calls him out for trying to look all cool and divine all of a sudden. Ithril is a bit confused because the old man does not seem impressed by his divine presence at all. Grandpa reveals he has seen this whole setup before in the light novels he used to borrow from his grandson. Grandpa asks if it is possible to be made a bit younger for his new life, and Ithril gives him a warm smile. He confirms that he can grant basically any wish the old man has. The old man ponders the offer for a moment before realizing there is a very practical problem. He points out that he will probably have a hard time talking to anyone once he gets to a random new world. Ithril decides to hook him up with a standard isekai starter pack, offering languages, common sense, and the classic appraisal skill. Our grandpa is already 10 steps ahead since he used to play RPGs with his grandson, casually requesting an item box. Ithril is shook by how much the old man knows and suggests just giving him a full inventory instead. Grandpa is loving the vibes, impressed that this god actually knows his stuff. Ithril just laughs it off, reminding him that being a deity comes with a few perks. As the transport light kicks in, Ithril realizes he never even got the guy's name. Grandpa reveals he is Asao Satoru just as he begins to fade away. With a final farewell, the old man is officially sent off to his new life. Ithril watches the light fade, thinking to himself that Satoru was definitely one of the weirdest humans he has ever met. Suddenly, Ithril senses someone lurking nearby and tells them to quit hiding. A mysterious little boy slowly slides out from behind the wall, looking completely wide-eyed. He tugs on his cloak, wondering where that old man went. Ithril looks down at his little tag-along and tells him the name of the man who just left. Ithril tells Philosoph that he sent the old man to a safe cave in their world, where 2 moons hang over the mountains. Our grandpa wakes up in his new digs and immediately notes how cozy it feels, even if the cave air is a bit chilly. Seeing the twin moons confirms he is definitely in another world, but a giant predator is already waiting just outside the entrance. A horned bear is busy with its dinner when it spots our grandpa and decides he would make a perfect dessert. With zero stress, the old man starts scrolling through his spell list while easily avoiding every lethal swipe. Our boy pulls out his wand and tells the monster to behave before locking it down with a bind spell. The spell works perfectly and leaves the bear stuck in place, letting Grandpa prep his next move. Grandpa points his wand and calls out for Ice Needle. Massive spikes of ice burst from the air and pierce straight through the bear, pinning it instantly. He notices a wounded deer nearby and decides to help. Using Heal All, he mends its injuries and watches as the creature quickly gets back on its feet. The deer dashes away into the forest and he waves goodbye while telling it to stay safe. After a brief moment of prayer for the creature, he opens up his inventory. With a simple gesture, the massive bear disappears into his storage space. The morning sun begins to peek over the mountain range, lighting up the sky. He takes a deep breath of the fresh air and remarks on how beautiful the day is starting to look. He starts his morning with some quick exercises, counting out each stretch as a bird watches him from a stump. Once he is finished, he finds a nearby stream to wash up. He pauses for a moment to stare at his reflection in the clear water. He realizes he looks at least 10 years younger than he did before. Feeling energized, he sets off on a walk and eventually finds a stone-paved road cutting through the woods. During a short break, he sips on some tea while enjoying the blooming trees. A young villager eventually crosses his path and points the way toward the nearest town. Just over the next ridge, he finally sees a large settlement in the distance. Grandpa hits the city gates and immediately gets stopped by a guard asking for identification. He plays the clueless tourist card and tells them he is just a guy from the sticks here for some sightseeing. Instead of getting suspicious, the guards find the whole thing hilarious. They are actually impressed that some old man managed to make it all the way from the middle of nowhere without any papers. Our grandpa tries to keep his cool, but he is low-key irritated. He is definitely feeling the pressure while wondering what he has to do next to get past this hurdle. The guard pulls out a magic orb to test him while asking if he even knows what it is. Grandpa snaps back immediately. "Do you take me for an ignoramus? I know that much." As he finishes the test, the guards get surprisingly sentimental. They tell him to watch his back because the town can be rough, just like it was for them when they first arrived. The gatekeepers finally give him the green light and a warm welcome. They invite him into the town of Seoul and tell him to call for them if he ever gets in a bind. The town looks pretty chill as he makes his way through the streets. Seeing the guards reminds him of his own youth and the buddies he used to hang out with back in the day. He makes his way through the busy market while using game theory to figure out his next move. His first stop is the local temple, where he finds a statue of Ithril and compliments how handsome they made him look. The entire plaza is buzzing with life as a trolley pushes through the crowd and children run around playing games. Local vendors are shouting about their fresh farm produce, and the whole atmosphere just feels incredibly bright and welcoming. When a priest asks for a donation to help the local orphans, he drops in a handful of coins without a second thought. He tells the man to treat the kids to a solid meal while catching a quick divine blessing on his way out. After giving a final word of thanks to the statue, he realizes he might actually enjoy living in this world. Ithril and the little boy keep a close watch on Grandpa through their divine bowl. Our Grandpa promises to play it safe and actually enjoy this second chance at life. He grabs a quick snack and realizes the food here is actually fire. Business first though, so he heads straight for the local merchant guild. The guy behind the counter is definitely not impressed. He looks Grandpa up and down and asks if an old man like him even belongs here. A receptionist points him toward registration where he explains he wants to be a peddler. Turns out joining the club costs a cool 50,000 lire every year. The staff brings out a glowing orb for a magic check, and Grandpa is totally geeked by how interesting it looks. Magic stones start popping into existence as he tests his power. He gets a quick rundown on market prices and a friendly warning to stay on the right side of the law. The staff cheers him on as he wraps up his business and heads out. Out in the market, he realizes tea is way too overpriced for his liking. He pulls a vendor aside to see if he can get the real scoop on local prices. Grandpa tries to lowball a local vendor on some potatoes, but the guy isn't having it and demands triple the price. He moves on to a kid selling steamed ones and orders 3, though the little guy insists that 2 is more than enough to fill him up. Our boy takes a bite and admits he might have gone a bit overboard, but his snack time is cut short when someone starts yelling in the distance. A total jerk is currently chewing out the poor kid for tripping, completely ignoring the fact that his entire tray of eggs just got pulverized. The little boy is absolutely heartbroken as he stares at the broken mess, sobbing about how he failed his mom. Grandpa kneels down to see what's wrong and decides to escort the kid home to help him explain the situation. Things go south immediately when they arrive as the boy's mom starts screaming at him for being so clumsy and useless. Mom is absolutely laying into the kid, screaming about how he can't even handle one simple task. The poor boy is totally crushed and can't stop apologizing. Grandpa tries to play peacekeeper by telling her the accident wasn't the boy's fault. She isn't having it though, reminding him that she still has a business to run regardless of who is to blame. Our grandpa asks if she'd be cool with it as long as the product sells, then starts calling for oil and vinegar. He whips up a mystery mixture in a jar and presents it with a huge grin. She thinks this is just some amateur gimmick and takes a hesitant bite. The second it hits her tongue, her entire expression shifts as she realizes this stuff is the real deal. Mom admits it is actually incredible and asks where he even learned a recipe like this. Grandpa just keeps it casual, claiming it is a specialty from back in his home village. She is stunned that eggs can be used this way and asks if he is really okay with her shop making it. Our MC tells her to relax and even offers to share the full recipe so they can try different variations. As a huge thanks, she sets him up with a room at their inn for the night. Grandpa takes a well-deserved break and starts planning out his trades for the next day. Our boy starts tapping into his tea plantation skill, restocking black tea like a pro while watching his inventory numbers climb. A quick memory of little Takumi playing with tea caddies pops into his head, making him miss home. Exhausted from the long day, Grandpa finally hits the hay and drifts off with a single prayer for his grandson's safety. Next day in the tavern, which is buzzing with rumors after our MC dropped 10,000 units of tea at the guild, the staff were left speechless by the trade, and word is spreading through the village fast. The trash talk doesn't stop, with some dudes at a nearby table, assuming anyone with that much stock has to be a scoundrel. The little villager boy overhears their insults while carrying out a tray of fresh bread. He can't believe his ears as they mock his friend, calling him nothing more than a seedy-looking old man. The kid immediately snaps, shouting that Gramps is a good man while the group just laughs him off. They think he is just another victim of a clever scam, but one guy catches a familiar vibe. The tension breaks instantly when Grandpa himself strolls into the tavern with a warm smile, wishing everyone a good morning. The tavern regulars are caught off guard when Grandpa walks in, with one guy even thinking he is seeing a ghost of his own grandfather. Everyone trades quick morning greetings as the shock of his presence finally starts to settle. The little villager boy is not ready for the adventure to end, clinging to Grandpa and begging him not to leave just yet. Our boy explains that his business here is done, and it is time to move on to the next town. After a heartfelt promise to return for a visit, our MC finally hits the road and heads deep into the wilderness. The peaceful vibes are immaculate as he enjoys the quiet trek through the trees. Taking a quick break for some fresh tea, Grandpa settles in with a few forest animals for company. The serene moment is cut short when his sharp instincts flare up, sensing something strange moving in the brush nearby. A young elf girl with glasses comes charging out of the forest, looking completely desperate and out of breath. Grandpa watches from the sidelines as a group of mysterious figures follows close behind her. The situation turns into a total circus as a gang of thugs uses a pack of goblins to hunt the girl down for a stolen pendant. Our boy just stands there scratching his head, trying to make sense of the sudden high-stakes chase unfolding before him. The poor girl ends up pinned against a massive tree, her heart racing as the monsters slowly close the distance. She cannot wrap her head around why these creatures are being so incredibly persistent with their pursuit. The elf girl's at her limit, apologizing to her parents as the situation looks completely cooked. To make matters worse, a pack of goblins cackles in the background, while a group of thugs in the bushes thinks everything's going exactly to plan. Just as hope's about to fade, a voice calls out asking if she's alright. She turns around only to find our MC standing there as casual as ever, pointing out that she seems to be in a bit of a pickle. The thugs in the shadows are totally lost, wondering where this random old man even came from. Grandpa just hops right into the middle of the danger zone, catching everyone including the goblins completely off guard. The girl's screaming for him to run, but Grandpa's got other plans, casually asking to borrow her necklace. Before anyone can even blink, he's already snatched the artifact right out from under the goblins' noses, leaving them absolutely fuming. Time to clean up. Grandpa drops a swamp spell that swallows the goblins whole, telling them to just behave while they sink into the mud. The thugs watching from the sidelines are losing their minds, unable to believe a mere old-timer can use magic this powerful. They're left questioning his entire identity as they watch him work. With the goblins out of commission and paralyzed, Grandpa and the girl start making their exit. The thugs are left completely stunned in the bushes while our boy hands the artifact back, reminding her to keep a tighter grip on it next time. The thugs realize their secret is out, while the elf girl tries to figure out exactly who this old man is. Gramps just keeps it cool, telling her they will have plenty of time for explanations later. The thugs quickly try to play innocent, hoping no one noticed what they were really up to. But Gramps already knows the truth. He saw everything. The moment they realize they can't fool him, a wave of panic sets in. They finally understand just how badly they screwed up. One of the guys tries to act tough and threatens Gramps, but our MC does not even flinch. He just stands there with that calm old man energy that makes the threat look completely pathetic. Next thing we know, the whole gang is bundled up like a package. The elf girl is left vibrating with shock at how quickly he handled the situation. Back at the city gates, the guard is surprised to see Gramps returning so quickly. He gives the old man a friendly greeting, totally unaware of what is coming next. Gramps casually asks for a hand while revealing his catch. The guard is left stunned once he realizes these are the actual criminals everyone has been looking for. Panic hits the guard post as the sentry starts shouting for his chief. It is a total madhouse as everyone scrambles to process the sudden delivery of a whole criminal squad. The elf girl can only stammer in confusion while the thief lets out a creepy laugh, but Gramps isn't focused on them. He looks up at the sky, worried as dark clouds begin gathering overhead. The guards start hauling away the bound criminals, making sure the situation is finally being dealt with. Things get tense at the gate as the guards shout to hurry up. terrified because they just realized one of the prisoners is the son of a high-profile big shot. Watching the criminals get kicked around, the elf girl looks down and sighs about how every human country is just as corrupt as the last one. A guard pulls Grandpa aside and suggests he leaves before things get messy, making sure neither him nor the girl were actually wounded in the scuffle. The guards can only watch in frustration, admitting they cannot even touch these guys because of their powerful connections. The heavy doors slam shut, leaving our duo stuck in a holding cell while the elf girl breaks down and starts crying over her terrible luck. The little villager boy suddenly bursts into the room, bringing along a bearded man in a fur coat, who apparently has some business with Grandpa. The newcomer drops his official title, introducing himself as the master of the town's adventurer guild. He clears his throat and stands firm while holding a basket of fresh food. Grandpa casually asks what he wants, but the elf girl jumps in to ask if he is here to apologize for the punks. The guild master stays quiet while the little kid just keeps focused on his snack. The vibe gets heavy when the master tells the old man to choose his words more carefully. The elf girl looks like she has lost all hope as she stares at the ground in silence. He tells them they have to treat the thugs as innocent until there is real evidence provided. The elf girl is absolutely stunned by the sheer audacity of his statement. The master actually tries to flip the script by claiming Grandpa was the one who ambushed the group. Our boy just keeps whisking his tea and asks if the official records aren't proof enough. The master keeps pushing, asking how he can be sure the records weren't just faked on the spot. He mentions they would need a special tool to verify everything, but they don't have one handy. Grandpa remains totally unbothered and offers him a bowl of tea to help him calm down. The master wonders how he can be so chill in this situation before finally taking a sip. The guild master practically chokes on the brew while the old man just smiles. "Are ye calm now?" he asks with a cheeky grin. Setting the cup down, the master tries to regain his composure. He offers a lighter punishment if the old man just confesses to the ambush. The guildmaster admits he is not actually clueless about the scheme those thugs are running. Outside the door, the guards lean in to eavesdrop on the conversation. The elf girl stays skeptical as the master explains that this is just the usual deal for these criminals. Apparently they start trouble just to play hero for the reward money and rank points. The onlookers outside cannot believe the level of corruption being described. Grandpa finds the whole thing outrageous and lets out a long sigh. He warns the master that the next person these thugs mess with might not be as merciful as he was. His gaze turns cold as he mentions they might not even make it out of the forest next time. That forest really is a scary place. The guildmaster gulps, visibly shaken after the old man's display. He promises to hit the thugs with the guild's harshest punishments, while Grandpa asks about their own standing. Heading toward the door, the master vows to make the criminals withdraw their complaint. He cannot help but think that the old man is one terrifying individual. The heavy tension breaks as Grandpa offers a kind smile. The elf girl is stunned, barely processing that the entire mess has been resolved so easily. Celebration erupts at the inn as the young boy realizes they are staying for the night. The old man is hailed as a hero by the regulars for putting those thugs in their place. With the suspicion cleared, the elf girl starts recording the day's events in her notebook. She knows they only survived this encounter because of Grandpa's intervention. Reflecting by the window, she ponders the faulty social structures they just navigated. Justice was served in its own unofficial way today. On the other side of reality, Ithril watches the scene from his divine throne. He asks little Luce what she thinks of the man they accidentally dropped into this world. Luce watches the scene unfold from her realm, acknowledging the old man is far from ordinary as light breaks across the world. The guards and the young boy see them off at the gate, and Grandpa waves back as they head out on their next adventure. What started as a peaceful mushroom hunt turns into a fuzzy monster ambush, forcing Grandpa to drop a massive barrier to protect the panicking elf. They take a break to enjoy the view and some fresh coffee, which is so good it has the girl smiling from ear to ear. Sitting by the fire, the elf girl asks what he did before magic, and he simply tells her he has always been a humble tea dealer. When the girl admits she is completely lost, Grandpa decides it is time to check the forest layout for himself. He effortlessly conjures a floating map out of thin air, leaving the girl absolutely speechless at his high-level chantless magic. The elf girl starts connecting the dots, asking why his home is so very, very far away. Grandpa just chuckles, impressed she caught on, and casually mentions it was probably a god's doing. Curious about the logic of reincarnation, she wonders why he didn't wake up in a younger body. He shrugs it off, claiming he actually got a whole decade of his youth back. According to the records, most people start over as kids, but Grandpa says he felt great until he hit 70. It is a bit awkward hearing an elf talk about wanting to stay young. The idea of everyone wanting to be young seems strange to him as she takes a cautious sip. It is definitely piping hot. Realizing this coffee is one of a kind, she worries about not finding it anywhere else. Our boy is just glad the quality holds up even in another world. While he scrolls through a floating inventory screen, the girl is floored by the high-level magic. She is recording every detail as fast as possible. A group of rugged bandits strolls past, mocking the duo for being so careless in the woods. They laugh as they continue on their way, while Grandpa decides it is time for them to pack up too. Grandpa and the girl finally hit civilization, but the old man is already planning his exit. As they reach the village gate, he tells her it is time for them to go their separate ways. He thanks her for the pleasant trip, but she is busy thinking about how much more data she needs to gather. Their chat stops cold when a sketchy dude walks by with a basket. Grandpa's sharp eyes catch something wrong with the guy's footprints, noting they are way too deep for an empty basket. While he suspects a hidden load, the girl just thinks his outfit makes him look slender. The duo heads into the local inn to find a room for the night. Grandpa steps up to the counter and asks if they have 2 spare rooms available. The innkeeper looks a little on edge, mentioning they just reopened for business. While the elf girl jumps in to help with the cleaning, Grandpa senses the tension and asks what went down. The innkeeper explains that a group of bandits recently raided the village. He is just relieved no one was killed during the chaos. Grandpa mentions the shady guy they saw at the gate, thinking the bandits might be back for seconds. The innkeeper's face drops as he realizes the danger is still very real. The assistant begs for a moment to explain while the elf girl offers to help. Grandpa is down to see what is really going on. A big hornet is terrorizing the locals, and the elf girl is losing her mind over its size. Grandpa stays chill and tells everyone to just stand back. One tap on the map and it is game over for the bug. A lightning strike zaps the monster right out of the sky. The elf girl is floored that he can drop monsters with just a map. While some villagers enjoy the peace, a little girl runs up and asks if he is just a bug catcher. The small child asks Grandpa if he is strong enough to help her. After hearing the bandits hurt her mother, he gives her a warm smile and promises to handle it. Night falls and the locals pack up to evacuate toward the church. Grandpa checks his high-tech map and confirms the enemies are finally closing in. Sensing the heat, Grandpa raises his staff and drops a barrier over the area. His screen is lit up with incoming red dots as the enemies approach. A massive glowing dome settles over the town, leaving the locals wondering if they just got a divine upgrade. Grandpa doesn't miss a beat, giving the elf girl the signal that it is time to start the counterattack. Out in the woods, the bandits spot the light show and start counting their lucky stars, thinking they just hit the jackpot. Their boss is already dreaming of high-end gear and a decent meal while Grandpa leads the way into the forest. Grandpa doesn't play fair, dropping a paralysis spell before the enemy even knows there is a fight. One bandit lets out a scream before hitting the deck. Completely frozen in place, leaving a trail of twitching goons behind them, the duo keeps pushing forward. Meanwhile, a panicked scout sprints back to their hideout to warn the boss that things are going sideways. The bandit leader isn't exactly thrilled to hear that some random old guy is cleaning house. He looks more annoyed than worried, questioning how his men got taken out by a simple geezer. Instead of running, the boss just waits for the intruder to come to him. He is convinced that whoever is walking through that door is about to get sliced into ribbons. Grandpa and the elf girl finally reach the main room only to find the boss ready and waiting. He orders his men to grab the girl alive since she is worth a fortune, but Grandpa is already swinging his staff into position. Grandpa drops a massive paralysis spell, turning the room into a total zap zone. The bandit boss can only let out a grunt as the lightning locks his body in place. He flashes a twisted grin and lunges forward with a clean swing. He yells that the spell did not do squat, thinking he finally has the old man cornered. The elf girl screams as the boss closes in, but our boy just casually taps him on the head. In an instant, the bandit's sword hits the dirt, and he is left wondering how he just got folded. Looking around the cave, the elf girl cannot believe her eyes as the entire bandit crew is laid out on the floor. Even the boss is struggling to move, his body feeling like lead under the pressure. Frustration boils over as the boss lets out one last desperate roar. He tells Grandpa to just die already, refusing to accept that he is losing this badly. Remaining calm as ever, Grandpa tells the guy not to worry since he is not a killer. He notes that the boss has a bit more resistance than the others, but it is not going to save him. Using his magic to bundle the goons together, Grandpa starts floating them out of the cave like a bunch of balloons. He tells them this is their punishment for hurting people before leading the way back to the village. Villagers are losing their minds as the bandits finally return, but not in the way anyone expected. Everyone is wondering who actually managed to bag the whole crew. Our boy casually floats the entire bandit squad through the crowd like he is just taking out the trash. He asks the shocked villagers to make a path while showing off the delivery. The village mayor cannot believe his eyes and asks if the old man is really the one who took care of business. Grandpa just keeps it moving with a humble vibe while the bandits hover behind him. Asked if he protected the village, Grandpa just gives a modest smile and says you could put it that way. The locals are drowning him in gratitude for ending their nightmare. The little girl is practically beaming with tears of joy. She sprints over to give the biggest thank you of her life. With the mess cleaned up, the mayor asks if he can get a few pointers from a legend. Grandpa is more than happy to share some wisdom as they stroll through the village. Elsewhere, the sun sets on a massive estate. A maid knocks on a heavy door to check in with a mysterious man named Master Ori. Deep inside a luxury estate, a maid steps into the study to deliver an update to Master Ori. She confirms that the items have been located, but admits that things have hit a bit of a snag. Master Ori is not sweating the news about some old guy in a pointy hat getting in the way. He mutters about commoners needing to stay in their lane before deciding the geezer is old enough to leave this world anyway. Back at the village, Grandpa is in the kitchen and he is not holding back. He slams a thick hunk of dough onto the table with enough force to make the locals jump. While the villagers whisper about his technique, the elf girl takes a breather, finally able to relax after the chaos. The crowd is stunned as they watch the master at work. They have never seen someone move like this in a kitchen, and the mayor looks like he is about to witness a miracle. Everyone is curious about what is on the menu. Noting that this is definitely not bread, the pot starts bubbling with a savory aroma, and before they know it, the secret dish is ready for the big taste test. The villagers lean in for a closer look at the brown noodles. Even the mayor is scratching his chin, admitting he has never seen anything like this in his life. One slurp of the noodles and the mayor is officially a fan. He cannot get over how delicious the food from Grandpa's homeland is, and our boy casually offers to drop the recipe later. Grateful for everything, the mayor insists on getting a fat reward from the feudal lord for taking out the bandits. Grandpa just gives a humble wave, telling him not to sweat the small stuff since he did not do it for the money. The two old-timers share a laugh about it being their duty to help the youth, but the chill moment gets cut short when a villager comes charging in, shouting for the headman. The mayor brings some news from the city about the gang. Grandpa is all ears, wondering what kind of update is heading their way. The mood shifts as the mayor warns everyone to hide their loot from a greedy lord named Oswald. Grandpa just sighs, knowing that power-hungry nobles are a universal problem that exists everywhere. They take a moment to watch the local kids playing in the grass. It is a quiet reminder of what is actually at stake here. The mayor wishes for a better future for the next generation. Grandpa nods along, figuring that being a shield for the youth is just part of the job. Back at the table, Grandpa starts dropping some tactical gems. He suggests picking one spot to fortify instead of trying to guard the whole map. The mayor is sold on the idea and wants to start a militia right away. The elf girl looks on, probably wondering how things escalated into a war council so fast. When asked about keeping things secret, Grandpa just gives a confident smirk. He says to make it loud, because even the worst gangs avoid a village that looks like a total headache. The elf girl keeps the tea pouring while the mayor starts coming around to Grandpa's logic. Getting curious about the vibe, the mayor asks if Grandpa served in the army before picking up magic. Grandpa keeps it humble and reveals he was actually just a tea farmer before handing over a fresh sample. One sip of the legendary brew and the mayor is losing it because it is way better than anything the nobles are drinking. The talk shifts to the village's struggle with farming as the mayor looks for some expert tips. Grandpa starts dropping some major knowledge about turning fallen leaves into nutrient-rich soil. The mayor's mind is completely blown when he finds out that even stove soot can be used for a better harvest. The mayor is getting emotional over how much this tea knowledge is going to help the town. He promises to put it to use immediately while Grandpa just keeps it humble. Grandpa quickly brings the conversation back to business. He mentions the gang robbed the local lord and starts asking some very specific questions about the stolen goods. Looking over the stash, something isn't adding up. Grandpa notes that the amount and variety of treasure they recovered is actually double what was listed in the official reports. Later on, everyone takes a break to hang out with the local kids. Grandpa shows off a fresh catch while the elf girl makes sure the snacks are flowing. The peace is short-lived when the mayor comes sprinting back in a total panic. He shouts that the big shots from Foss City have finally arrived at the village. Walking into the room like he owns the place, the guildmaster of Foss gives a casual salute. He is joined by the garrison commander, and they have clearly heard the rumors about the legendary old man. The guildmaster is all smiles as he gets right to the point. He is impressed by the stories of a single mage taking out a whole gang and wants to confirm it for himself. Gold and Jilk step up, demanding the loot recovered from the bandits. Gold gets right to the point and asks if the old man is willing to hand it all over. Grandpa just gives a gentle smile and agrees without hesitation. Relieved by the cooperation, Gold decides they should settle the business quickly. He offers to hand everything over immediately. Behind him, the mayor and villagers look like a massive weight has been lifted off their shoulders. As the two walk off, Gold is genuinely surprised by how agreeable the old man was. Jilk just scoffs, noting that no commoner would dare defy the feudal lord anyway. Suddenly, Jilk stops and looks back toward the bridge. Gold follows his gaze, seeing the old man just standing there alone in the dark. Gold wonders what's so interesting about a guy talking to a cat, but Jilk tells him to look closer. Hidden in the trees, a group of killers is slowly closing in on the bridge. Sensing the danger, Jilk realizes they are completely surrounded by assassins. Gold is ready to jump in, but Jilk holds him back to see who these guys are really targeting. Jilk can't believe what he's hearing, shouting at the suggestion to leave someone behind. Gold stays stoic, focused on the road ahead. A scout spots Grandpa on the bridge and shouts for him to halt. Gold realizes the situation is getting complicated, but the order is given to proceed with the attack. Grandpa looks back at his confused cat just as the bridge is swarmed by masked killers. They leap from the trees with weapons drawn, surrounding everyone in a coordinated strike. The bridge turns into a war zone as the assassins move in for the kill. Gold is nearly overwhelmed by a lethal strike from above as blades fly from every direction. Casually pointing a finger, Grandpa drops a paralysis spell on the entire area. Instantly, every fighter on the bridge hits the floor, leaving even the allies stuck to the ground in total shock. Once the dust settles, the assassins are bundled together like a stack of logs. Jilk catches his breath and notes how dangerous that was, while Grandpa just plays dumb. Jilk is stunned to find his own guild members, Dodd and Min, under the hoods. He sighs, realizing the assassins were the ones actually in danger the whole time. Jilk tries to spill some tea about who sent those assassins, but Grandpa shuts him down immediately. Our boy knows exactly who is behind the hit and does not want the whole village catching wind of the drama. Gold thinks Saitaro went a bit overboard with that massive paralysis spell, but they agree the old man needs to come with them to the city of Foss. While they stress over the mission, the MC just stares at the moon like he does not have a single care in the world. Time to head out. Grandpa tells the kids to be good while he is gone, casually hauling the captured bandits through the air like a cluster of balloons. The villagers watch in awe as their savior floats a whole criminal squad right out of town. Just as they reach the edge of town, a voice calls out the old man's name. It is the elf girl he saved earlier, sprinting down the path to catch him before he leaves for good. She makes it just in time, handing over a mysterious bundle with a massive smile. Apparently, she has been busy in the kitchen working on a special recipe the old man shared with her earlier. It turns out she used wind magic to make some instant udon for his journey. She is hyped about the results, promising it will taste just as fresh once he boils it back up. Grandpa gives her a warm smile and a sincere thanks before turning to leave. The mayor and the crew are impressed by the wholesome vibes this man brings everywhere he goes. Grandpa waves one last goodbye as the village disappears behind them. The crew sets off on a long journey through the forest, figuring it will take about a week to reach their destination. Night falls over the quiet woods as a lone owl watches from the trees. The group realizes just how far they have to go, especially since they still have to make the trip back. Gold is annoyed that they have to share their food with the very bandits they just caught. Jill keeps things civil, reminding him that even crooks have to eat, even if lugging the extra weight is a pain. Our boy casually offers to handle all the supplies using his inventory skill. Jilk and Gold are left stunned, failing to understand how one old man can have this many broken abilities. While Grandpa catches some sleep on a log, the adventurers stare at the floating criminal squad in disbelief. They have no idea who this man really is, but they are glad he is playing for the home team. The mood gets serious around the campfire as they discuss the mission ahead. They are determined to find proof of the Lord's corruption, but the path forward is still a mystery. Gold vents his frustration about the corrupt leader while Jilk calls him nothing more than a thief with a title. The weight of the mission settles in as they prepare to face a noble who has been exploiting everyone. Jilk announces it is time to switch guards, but he is nearly jumped out of his skin when he sees the old man. Our boy wakes up from his nap with a massive smile, casually offering everyone some tea as if they are not in the middle of a dangerous forest. The bandits realize they are finally hitting the ground as the floating cluster begins its descent. One of them looks down in shock, noticing the magic ropes are finally starting to loosen up. The criminal squad does not waste a single second, booking it into the woods the moment they are free. Grandpa just stands there watching them vanish, looking a little too chill for someone who just lost all his prisoners. Jilk is losing his mind after finding out the entire group escaped while the old man was catching some sleep. He cannot believe they are left with nothing but footprints in the dirt and a very awkward apology. Jilk stresses about how they are going to file a report without any physical proof of the crime. Gold is more worried about the cargo, but Grandpa just smiles and reminds them that he has already stashed everything safely in his inventory. To make up for the jailbreak, our boy whips up a massive pot of steaming noodles. The aroma alone is enough to stop any argument in its tracks. Jilk is still fuming, wondering how anyone can think about food when their mission just walked away. Meanwhile, Gold is already digging in, completely won over by the enticing smell of the fresh meal. Gold is loving the meal while Jilk tries to play it cool. Despite his protests, he can't stop stuffing his face with tears in his eyes. Our boy just watches them with a satisfied grin. Approaching the city, Jilk worries about how to file their report. Grandpa tells him to just wait and see as they reach the massive gates. Our boy asks them to leave everything to him, promising he won't cause any trouble. Jilk and Gold just stare in dead silence, clearly not convinced by his plan. Gold slammed the table in a total panic. He had no idea where the old man could have wandered off to now. He rushed the counter to find out where Grandpa went. The clerk had a message for him to just stay put, since the old man was busy over at the Commerce Guild. Our boy was losing his mind over the whole situation. They were moving against a feudal lord, but Grandpa was out here acting like he was on a field trip. Joke was absolutely no help either. He just casually waved a hand and said he had his own important plans to handle. Gold collapsed onto his knees in a spotlight of pure despair. Outside, the rain continued to pour down over the quiet city streets. Elsewhere, Grandpa was already meeting with the big shots at the Commerce Guild of Foss. The officials were busy examining his goods with a magnifying glass. The aroma from the freshly brewed drink was on another level. Grandpa took a sip and looked pretty satisfied with the high-quality taste. The guild leaders were stunned by the flavor and asked for the source of the beans. Grandpa just played it cool and told them he brought them from his homeland. The guild leaders were losing their minds over the quality. This drink was officially on another level. Grandpa was ready to talk numbers and suggested starting 100 lanka over the usual market price. But the official wasn't having it. She actually thought his price was too low for beans this good. They countered with an even higher offer because quality like this deserves respect. Grandpa seemed almost shocked by the sudden payday. Just when they thought it was over, our boy mentioned he had one more surprise in his bag. He pulled out a jar of pre-ground coffee, and the officials could hardly believe their eyes. They were desperate to know how he had been hiding this the whole time. The blonde official was sold and immediately called for a deal. Grandpa was ready to wrap up the business side of things. Inside, the officials asked for just a second while the rest of the team waited out in the rain. The guild officials finished their count and confirmed each bag was worth 10,000 lanka. Grandpa just stared back, looking a little bit lost in the sauce. The officials were thrilled with the deal and handed over the heavy bags of cash. Grandpa played it cool with a polite thank you as he secured the bag. Before heading out, Grandpa mentioned he wanted to hear some local tea about the town. The blonde official was down to talk but suggested finding a more private spot. They settled into a nearby cafe to talk shop in peace. Grandpa noticed the coffee prices were pretty steep, though the official was more focused on how well the cookies paired with tea. Even though the coffee was decent, it tasted bitter compared to the legendary beans. Grandpa just sold them. The curly official knew there was simply no comparison to the top-shelf stuff they had earlier. Grandpa finally dropped the act and asked for the lowdown on the local nobles. Specifically, he wanted the dirt on the big boss, Ori Oswald. As their food arrived, the curly official leaned in to share a dark rumor. It turned out the thief gang caught recently was brought here, but things took a turn after that. The Lord did not even bother questioning the criminals before having them all beheaded on the spot. It was a swift, brutal move that silenced any chance of a trial. Grandpa mentions he is in some troublesome business, and the blonde official is all ears. Since everyone knows Lord Oswald is shady anyway, she leans in to see if our boy has any useful info. He reveals that he caught a gang of thieves that was terrorizing a nearby village. To make matters worse, it seems these thugs were being protected by the local lord the entire time. The official realizes the lord likely wiped the gang out just to hide his tracks. It was a complete cover-up, and the curly official looks genuinely disturbed by the move. Even though reporting this to the guards seems like the right move, Grandpa is not interested. He has already gotten exactly what he needed from this conversation. Our boy flashes a smirk, saying he trusts info from business partners who actually do their jobs. The official is clearly flattered by the respect, just as a familiar voice calls out to the old man. Gold finally catches up with the group and looks pretty annoyed that he had to search for them. Grandpa asks where Jilk is, but Gold confirms they are definitely not joined at the hip. Gold gets serious and warns Grandpa that he is an important witness who should not be out in public. Sitting around like this is basically just asking for trouble. The tension breaks when a maid offers Gold a seat at the table. He joins the group while the blonde official tries to keep her cool in the background. The curly official tries to pivot the conversation while the blonde woman gets a good laugh in the background. Our guy leans in as the official drops a rumor about the Lord's parlor maid being a total nightmare. Word on the street is the Lord has not been the same since that maid arrived, almost like she is the one pulling the strings. Gold realizes Grandpa might have shared a bit too much info, but the old man just tells him to keep his cool for now. As the rain pours down outside, Grandpa wonders what kind of faces the Lord and his maid are going to make when they finally meet. Cut to the mansion where the cold maid stands over the failed thugs and demands an explanation for their failure. One of the prisoners tries to claim the mission was a setup, but the maid is not buying any of his excuses. Since they came back empty-handed, the maid casually suggests adding their heads to the pile. The Lord just laughs at the idea like it is the funniest thing he has ever heard. Oswald tries to play off his threats as a joke when he sees the maid's expression. Dodd starts talking fast, hoping to trade intel on the old man for his life. The assassin claims the target is just a support mage, who is nothing without his staff. The maid is not impressed by the bargain he is trying to strike. A sudden magical blast tears through the room, leaving the prisoners stunned. Her power is clearly on another level compared to these two. She mocks the Lord for his inability to handle his own problems. Oswald is more concerned about his crumbling walls than anything else. Life at the mansion continues as the staff realizes Master Ori is nowhere to be found. He has been missing since the start of the day. The head butler hears about a suspicious visitor at the gate and decides to handle it. He is not in the mood for unannounced guests. The knocking does not stop until he finally swings the heavy gates open. He meets the visitor with a cold demand to state their business. Standing in the rain, the old man looks ready for a friendly chat. The butler stays professional, while asking what could possibly be so important. The butler tries to shut him down by claiming the Lord does not take surprise visits. Grandpa does not miss a beat and asks him to tell the boss that a man named Asao has arrived. He keeps pushing and asks for a simple message to be delivered. The butler is not having it and tells the old man to turn back while he still can. Our MC just smiles through the rain. He is positive that the master of the house would actually love to meet him. A maid suddenly appears and offers to handle the message herself. The butler is left stuttering and wondering how he is supposed to explain this to the Lord. Grandpa is led deep into the mansion and shown to a waiting room. The maid asks him to stay put for a moment before returning with a tray of refreshments. She plays the perfect host and tells him to make himself at home. Grandpa happily accepts the offer as she sets down a fresh cup of tea. One sip is all it takes for him to recognize the aroma. This is the exact same high-grade tea he gifted to a village head, which means these people have been keeping tabs on him. The maid starts talking up her master, claiming the Lord is always thinking about the welfare of the people. Grandpa listens in silence, clearly not buying a single word of the corporate PR. Our boy has a case of the what-ifs, wondering if his little adventure is going to bring heat back to his home village. The maid keeps it professional and says she hopes not, but then her vibe gets real dark as she mentions how dangerous accidents can be. Suddenly, a wild boss appears. Master Oswald rolls in with his whole squad, laughing like a villain and asking if our MC is lost. Grandpa stays silent while the girl by the Lord's side starts shaking and warns him to be careful. Oswald doesn't listen and walks right up to his face talking trash about how he's just a weak old man. This dude really tried to swing on a legend. One second he's trying to act tough, and the next he's getting slammed into the floor for a dirt nap. Flattening the arrogant noble, our MC delivers a chilling warning about how accidents are a scary thing. This cold display of power breaks the composure of a nearby subordinate who desperately orders the squad to end him. The squad charges forward with their swords out, clearly losing their cool. The maid just scowls and clicks her tongue in annoyance. Those fools butting in like that? Dodd tells Min not to worry and to just snatch the staff, but our boy just watches them with a sharp eye. Min doesn't hold back and fires off a massive fireball while the Lord panics about his mansion getting torched. A massive explosion rocks the room, and the spiky-haired thug grins, thinking they actually got him. Min is straight up horrified to see the old man standing there without a scratch while he casually fixes his hat. This dude charges back in, convinced he can still overpower a support mage, but Grandpa just sighs and notes that utility magic is all about execution. With a simple word, the entire room goes zero gravity as the thugs are launched into the air and bound by magical ropes. The whole squad is slammed into the floor and left completely paralyzed, leaving Oswald to stare in total disbelief. The assassins are left hanging from the ceiling like laundry, while the Lord tries to bluff his way out with a desperate threat. Gold bursts in, scanning the disaster left in the wake of Grandpa. He is shouting for Master Ori, oblivious to the fact that the old man already finished the job. Gold is stressing because he thinks they messed up, but the captured squad is just lying there with creepy smirks. They are not even scared because they think their status will protect them. While everyone else is losing their minds over the fallout, our boy Grandpa is already walking away. The guards are scrambling to check on the boss, but the damage is done. Gold starts lecturing him about going in without a plan, but Grandpa just hits him with the ultimate calm vibe. He basically tells him that every single thing that happened was calculated from the start. He looks Gold right in the face and tells him to stop worrying and just look at the results. He tied up the whole squad and served them up on a silver platter. Jilk finally rolls up and cannot help but admire the flashy entrance. Even the other guild members are starting to see that this old man is operating on a different level. The real boss enters the chat and the face of Oswald turns into a meme of terror. Turns out his uncle is the one who is going to deal with his incompetence, now. Grandpa gives Gold a sharp look, asking if he really thought he was just some easygoing geezer. Gold can only sweat as he realizes he vastly underestimated the legend. While Jilk keeps the momentum going by rounding up the captured goons, Oswald's uncle finally pulls the plug on his useless nephew. Jilk tries to stop a maid from slipping away and orders her to halt, but the vibe shifts instantly when she looks back with pure malice. The maid shifts into high gear and lunges through the crowd, slicing through a guard before anyone can even blink. Jilk rushes to check on the wounded guard, unaware that the maid is busy revealing a secret arsenal of hidden steel under her dress. Staring them down with a lethal vibe, she gives the group one last chance to move aside before things get truly messy. She tries to blitz the old man, but Grandpa shuts her down so effortlessly that the boss can only gawk at the sudden skill gap. Master Ori screams for a capture, forcing Jilk to dive back into the fight, despite his strict policy against trading blows with women. The maid decides she is not going out quietly, popping a suicide potion that levels the entire mansion in a massive flash of fire. Jilk and Gold take a breather under the morning sun to recap the chaos at the mansion. Jilk is still reeling from the fact that the maid actually chose to blow herself up. The pieces finally start coming together for Jilk, as he realizes the Lord was just a pawn. Gold is not overthinking it though, as long as the job got done. Gold enjoys a fresh cup of coffee, impressed that the old man saved the Lord and scored some quality beans. Jilk is still replaying that instant barrier magic in his head. Jilk is definitely feeling some type of way about being left out of the loop. Gold just continues his meal and tells him it is because he is a total open book. Jilk refuses to accept the call-out and yells his denial at the top of his lungs. Gold just stays quiet, letting his awkward smile speak for itself. The morning break is interrupted when a soldier reports that training is officially done. Gold stands up to handle his duties while Jilk stays behind to finish his breakfast. The blonde guild official stops by to greet the crew and ask about the old man's whereabouts. Jilk casually drops the news that their heavy hitter has already left the area. She brings up some suspicious witness reports, but Jilk is focused on the old man's next move. He tells her Grandpa is currently making a move on the wood dungeon. Someone back in the city is already worrying if our boy is going to be okay. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to the legendary wood dungeon. Grandpa is already on site and surveying the stone ruins. He takes one look at his surroundings and admits that he is already completely lost. Scene cut to the city of Foss. The Burke Inn cafeteria is looking peaceful as the locals go about their day. The kids are out back playing in the dirt. One of them is trying to explain the concept of frying food to a very confused friend. Playtime gets deep when the younger one asks when Grandpa is finally coming home. The older girl reminds them that he went to the forest dungeon today. Just the thought of that place brings up images of some pretty nasty monsters. They start scaring themselves with stories of soul-eating ghosts. In their minds, these phantoms are way scarier than their own mother. Of course, she shows up right on cue with a mountain of laundry. The kids immediately ask her if our favorite legend is going to be fine. She hits them with a reality check by saying the dungeon might be way out of his league. The sheer panic on their faces is real. She jokes about him getting eaten until the kids start crying for help. Finally, she tells them to go find Uncle Gold if they want someone to save him. Our boy is just vibe-checking the forest ruins when he hears a suspicious noise behind him. He stops in his tracks and does a slow 180 to see what is lurking in the shadows. He does not see anything at first and keeps it moving, but the vibe is definitely shifting. A creepy grin with sharp teeth watches him from the darkness as he walks away. Suddenly, a giant terrifying face jumps out, but it is just a tiny white cat begging for some attention. Grandpa realizes he was almost worried over a literal fluff ball. He picks up the little lady and wonders why a well-groomed pet would be hanging out in the middle of these ruins. She just purrs back at him, clearly not bothered by the location. Instead of rushing his mission, our MC decides it is tea time and sets up a whole table right on the trail. He tells the cat she is just in time for a snack because he is a legend who never skips tea time. He breaks off a piece of his donut to see if his new travel buddy likes it. She digs in immediately, and her face is basically the definition of pure joy. While the cat gets distracted by a passing butterfly, Grandpa snacks on his bland donuts and enjoys the piece. It is a nice change of pace after all the chaos he has been through lately. He watches her play for a bit before a sudden realization hits him. He remembers seeing this exact same cat back in the city, and at that village he visited earlier. Grandpa starts to suspect there is more to this cat than meets the eye. Meanwhile, the little fluffball is busy living its best life chasing butterflies through the forest ruins. It is finally tea time as our boy breaks out his travel kit and sets up a whole shop on the trail. He looks at his new buddy and wonders if they are both equally lost in this maze. He imagines the cat getting bullied by dungeon monsters and decides he cannot leave it behind. Grandpa asks the little lady to be his tiny bodyguard for the rest of the trip. They descend deeper into the dungeon as floor 4 and 5 pass by in a blur of action. Our MC keeps the light on while various monsters lurk in the shadows of the ruins. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he decides it is finally time for a power nap. He drops a magic barrier and passes out while the cat keeps a close watch over its sleeping giant. Elsewhere in the woods, a group of masked thugs spots the lone geezer and thinks they found an easy target. They move in with creepy grins, completely unaware of who they are actually messing with. The bandits start hacking away at the magic dome with their enchanted blades. The poor cat is losing its mind as the heavy steel clashes against the invisible wall. Despite the constant clanking of weapons, Grandpa is still completely out cold. The thugs are putting in major overtime to break through, but our boy is deep in his dreams. While Grandpa is out cold, a couple of masked goons creep up from the shadows. They think they found an easy target, laughing about how this old man is going to die without even waking up. The cat is terrified, but she stands her ground right in front of her sleeping buddy. The bandit grins, raising his blade for a quiet end to the napping legend. Little does he know he is being watched. The cat is panicking, but she manages to lock in and glare at the intruders. Suddenly, the cat leaps out with a fierce hiss, catching the thugs off guard. Instead of running, they just see a payday. One of them actually suggests skinning the poor thing for its pelt, while the other wonders if they should even care about a pet. Grandpa is still peacefully napping while his tiny bodyguard continues her standoff. One of the bandits is just confused by the animal's aggression. While they are distracted, some magical ropes start silently wrapping around their ankles. The thugs start tripping over themselves as the invisible traps snap shut. They are screaming at each other in confusion, completely unaware that Grandpa is casting spells in his sleep. With a simple gesture, he drops a paralysis and silence combo on the area. The bandits suddenly cannot breathe or move, gasping for air as they collapse to the dirt. That is the signal for the cat to launch a full aerial assault with a massive roar. Grandpa finally cracks an eye open, acting like he just stumbled upon a minor inconvenience. In seconds, the intruders are trussed up like holiday hams and left vibrating on the ground. Grandpa looks down at his new partner, surprised by her handiwork. He gives her a well-deserved head pat, and she is practically glowing with pride. Our boy looks down at the captured goons and asks if they are actual criminals or just greedy amateurs. They have no clue what hit them, and can only groan in defeat. Meanwhile, the cat spots some loot and lets out a curious chirp. Grandpa checks out a flat board and realizes he finally has the solid proof he needs. He drops the sign onto the tied-up goons with a loud clank, confirming they are definitely the bandits. The captives start arguing among themselves, regretting their attempt to jump a legendary old man. Our boy just stares them down, weighing his options while thinking about his companions. Despite the goons begging for mercy, he decides he is done with the drama and is just going to leave them behind. He leaves them with a funny sign around their necks and heads out, telling them the barrier will hold until they turn themselves in. A short while later, he finds a massive wooden gate and decides it is the perfect spot for a casual tea break. The peace is short-lived as a whole squad of adventurers shows up, surprised to find a lone geezer already waiting at the entrance. The witch girl is losing her mind over the cat while the leader asks if Grandpa is solo guarding the gate. He calmly confirms he is flying solo for now. The knight reminds him he is standing right in front of a boss room. Grandpa just smiles and comments on how high energy their group is. Our MC suggests they take a breather, but the leader shuts it down because they are in a rush. Grandpa offers to team up for the entrance, but the witch girl tells him to read the room and get a clue. She is not having it and demands he just let them through. Grandpa just sighs, seeing that his kindness is being ignored. The knight laughs, pointing out that the old man does not even have any loot on him. Grandpa casually mentions that everything is safe and sound in his inventory. The word inventory catches the leader off guard and makes his eyes pop. He immediately pivots, telling his crew they have to help the struggling old man out. Grandpa tries to explain he is actually fine, but they are not listening. The squad lets out a cheer as they decide to drag him along for the ride. One massive blast deletes the boss and leaves the entire squad standing there with their jaws on the floor. They are completely speechless, wondering how a random old man just pulled that off. Our boy casually clears his throat and keeps it moving, while the squad starts a standing ovation. They are officially his biggest fans now. Looking at the mountain of loot, the team realizes they do not have enough people to carry it all. They admits they should have known he was a high-tier magician from the very beginning. Leader asks him to just toss everything into his inventory so they can head back and report the win. Grandpa starts vacuuming up the loot, but he noticed the workers look a little too familiar. Turns out these guys are the bandits from earlier, now trying to live an honest life. They beg him not to expose their criminal past. But our MC just praises them for finally getting a real job. After a long day of dungeon crawling, he finds a nice outdoor bath to settle into. It is peak relaxation time while his white cat watches from the sidelines. The peace is short-lived as Gold bursts into the room like a madman, yelling that there is no time for a break. He is all bark and no bite though, since he ends up sitting in the water right next to him. Post-bath and feeling good, they head back inside in their robes. Gold has to admit that the soak was actually a solid choice. Grandpa stays cool and asks if there was something he wanted to discuss, which immediately sets Jilk off. That is right, he shouts, clearly having zero chill about the situation. Apparently, the night squad is trying to steal all the credit for clearing the forest dungeon by claiming they saved an old man in distress. Jilk is fuming at the audacity, while Grandpa just cannot believe people would actually try to spin the story like that. Our boy just smiles and thanks him for the heads up, treating the whole theft of his achievements like it is no big deal. He casually mentions that he is just a merchant anyway, so the fame does not really matter to him. Gold tells him he is way too good-natured and needs to just get an adventurer license already before his skills cause even more trouble. Grandpa just sips his tea with a confused look, wondering if he is really that much of a pushover. The poor guy is losing his mind over how much Grandpa broke the monster ecosystem by clearing the dungeon solo. While he screams at the old man to stop acting like a fool, the cat is busy living its best life and stealing a drink. Eventually, the noise dies down and they both collapse from exhaustion. Gold is still gasping for air on the couch while Grandpa enjoys some much-needed silence in his bed. The next morning brings some fresh air as Grandpa heads out into the city. Even the gate guards are in high spirits, giving Mr. Asio a warm welcome as he enjoys the perfect weather. He finds himself stuck in a massive crowd and has to grab a numbered ticket just to wait his turn. It looks like it is going to be a long day of standing around with the rest of the locals. The guild staff spots our boy in the massive crowd and asks why he is even bothering with a long wait. He offers to let him skip ahead, but Grandpa just gives him a friendly wave. He keeps it humble and insists that following the queue is the right thing to do. The people around him are seriously impressed by his patient and respectful vibe. As he waits, the locals start gossiping about all the cool stuff he has done since arriving in the city. One guy asks a girl if she knows him, and she is more than happy to vouch for his character. Everyone has a story to tell, whether it is about him sharing secret recipes or his legendary ability to out-drinking the local veterans. Even the appraisers agree that he has an incredible eye for spotting value. The knight from the dungeon confirms they work together, while a nun asks if he is the famous merchant with the inventory skill. She tells him he can go right after her once the counter is ready. His ticket number finally gets called, and he steps forward to the service window. Somewhere in the crowd, a mysterious woman watches him with a dark expression and tells him to stop playing dumb. Inside the office, he starts pulling out a massive amount of rare materials from the forest dungeon. The staff is losing their minds over the quality, especially since he says this is just a small sample. The blonde official suggests he should process the materials himself to maximize his earnings. Grandpa looks completely lost at the idea and asks her to elaborate while someone continues to watch his every move. Ithril catches Lush staring at the reflection of the old man and tells her to hurry up or get left behind. The little girl just looks up with those huge puppy dog eyes, clearly caught in her feelings. Lush reaches out and gives his cloak a solid tug to make him stop in his tracks. He gives her a gentle head pat to see what is wrong, but she looks like she is about to break down as she begs him not to leave her side. Back at the Commerce Guild, the blonde official breaks down how to turn raw materials into a real business. She compares the process to the way tea leaves are prepared and sold to maximize profit. She suggests hiring professionals for the processing while our boy considers the best way to boost the value. It all comes down to finding exactly what the customers are looking for. The business talk takes a back seat when a staff member scoops up the white cat that has been following them. He asks if it belongs to Grandpa, who quickly apologizes for the little distraction. Our MC clarifies that he is not actually raising the animal as a pet. With a gentle look, he tells the group that the little feline is simply his friend. The cat's happy mood triggers a core memory of home. Grandpa thinks back to his grandson Takumi and a kitten named Tama from their younger days. He remembers how much the little guy used to love playing with tea canisters. Takumi would get so hyped about how all the different parts fit together. Inspired by the memory, our boy decides to try crafting a tea canister out of the dungeon lumber. The official offers to find him a professional woodworker, but he insists on doing it his own way. The lady official immediately smells a payday and starts pressing for more details. Just as she gets excited, a heavy thumping sound suddenly shakes the room. A wild woodworker named Baronia bursts through the door like she owns the place, screaming for Sister Addie. The blonde official is caught off guard by the sudden intrusion. She did not come for small talk. Baronia immediately makes it clear she is here for that legendary dungeon wood everyone is whispering about. She is losing her mind over how such high-quality lumber could possibly come from a low-level dungeon. Our boy just watches the chaos with a question mark over his head. Things get messy when she tries to check the hardness without asking. The staff has to jump in and stop her before she does something reckless with the merchandise. Baronia is begging them not to sell this masterpiece to some random stranger. She is having a religious experience just looking at the grain and realizes this did not come from any giant tree. She starts geeking out over the flawless texture while our MC looks on in silence. Addie is over the drama and gives her a cold stare down. The two childhood friends start a verbal war over business ethics and professionalism. While they trade shots, the rare lumber sits there looking like a very expensive pile of logs. Our boy notices something strange about the heavy tool Baronia is dragging around. He looks closer as a weird vibe fills the room. The curly-haired official apologizes for the woodworker's outburst, explaining that the two childhood friends just have an aggressive way of showing they are tight. To escape the chaos, he suggests grabbing a coffee at a nearby cafe before a loud voice suddenly intercepts them. It is the night squad from the lumber dungeon, and they are eager to pay their respects while the nearby crowd whispers about the Catman's reputation. The leader invites him to join their next search, admitting that an adventurer with a limitless inventory is a welcome addition to any party. While the official wonders how he knows these elites, the knight brags about the mountain of gold they earned together during their last boss fight. He points out that their previous victory actually disrupted the local ecosystem, causing rare monsters with high-value materials to start appearing. The official compares the shift to a bug in the environment while the white cat keeps a silent eye on the group from a nearby brick wall. The knight shares the secret intel as a favor between bros while the witch girl loses all focus over the cute kitten. The knight leader is hyped about their massive win, calling it a once-in-a-lifetime chance to find expensive items in a regular dungeon. He claims that picking up the loot was the only logical thing to do, acting like he just found free money on the ground. Meanwhile, the witch has completely checked out to focus on the cat. Grandpa politely passes on the offer, choosing to stick to his merchant duties instead. The knight looks totally stunned that anyone would walk away from such an easy payday. The leader pulls out a special smoke that can lure monsters right out of the dungeon, hoping to change our boy's mind. It is a rare item, but Grandpa isn't easily swayed. Even with the secret weapon on display, Grandpa stays firm on finishing his work for the day. The knight laughs off the rejection, while the official finally lets out a sigh of relief. The squad marches back to the dungeon with an open invite for Grandpa to join them tomorrow. He gives them a chill wave and tells the group to take care of themselves. The white cat lets out a satisfied meow as the two men continue their walk. The official is worried about the monsters getting stronger, but Grandpa knows the night squad can handle the heat. They finally find a spot to relax and grab some tea at an outdoor cafe. Grandpa asks about the girl from earlier, and the official explains that she is a childhood friend from their old hometown. Grandpa is skeptical about hiring the girl, pointing out that the tea case project requires a level of patience and strength she might not have. Calf just listens as our boy lays out the harsh reality of the job. Desperation hits a new peak as the man goes all in to beg for a chance. He is willing to do whatever it takes to get her in the door. He admits she is a pro but has a personality that keeps the clients away. He even offers to take full responsibility if the hire turns into a disaster. Grandpa gives in and agrees to meet her first. He tells the guy to quit the dramatics and move on to the next step. The official can finally breathe again, unable to believe he actually secured the interview. Even the cat seems impressed by the sheer persistence. The vibe flips to pure awe as they check out a wooden tea canister. It is a seamless masterpiece that looks like it was grown rather than built. He is convinced this level of perfection has to be magic. The way every piece fits so seamlessly has him questioning everything he knows about woodwork. Grandpa just laughs off the hype, telling Calf he is exaggerating the whole situation. It is just a clever trick of using natural textures, nothing more. The crew is taking a breather at a local cafe when a familiar face shows up to join the party. Everyone is hyped to hear the secret behind Grandpa's elite crafting skills, and our boy is more than happy to give them a masterclass. Even the cat is locked in on the conversation as they discuss the next big project. Calf's friend officially introduces the woodworker to start their business meeting. The girl looks a little intimidated by the legend sitting right in front of her. Calf breaks down the plan for Baronia to take on the tea canister challenge. Grandpa agrees to give her a shot, but he makes it clear she is going to have to prove she can handle the heat. They settle in to go over the technical details of the job. Our MC reveals the secret technique that makes his work so flawless, leaving the pro woodworker completely stunned. He hands over a sample piece and tells her this is the level of perfection she needs to reach. The whole group is in awe of the seamless masterpiece sitting on the table. High above in the divine realm, the gods are binge-watching Grandpa's latest moves through a magical mirror. They spot a high-end carriage pulled by a unicorn traveling through the night forest. Luch is glued to the screen to see what her favorite old man does next. Luch can't look away as Grandpa explains how boiling wood makes it easy to bend into shape. It is a legendary pro tip that has everyone at the table and the gods themselves taking notes. He makes the difficult process look like child's play while his new apprentice watches every move. The little god girl is happy to see her favorite human enjoying his new gig as a teacher. She refuses to use his formal name, preferring her own cute nickname while the carriage continues its flight across the moon. The peaceful vibes are at an all-time high. The chill mood gets tossed out the window when a massive roar and heavy thuds shake the entire forest. Rocks start falling as people scramble to get away from whatever monster is crashing the party. Things just went from 0 to 100 real fast. The vibe instantly dies as a massive nightmare fuel monster crashes the party. Our boy in the armor is having a meltdown because this beast was definitely not part of the plan. Complete chaos in the ranks. The squad is falling apart, while everyone yells about how they were not notified about this level of danger. It is every man for himself as the cowards bolt and leave their leader behind. Trying to command a team is pretty tough when a giant multi-eyed titan is towering over you. Cut to the Adventurer Guild where a knight comes charging in like he is running for his life. He shouts that the dungeon is overflowing with monsters and the city has a major problem. The guild is in full panic mode after hearing the elite party just caught a flight out of there. Commander Gords takes charge and orders an immediate evacuation of the citizens before things get even worse. Word on the street is some youngsters might have swiped a peculiar item and triggered this whole disaster. The surface is already crawling with beasts, but the boss tells his men to keep their cool. The commander rallies the troops for a final stand. They are going all in with everything they have while the locals watch the drama unfold from their windows. Orders are flying as the squad gears up for a heavy deployment. Everyone is hyped for the fight, but there is a suspicious shadow watching the whole scene. Commander Gords is completely shocked to see Grandpa out and about during a citywide emergency. Our boy is just chilling, asking why everyone is geared up for war like it is a regular Monday. Once he hears the situation is getting spicy, Grandpa agrees to bail but tells Gords to stay safe. Even the commander is left wondering how a merchant can be this calm while the world is ending. The forest floor is crawling with massive bugs that would make any normal person quit their job. Gords rallies the troops, ordering them to stop the big ones from trashing the city and shove them back into the dungeon. A civilian comes sprinting out of the trees with the local pest problem right on their heels. Gord steps in to provide cover, asking if there are any other survivors left in the woods. The poor guy is barely catching his breath when he sees a little girl wandering straight toward a giant mantis. He watches in total horror as the monster looms over her with its blades ready to strike. He makes a desperate dive to shield the kid just as the mantis brings down the hammer. Curled up on the ground, he is already making his peace with the gods because he thinks it is game over. The monster suddenly twitches and its massive head hits the dirt with a loud thud. Grandpa is just standing there looking unbothered, proving once again that he is the main character. Our boy looks down with a serious expression and decides he is finally done playing around. The little girl is thrilled to see her favorite merchant, but the guy he just saved is still buffering. Evacuation is in full swing at the local church while soldiers try to keep the peace. Families huddle together at long tables, trying to stay calm while the world outside goes to zero. It is a tense vibe, but at least they have a roof over their heads for now. Some people are already losing their minds, screaming for someone in charge while the priest just begs them to settle down. Calf watches the drama unfold as the stress levels in the room reach a breaking point. Even the kids are starting to feel the pressure, wondering if everything is going to be okay. Addie is done with the display, finding the adults' lack of composure pathetic during such a critical moment. Meanwhile, the little ones spot Calf and run over to the merchant uncle for some comfort. It is clear that the youngsters handle the panic way better than the grown-ups do. The weight of the situation finally hits the younger crowd, leading to questions about whether they can ever return home. Addie gives a warm smile and promises it will be fine, suggesting they play a game together as they wait. She is doing her best to keep spirits up while the city is on lockdown. Boronia turns to her craft to provide some relief, showing off toys she made from salvaged wood. Turning literal trash into something fun is basically child's play for someone with her skills. The kids are hyped for the new distraction, and things finally start looking a bit brighter. Suddenly, the group realization hits like a truck when they notice a certain legendary merchant is nowhere to be found. They start panicking about where Grandpa Saitaro went, realizing he has been missing since the evacuation started. It is never a good sign when your strongest player goes off script. Out on the front lines, the garrison is in a heavy struggle against a swarm of giant bugs. The soldiers are putting in work with their blades, but the monsters just keep on coming. The garrison commander leads from the front as they struggle to keep the perimeter from collapsing. Gords and Gold are starting to feel the heat as the monster waves never seem to end. They keep hacking away at the giant mantis pests, but their stamina is definitely taking a hit. It is a grim situation, and they are quickly running out of options. Grandpa strolls back into the danger zone with a little girl, leaving the soldiers stunned. When they ask why he is back, he casually mentions he just forgot something. The ground is littered with bugs that are usually docile but have suddenly gone full aggro. From the shadows, a mysterious pair of eyes watches as the group confirms this chaos is a first for the area. Our MC lets out a heavy sigh since nobody has a clue what is causing the local monsters to lose their minds. Hidden nearby, someone is enjoying the disaster with a sinister smirk. A mysterious woman watches the clearing from a high tree branch like it is her own private show. Down below, the squad is still putting in work against the swarm, unaware of their observer. The soldiers keep hacking away at the bugs, but their stamina is starting to hit rock bottom. Watching from the sidelines, the mystery woman knows it is only a matter of time before they collapse. She reflects on how an incompetent boy actually served his purpose. A dark mist rises from a mysterious vial, while the blonde soldier realizes the situation is way out of his control. The squad huddles around a map on the ground to figure out their next move. Seeing their strategy, the woman in the trees finally looks rattled because they might actually be onto her. Gords and Gold start putting the pieces together as the vibe gets even more intense. Grandpa points out a specific spot on the map, sensing there is a hidden secret waiting to be found. The soldiers finally spot their target and rally the troops for one last push. The commander shouts for everyone to listen up, because they just found the solution. Gords keeps the formation tight and orders the squad not to get scattered. The mission priority is clear. Everyone works together to keep the old man safe. High in the trees, the mysterious woman snaps a branch while observing the chaos below. Meanwhile, Gords lets out a roar as he charges headfirst into the monster swarm. The squad manages to repel the attackers without chasing them too deep into the woods. Grandpa watches the tide turn and realizes the soldiers are actually putting in work. The group hits their destination and brings the entire march to a sudden halt. Gordes confirms they made it, and the old man just gives a quiet nod of approval. Grandpa identifies the target and immediately starts working his high-level magic. He drops a barrier and a bind spell so fast that the soldiers barely see it coming. The monsters suddenly lose their edge and start scurrying away as fast as they can. Seeing the swarm retreat, the soldiers celebrate a hard-earned victory. While the pests retreat, Gourds takes a seat and mocks their weak performance. Nearby, the little girl ignores the warnings to stay back and moves in to inspect a strange box. Grandpa gets to work inspecting the glowing container while the little girl asks what it is. He leans in close to analyze the diagrams and figure out what they are dealing with. The old man finally identifies the signature on the device. He informs the girl that he figured out who actually owns the object. Back in the woods, the mysterious woman grinds her teeth in pure frustration. Someone shouts for her attention, and she turns around with a look that says she is not in the mood. Jilk and the rest of the ragged crew are practically falling apart. They point a finger at the woman, demanding she take responsibility for the chaos they just went through. The group tries to corner her with a sudden bang to stop her in her tracks. Her eyes narrow as she stares them down, hiding a much more sinister vibe underneath her calm face. She pulls a total 180 and offers a sweet smile to diffuse the tension. She offers an apology and a peace gift while Jilk is completely hypnotized by her sudden change in tone. The squad looks at the shiny gem she offers, but Jilk realizes one little rock is not going to cover the damage. She raises her hand to toss another item while they are distracted by the loot. She parkours through the trees and leaves them with a parting gift. A massive boom rocks the clearing, and the boys are left coughing in the smoke while she vanishes. A group of adventurers accidentally cracks open a mysterious container, and the girl nearby lets out a scream. "You broke it," one of the guys shouts as they realize they messed up. The squad scrambles as a massive mantis and a slime ghost creep up right behind them. "Wait, hold on." The soldier stammers before the screaming starts. Deep in the forest, Jilk and his squad take a break while one of the boys stops to listen for a weird sound. His friend just brushes it off as his imagination. Gold leans over to ask the old man a serious question. He points to the little girl and asks if she is actually his granddaughter. The old man shakes his head and shuts that theory down fast. Gold notes that if she is not family, she must be lost in the woods. A tiny hand tugs on the old man's cloak to get his attention. Luce looks up at him with a huge smile and calls him Grandpa. The boys exchange glances while the old man stares blankly at the scene. Luch just keeps beaming like everything is totally fine. Gold laughs it off as just another weird old man moment. Farther down the trail, those monsters are currently hunting the other squad through the trees. Night falls over the village as two moons hang in the sky. While our boy and Luch are catching some serious sleep, the white cat keeps watch from the roof. Deep in his dreams, a familiar voice starts calling out to him. Ithril appears in a flash of divine light, trying to get a hold of his favorite merchant. Waking up in a cold sweat, he realizes the deity is literally telepathically vibing in his brain. Ithril isn't here for a social visit. He has a massive favor to ask. Grandpa isn't even impressed by the divine visit and just tells him to dim the lights. That glowing halo is way too bright for a stealthy night chat. He cuts straight to the point and asks if this is all just a plot to make him a full-time guardian. Ithril just gives him a smooth smile and confirms the babysitting mission. Looking over at the sleeping girl, he realizes there's way more to her story than he thought. Ithril takes a seat and gets ready to drop some heavy lore. Turns out this world isn't just for humans, as entire nations of monsters exist in the shadows. It is a wild landscape where beasts and dragons run the show. Lucia is actually royalty from one of these monster kingdoms. Everything was peaceful, until a group of traitors pulled off a coup and ruined the vibe. Ithril explains that the coup was just the first step in a bigger plot for world domination. He managed to rescue the child, but interfering any further would wreck the entire world's balance. Looking dead serious, the deity begs our boy to take the kid under his wing. He glances over at the sleeping girl, fully aware of how much he is asking. Our boy knows the god is a straight shooter who wouldn't lie, but he can feel that some major details are still being hidden. Admitting it can't be helped, he finally gives in. However, he is not doing this as a favor and drops a serious condition on the table. Ithril is ready to agree immediately, but Grandpa tells him to slow down and actually listen to the terms first. The deity just gives him a cheeky smile and says he understands. While the adults handle the logistics, the white cat watches from the window. It eventually hops down onto the bed to check on the sleeping girl. Luce wakes up with a massive smile, calling out to her favorite grandpa and her new big brother. The whole vibe in the room shifts as they watch her beam with joy. Later, back in the real world, he can't shake the thought of the wild secret that little girl is carrying. It's a heavy burden for a humble merchant. Taking a break under the shade of a massive tree, the deity watches as the kid finds her joy in the vast landscape. The atmosphere is peaceful, but the silence is broken when she comes rushing back to check in with her favorite grandpa. It is a rare moment of pure happiness as Luch plays tag with the white cat across the open fields. Seeing her so content, Ithril admits he can finally breathe easy knowing the legendary merchant is officially on the job. Our boy is not one to shy away from the hard questions, and he bluntly asks what the god would do if he decided to prioritize his own interests over the child. As the tea water continues to boil, the sudden tension makes the weight of this new responsibility feel very real. He pushes even further, suggesting that a busy man like him might just lose interest and drop the whole matter halfway through. The deity just keeps his focus on the brewing tea, waiting for the right moment to actually enjoy a cup. Taking a sip, Ithril winces at how bitter the drink turned out but remains completely unfazed by the earlier threats. He knows exactly what kind of heart our boy has, forcing the merchant to admit that his little test did not work at all. With the kid sticking close to his side, he realizes they still have not settled on what to call her. Ithril, currently serving as a perch for a very comfortable cat, explains that the naming rights are entirely up to her new guardian. Suddenly, the calm of the divine realm is shattered by a frustrated scream coming from the world below. Someone is clearly at their limit and making sure everyone knows it. Back in the workshop, Baronia is hitting a total wall with her latest project and starting to panic. She is convinced that at this rate, her masterpiece is never going to see the light of day. A chaotic workshop scene unfolds as workers hammer away, and a panicked woman shakes with frustration. Our boy and his confused cat watch the busy scene from above. Baronia rips back a curtain to show off a stash of failed prototypes. She is clearly hitting a wall, and is not afraid to let everyone know about her struggles. Grabbing a cracked piece of wood, she wonders where it all went wrong. Grandpa just watches the meltdown, thinking she is being a bit too hard on herself for a first attempt. Grandpa offers to show her a few tricks, but she hesitates. She does not want to rely on a stranger help when she is trying to prove herself. She clenches her fist, terrified that asking for help will just prove the doubters right. Grandpa reassures her that even masters had teachers once. He keeps it real and tells her there is no shame in the learning process. It is clear she has dealt with some gatekeeping in the past. The tension finally breaks as she decides to trust his expertise. She gives him a nod and a small smile, ready to get back to work. She immediately pivots to asking for a bulk discount because her workshop is broke. Grandpa does not even blink and tells her it is fine, letting her finally breathe a sigh of relief. Baronia is ready to get to work and asks exactly how much lumber he needs for the job. Our boy tells her not to worry about the amount, because he has got more than enough to go around. He drops a mountain of high-quality wood that leaves her completely stunned. While she celebrates in the background, he figures he might as well sell the leftover stock to the merchant guild. Back at the office, Addie gives him a formal thank you for the delivery. Calf explains the plan to drip-feed the lumber into the market slowly, but our MC is a bit confused by the strategy. Calf breaks down the economics, explaining that dumping rare materials all at once would just tank the market price. Addie adds that it would bankrupt every other merchant in town even if the values eventually recovered. The guild is not about to let local businesses go under just for a quick payout. Keeping the economy stable is a major part of their job description. Their role is to carefully manage how much product hits the streets to keep everything running smoothly. Even if it means their own profits take a hit, they are playing the long game. Everything starts to click for him as he processes the guild's logic. He realizes he needs to show some respect to the people who take their business this seriously. Addie mentions that the rules are different if they find something entirely new that has never been traded before. Our boy casually mentions he has something else to show them. Addie and Calf are caught off guard, their faces twisting in shock at the sudden announcement. Grandpa explains he snagged the item from the dungeon way before the recent chaos began. The news hits the staff like a truck, leaving everyone in the office completely floored by his timing. We start things off at the office where Calf is losing his mind with a massive shout while Addie stands there in total disbelief. Below that, our boy gives Luch a gentle head pat as she looks up at him with pure curiosity. Addie is practically shaking as she asks if there are really undiscovered resources in the wood dungeon. Our MC just gives her a calm look and tells her she heard him right. To get things moving, Grandpa produces a list of specific tools he needs for his demonstration. Addie looks it over and realizes they can find all of it right in the guild warehouse. Calf and Luch are pumped to help out, heading off to start the search while our boy watches with a satisfied grin. A moment later, they arrive at the entrance to the massive storage area. The squad gets to work digging through the shelves, eventually uncovering a special bowl from the Far East. Once they gather everything, Addie is still confused about what he plans to do with a bunch of random supplies. Suddenly, our boy is in full chef mode, flipping a pancake high into the air with perfect precision. The rest of the crew just stands there with their jaws on the floor, wondering what this has to do with dungeon loot. Addie asks what the deal is with the pancake, so Grandpa pulls out a jar and asks if they recognize the contents. He starts pouring a thick, golden liquid out while Calf wonders if it is just colored water. Golden syrup flows down in a perfect drizzle, coating a stack of fluffy pancakes. Luch watches the sweet transformation with stars in her eyes, completely mesmerized by the sight. Addie asks if the syrup is honey, while Calf is lost in the aroma. Luch is already digging in and calling it tasty. Calf cannot believe this is the same sap they used to throw away. Addie is practically glowing with excitement over the results. She thinks using discarded sap is a total game changer for the market. Luch is already asking for seconds while a cat chills on her head. Grandpa tells her he has a huge stash of the stuff ready to go back at the inn. Calf mentions that sweets are usually a luxury, so this will be a hit with everyone. The moment brings back memories for our boy, who remembers things being similar when he was a kid. Addie shifts focus and asks about the second product he mentioned. Grandpa just gives a mysterious look and tells her she is already looking at it. The group is confused until Grandpa reveals that the plate is the real prize. Addie holds it up, noticing some high-level finishing touches she has never seen before. Calf explains that the plate was just a sample collecting dust in the back of the warehouse. It was originally brought back by a guildmaster from a voyage several generations ago. Addie is shocked to learn how old the piece actually is. Calf points out that it was transported from across the world and still does not have a single scratch on it. Our girl Addie is checking out the bowl and she is seriously impressed. It is solid as a rock, but you can still see all that high-quality wood grain shining through. Our MC explains the secret sauce is actually sap from a different tree. Back in his home country, they call this stuff lacquer, and it is a total game changer. The news hits them like a freight train. Addie basically begs to learn the secret technique, and our boy happily promises to teach them everything he knows. Back at the grind, Luch is already asking for seconds while Grandpa drops some wisdom. He explains that the undercoat is actually the most important part for a perfect lacquer finish. Plans are already in motion to head back to the labyrinth for more samples. Calf is incredibly grateful for the help and wonders what the rest of the day has in store. Time to wrap things up for the evening. They trade friendly goodbyes and agree to link up again tomorrow morning to keep the momentum going. While strolling through the city, Luch spots a familiar face out with his family. The commander's daughter is instantly locked in on the white cat, and she is clearly a fan. Turns out the big man Gords is finally taking a day off. He introduces his wife and daughter to the squad, while everyone enjoys the chance meeting. Gords makes the official introductions, letting his family know that our boy is the legendary merchant he mentioned before. Nina keeps it classy with a proper greeting while her mom is already gushing over how bright Luch is. The commander's wife asks if Luch is actually his granddaughter, and Grandpa explains they are basically family. They all share a wholesome laugh as the vibe stays perfectly light. Cut to the woodlands north of Foss. A peaceful forest landscape is suddenly interrupted by the sound of someone sprinting through the brush. Some thugs are out here causing trouble for the local wildlife. The leader snatches a tiny bee creature out of the air and tells the little guy to stop being such a pest. This bald dude claims he is not going to eat the bug, but his crew is already eyeing their real objective. They are after a massive stockpile of rare sap that the bees have hidden away. The little guide leads them straight to the honey hole. The thugs follow the trail right to a massive tree, thinking they have just hit the ultimate jackpot. Once they reach the hive, the leader turns ruthless and yanks the poor bee by its wings. He decides they can take it from here and orders Dinan to finish the little guy off. Just as they are about to strike, a high-speed worker bee zips in for a counterattack. The thugs are totally blindsided by a sudden smack as the forest residents fight back. The leader looks down with pure contempt before slamming his little guide into the dirt. Just then, a pair of boots enters the frame. Oh. The poor bee is trembling in terror while the crew is already hard at work harvesting the goods. Suddenly, a voice from behind asks what they are up to. Our boy steps onto the scene to drop some knowledge. He asks if they did not hear the guild's rules about destroying nests and stealing honey. The leader turns around with a wide grin and immediately recognizes the newcomer. Well, isn't it the old man from that time? Grandpa has zero memory of this dude. He asks if they have met before while staying focused on their illegal activity. Luch watches the exchange with a puzzled look as the leader just laughs it off. It can't be helped, old man. This guy claims Grandpa is past his prime and explains he just has a new haircut. Grandpa is still not buying the reunion and wants answers. The thug reminds him they were together in the wood dungeon. A light bulb finally goes off in Grandpa's head. He remembers exactly who he is dealing with. The bald guy laughs and says they are just out here gathering honey now. Grandpa isn't buying the honey story for a single second. He stares the group down and asks if they really think it's okay to be out here bothering the local wildlife. The bald leader thinks the old man has finally lost it and starts laughing like a total maniac. He finds it hilarious that anyone would actually care about the feelings of a bunch of insects. This dude starts manhandling the poor bee sprite while claiming they are just brainless bugs with no intelligence. Big mistake because Grandpa's intense gaze says he is about to end this man's whole career. Instant karma hits hard when the ground suddenly turns into a liquid sinkhole right under the leader's feet. He's stuck in the mud and completely blindsided by the sudden shift in terrain. The whole squad is fuming as they realize their boss just got clapped. Dinan starts barking threats while the leader desperately tries to tell the old man to wait up. Our boy remains completely unfazed and tells Luce to take a few steps back for her safety. He promises her that this whole mess is going to be settled very quickly. The mage girl has seen enough talk and decides to go nuclear. She points her staff and lets a massive fireball rip, aiming to turn our MC into a charcoal briquette. A massive explosion rocks the area, but Grandpa is already 10 steps ahead. He scoops up the trembling bee sprite and dashes through the smoke, while the Mohawk guy attempts a useless follow-up attack. The thugs are annoyed that their easy target just got intercepted by a magic shield. One of them snarls that the old man actually has the guts to resist their group. Grandpa does not even flinch at the threat. He calmly points out that their actions are actually worse than an insect's, and the bees are far more reasonable than they are. The bald leader loses his mind, screaming about why a human would ever take the side of a bunch of bugs. Grandpa just looks at the little sprite and says these bees are the ones who actually act human. The forest itself seems to turn against the group as they are suddenly caught in a massive entanglement of vines. Their leader tries to bark about legal trouble, but he is currently stuck like a fly in a web. While the bee sprites celebrate their safety, Grandpa drops some heavy wisdom on his captives. He explains that being human is not about your race, but about how you treat those who are weaker than you. He continues that things like intelligence and power are meaningless without that basic sense of kindness. The leader mocks him for being a senile old man, right before he is hit with a very physical dose of reality. Grandpa just sighs at how ridiculous the situation has become. The group tries to scramble away through the trees, but the leader accidentally runs straight into a brick wall of a person. It is game over as they realize they just ran into gold. The guildmaster towers over them with a terrifying aura, ready to hear exactly what Locke and his goons have to say for themselves. Gold is absolutely losing it on these thugs, letting them know there is no way they are getting off easy after what they did. Locke can only sit there and sweat while a heavy cloud of doom hangs over his head. Gold calms down enough to thank Grandpa for the tip, admitting it is a huge embarrassment since these idiots are actually from his own guild branch. Our boy just offers a humble apology for dragging the guildmaster out here personally. Turning back to the criminals with a cold stare, Gold shuts down any hope of them talking their way out of this. The thugs are shaking in their boots, realizing the lies they prepared will not save them now. As Gold handles the cleanup, Grandpa's mind wanders back to a secret he has been carrying. Luch stares off into the distance, completely unaware that her guardian is thinking about the reveal that happened just a few days ago. A few days earlier, Ithril dropped a bombshell by revealing Luch's true form to a shocked Grandpa. This is definitely not just some regular kid. The truth is revealed as a status screen pops up for a level 2 bright slime with a special skill called Idler. This little blob just jiggles around innocently, but it holds divine protection from the chief god himself. Ithril notices Grandpa's sharp intuition and confirms the girl's insane power level. Our MC cannot help but be impressed after seeing the appraisal results for such an outrageous skill. Ithril explains that she can nullify any skill or magic thrown her way and then absorb that energy as her own. Because of this dangerous potential, he officially asks Grandpa to step up as her godparent, while the little slime just lets out a sleepy yawn. Grandpa worries this job might be too much for him, but Ithril insists he is the only one who can protect her from greedy hands. The goddess mentions that the little slime chose him specifically, and she turns a deep shade of pink at the mention of her new guardian. Our boy accepts the mission and starts racking his brain for a name that fits his new little blob. Back in the present, Gold snaps him out of his trance and asks if he is finally going senile. Gold heads off to handle the paperwork while dragging the entire squad of thugs behind him. The criminals are screaming for mercy, but the guildmaster is not listening. Gold gives a quick thumbs up as he heads out. Grandpa turns to the little bee sprite and says it is time to head home. He fires off a mass heal and a float spell, letting the little guys drift through the air. They start making their way through the woods as a giant glowing parade. They follow the swarm to a massive hollow tree and find the bee queen waiting for them inside her regal chamber. Luch is floored by the sight of their new royal friend. The bee queen is stunned by the arrival of humans in her grove. The sprites question why they are there, but she quickly realizes these are the ones who rescued her workers. She admits finding a human worth talking to is a rare occurrence. Our boy takes the compliment in stride as they reach a mutual understanding. The queen officially thanks him for looking out for her people. She asks for his name, shifting the vibe from tense to respectful. He introduces himself as Saitoru and mentions he is just there for business. The queen immediately orders her swarm to bring out the rewards, and the little sprite gives a sharp salute. They present a haul of treasures as a sign of gratitude. These rings are not just for show, they are proofs of trust from the hive. Grandpa discovers the rings grant protection against bug-type monsters while Luch stays focused on the shiny jewelry. The queen's attention shifts, sensing something unique about the child. The queen asks for the girl's name. Luch starts sweating under the intense royal gaze as the pressure starts to build. Grandpa explains he is about to name the girl and invites the queen to be a witness. Luce lets out a confused sound as a blinding flash of light suddenly fills the chamber. Blinding light fills the grove as a majestic figure with long, flowing hair descends from the sky. The bee queen and Grandpa watch in silence while little Luch stares up in pure wonder. The deity touches down and gathers the girl in his arms, relieved he made it just in time for the big moment. Grandpa tries to keep things casual, but Ithril insists that naming a child is a serious milestone that deserves proper attention. With the bee queen standing as a witness, Ithril gently places a crown of white flowers on the girl's head. The air grows still as Grandpa prepares to reveal the name that will change her life forever. He officially gives her the name Luce, and the little girl beams with a smile so bright her face fills the frame. She glows with happiness now that she finally has a name of her own. The deity gives his seal of approval while Luch Hei hops around in excitement, vibing with her new identity. Even the Bee Queen and her sprites join in on the celebration, making the grove feel like a giant party. Luch is all smiles as she thanks Grandpa, and Ithril admits he is glad they trusted Saitaru with such an important task. The wholesome atmosphere is shattered when a panicked voice screams for our boy from the distance. The group whips around to find the elf girl sprinting toward them, looking exhausted and terrified. She begs them to return to the city immediately, reporting that something disastrous has just gone down in town, setting the scene at the Foss Garrison training field where the vibe is definitely not business as usual. Chaos erupts as soldiers scramble through the courtyard, shouting for the commander and a doctor. The noise is so intense it even startles the local cat while everyone searches for help. Gorge is at full volume, ordering his men to fetch any mages from the city who can use healing magic. The search party manages to round up a few mages, but they admit this is the entire list of available healers. Jilk can only look on in silence, his mind clearly focused on Nina. A door creaks open as help finally arrives, but the sight inside is heartbreaking. Nina is in a bad way, curled up and crying while her condition continues to spiral. Her mother tries to comfort her as the poor girl keeps apologizing to her father between sobs. Gordes is practically shaking with rage, demanding to know where Jilk was and how any of this happened. Gordes demands answers as the panic in the room reaches a breaking point. The healers can only stammer out the truth, admitting that their healing magic is having zero effect. One of the mages explains the grim reality, noting that the wound was likely caused by a cursed magic tool. This revelation leaves the group stunned, as it means standard healing will not do a thing. Nina's mother holds her close while she cries, but Jilk is already piecing the situation together. He realizes she was messing with a cursed tool from the armory and wants to know exactly who gave the order. A suspicious smirk spreads across Jilk's face as he decides it is time to throw his companion under the bus. He singles out Gold and tells the commander that he was the one who actually put the girl up to it. Gold is completely blindsided by the sudden betrayal, but Jilk is already doubling down on his act. He pretends to take some blame for not stopping it, explaining that they thought a quick touch of the tool would be perfectly fine. Unable to find his words, Gold can only stammer out an apology while sweating buckets. Jilk is not interested in the blame game, though, and he turns away while stating that finding someone to fault will not save the girl. Gordes finally hits his breaking point and lets out a scream of pure despair as the reality of the injury sets in. The news from the healers is a total nightmare, as they admit that standard magic is useless and only legendary resurrection magic can save her now. The healers explain that the talent for resurrection is incredibly rare, with maybe only one user existing in the entire royal capital. Jilk realizes the situation is looking grim, as there is almost nobody in the region with that level of power. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps echoes through the hall as someone rushes toward the distressed group. The elf girl bursts into the room out of breath, asking if she made it in time while the guys recognize her from their encounter in the woods. Accepting the dark reality, Jilk is already starting to give up on saving the girl's hand, but the elf girl is not ready to quit yet, and she immediately steps up to ask for the full details on the injury. Jilk is on edge, demanding to know exactly who the elf girl managed to find. In the back, the situation with Nina is still looking pretty grim. The elf girl is absolutely hyped, clenching her fist and promising a cure is on the way. The guys are already jumping to conclusions, wondering if they are about to meet a legendary kingdom archmage. Jilk wants a name, but the elf girl is confused why they even have to ask. Right then, the door creaks open with a voice already complaining about the noise level. Our boy Grandpa casually strolls in like he owns the place. He just looks around at the chaos and notes that there is always an uproar whenever he is around. Luch is having a blast running circles around him while everyone else stares in disbelief. Jilk steps up, sweating buckets as he asks if this old man is actually a high-ranking mage. Grandpa just gives them a look and admits he is nothing but a simple traveling peddler. He even asks them if he really looks like some elite magic user. Gordes does not care about a resume right now and lets out a desperate scream for help. He just needs someone, anyone, to do something for his daughter. Looking at the poor girl's injury, Grandpa's expression softens with pity. He tells her not to worry because he is going to heal her up right this second. Gordes and Gold are sweating buckets, wondering if this old man really has the power to fix an injury that elite healers already gave up on. He's asking if it's actually possible to heal her right now. Saitaru wastes no time, pointing his wand and dropping legendary resurrection magic right in front of everyone. A holy glow surrounds Nina's hand, and she suddenly realizes the agonizing pain has vanished into thin air. She can only let out a confused gasp as the impossible healing happens right before her eyes. Nina stares at her glowing hand in disbelief, realizing the agonizing pain has vanished into thin air. Back in the frame, Gold is losing it, bawling like a baby because he is so moved by the miracle. A wave of relief washes over Gordes as he calls out his daughter's name, finally able to breathe again. The witnesses are losing their minds, unable to believe a simple traveling peddler just pulled off high-level magic right in front of them. Gold is so overcome with emotion that he tackles the old man in a bear hug while bawling his eyes out. Our MC just sighs, telling him he is being way too dramatic as usual. The squad finally bursts in screaming for Nina, but they are way behind the curve. The city's head healer is stunned into silence by the impossible recovery while the others try to keep the new arrivals quiet. Everyone is losing it with relief seeing the girl is actually okay, and her mom can finally stop holding her breath. Our grandpa admitting he heard rumors about an injury at the training grounds but never expected the victim to be a small kid. Gold is so hyped he practically tackles the old man into a celebratory hug. Grandpa just sighs, telling him to calm down because he's being way too dramatic. Another knight comes rushing into the room at full speed to check on the girl. Gords and his wife decide it is finally time to find our MC and thank him properly. They search through the crowd for the man they know as Asao. The local crowd is completely mobbing Satoru, begging for magic tips or wanting to be his student. Our boy just tries to keep it low-key, insisting he is nothing more than a simple merchant. People are already whispering about how his support magic skills are on a whole different level. Satoru just catches the gossip and keeps his thoughts to himself. Gords finally makes his way through the fans so Nina can see her savior again. He tells the crowd to move aside so his daughter can give her thanks personally. It is a total wholesome overload as Nina and Luce reunite with a massive hug. The vibe is so sweet that even the tough guys in the crowd are caught up in the moment. Nina is absolutely beaming as she thanks Grandpa Asao for the miracle he worked on her. She is officially convinced that magic is the coolest thing ever. The city garrison is so impressed that they basically offer to be Luch's personal security team. They tell her to give them a shout if anyone ever messes with her. Gordes asks what the plan is for the rest of the day. Satoru mentions he has an appointment at a client's workshop, and we get a glimpse of the building where he is headed next. Our boy Asao finally hits up the workshop. Lonia is hyped, showing off a plate Addy had and asking if he really knows the secret technique to make it. He explains the secret is lacquer, which is basically refined sap from the wood dungeon. He suggests testing it on a tea caddy first. Using magic to heat things up would speed up the process. Lonia realizes her own magic aptitude is low, so she decides to scout for someone better at everyday spells. She admits she is totally fine with asking for help now. After learning from Asao, she realizes relying on experts is a total pro move. Our MC just gives a proud smile. Luch is in the back losing it with excitement because the vibes are immaculate. Lonia finally asks why he even showed up. He casually mentions he wanted to try out a hand plane and asks where she gets her tools. He offers to pay a referral fee, but she is not having it. She insists it is on the house since he is always looking out for her. He hits her with the classic reminder that nothing in life is free. He jokes that Addy would probably lose it if she found out he was taking free favors. Lonia laughs it off and suggests paying the referral fee with lacquer instead. Luch looks completely lost, but Satoru just rolls with the vibes and gives a knowing smile. Just as things settle down, Addy shows up at the door with a delivery of fresh food. Lucha's eyes light up immediately, and she starts drooling over the box of donuts. Suddenly, a loud crack echoes through the room as something hits the table. A simple stone rolls across the floor, leaving a broken wooden horse creaking in its wake. Lonia's temper flares instantly, realizing those punks are back to their old tricks. She cannot believe they are still throwing stones at her workshop. She rushes to the door to catch them, but the street is already empty. While she fumes over their escape, Satoru takes a moment to think about the situation. Elsewhere at the training grounds, things are getting a bit out of hand. A soldier hits the dirt hard, surrendering as he realizes he is completely outclassed. Our girl Luch is the one handing out the beatdown, landing a clean flying kick that leaves the crowd speechless. Nobody can believe a child has this kind of speed and power. She continues to clear the field while everyone watching just tries to process the spectacle. Satoru stays relaxed, casually playing a game of Go as if his ward isn't currently demolishing a squad of soldiers. Bro has to dodge for his life as a massive shadow blast craters the ground. The soldiers are out here causing chaos during their training session. One soldier is apologizing for the mess while the guys explain they are just testing out some new support magic. Some of these recruits are definitely not built for this and are straight up running away. The training squad heads out promising to do better next time, but the atmosphere at the table is much more chill. A stone taps against the board as the conversation shifts to something serious. Our MC takes a calm sip of his coffee while dropping some high-tier advice. He reminds Gold that taking things slow is the best way to win before the other guy even sees it coming. Jolk brings up the plan to increase patrols around the workshop area. He wonders if sending the old man in solo would actually be a better move than sending the whole team. Gold admits that the old man is becoming a local legend, but he knows there's a deeper reason for relying on the crew. He keeps his focus on the game and slams down another piece. Seeing the old man packing up, Gold asks where the next destination is on the map. Grandpa just holds up a finger and tells him he needs one small favor before they head out. Grandpa is back in the kitchen putting his legendary culinary skills to work. He demonstrates the art of slicing and deep frying to a pair of stunned kids, turning basic potatoes into a plate of golden chips. The kids are loving the new snack, munching away while the delicious smell fills the room. Our boy wipes away some sweat, pleased that his latest recipe is such a hit. Addie and Calf arrive with a fresh delivery, curious about this new deep frying technique. Grandpa looks at the mountain of potatoes they brought and wonders if they overdid it just a little. The smell of fresh chips is acting like a beacon, drawing more hungry kids into the kitchen. They come running down the hall, desperate to find the source of that scent. Our MC greets the energetic new arrivals but immediately lays down the law. He tells them they can join the fun, but only after they hit the water well and get their hands clean. The little ones are confused why a snack break requires a trip to the sink. Grandpa patiently explains that dirty hands lead to stomach aches, teaching them a quick lesson in hygiene. A warm smile for Luce, acknowledging her quick understanding. The kids are practically vibrating with excitement, eager to learn his secret cooking methods. Things are getting loud as the kids celebrate the feast. Grandpa tries to keep the peace while serving up more chips, assuring everyone there is plenty for the whole group. The kids are losing their minds over the new snacks. One crunch and they're hooked, calling the chips delicious while they stuff their faces. They can't believe these thin, crispy things are actually potatoes. It's a completely different vibe from the donuts they're used to, even though both are deep fried. Luce proudly calls the masterpiece potato chips, giving all the credit to our boy. Back in the kitchen, the cooking never stops as Grandpa smiles, happy to see the local kids enjoying his legendary recipes. Later that day, the girls take their play outside under the big tree. They're using wood slices and leaves to mimic the cooking process, their laughter filling the air. Luce holds up a leaf, comparing its thinness to the chips they just ate. Her friend agrees, still impressed by how thin the old man was able to slice those potatoes. The kids turn the cooking lesson into a game, explaining how a special woodworking tool was the secret to the perfect slice. They imagine the leaves hitting hot oil, perfectly recreating Grandpa's kitchen magic in the middle of the woods. The conversation turns to the mysterious old man and how he seems to know everything. Luce explains that it's all because he's a world traveler, jumping from town to town with a bag full of secrets. The other kids wonder if life on the road is just as lonely for Luce. They ask if she ever misses having a permanent home, but she seems more focused on her donuts than any deep thoughts. Luce is already planning their next food world tour, convinced that everyone needs a taste of their snacks. She realizes that if Grandpa had not moved around, she never would have met all these cool people. The kids are fully immersed in their pretend snack shop until they hear the call for dinner from the house. One of the Foz kids gives a quick nod to their game, but real food is calling their name. Our boy is suited up in his full chef gear and ready to serve the main course. The local crew sprints toward the table with zero hesitation when they see the fresh chips waiting. Addie makes sure the kids do not skip the hygiene check, reminding everyone that clean hands are a requirement for the feast. They scramble over to the well to scrub up before things get messy. Water splashes everywhere as the children wash up and gossip about where the group is headed next. Luce makes it clear she is sticking with Grandpa no matter where the road goes. The snack party is officially popping off as the kids lose their minds over how delicious the fresh chips are. Grandpa plays the role of the worried parent, reminding everyone to chew properly and try everything on the table. Seeing the lively scene puts a genuine smile on the old man's face. He takes a moment to soak in the vibes before shifting his focus back to the task at hand. Work talk starts immediately once the food is served. Addie reveals a highly detailed roadmap they put together just like he asked, preparing the team for their next journey. Addie points out that a map of this scale is usually a total nightmare to move around. Grandpa just flashes a grin, reminding her that his cheat code inventory makes bulky items a non-issue. They huddle over the table as Grandpa admits he is still playing it by ear for their next destination. Addie traces the main roads, showing him the paths leading toward the scenic Lake Alican, or the coastal vibes of Lycas. Seeing Luce look confused, Grandpa realizes the little girl has never actually seen a lake or an ocean. She tilts her head, trying to wrap her mind around what these new travel words even mean. She pops her head over the edge of the table, focusing on her snacks while she waits for a better explanation. Grandpa breaks it down in the simplest terms, explaining the difference between fresh lake water and the salty edge of the sea. Luce is officially enlightened, her eyes sparkling as she imagines the scale of it all. The little slime girl is officially hyped and demands to see the biggest body of water they can find. Addie thinks it is a solid plan, and Grandpa promises to add the coast to their travel itinerary. Addie points out that the lake is a straight shot north while the sea requires a long trek to the southeast. She adds a little professional advice, noting that both spots are prime locations for finding rare items. While the adults talk logistics, the kids get distracted by their snacks and find a potato chip that looks just like a duck. Addie suggests a route that hits the lake on the way to the coast to save on both time and resources. Addie offers to write a recommendation letter to the guildmaster in Lake Alican to smooth the way for their next move. Grandpa is all smiles, thanking her for the hookup as they finalize the logistics. Now they are brainstorming inventory for the new spot. Calf suggests starting with his high-quality tea and coffee, while the others explain the simple registration process for setting up a mobile stall. As the sun begins to set over the city, the mood stays light and productive. Grandpa jokes that Luce will be his secret weapon, using her peak cuteness to draw in every customer on the street. Inside, the energy finally settles as the kids are completely knocked out from a long day of playing. A little boy clears the table while the adults chat about how much the little ones loved hanging out with Luce. Calf notes how popular the little slime girl has become with all the local kids. Across the room, it is time for Nina to head home, and Grandpa is just glad to see everyone getting along so well. The guests say their goodbyes as they head out into the evening air. Back on the cushions, the remaining kids are still in a deep food coma, dreaming of nothing but more potato chips. With the house finally quiet, Grandpa decides it is time for a proper debrief on their next destination. He settles in and asks the group to fill him in on what Lake Alican is actually like. Addie paints a picture of a bustling hub where people and goods flow freely across the massive lake. She mentions the unique wildlife found nowhere else, certain that Luce would have the time of her life exploring there. Calf drops the lore about the unique fish that can only be found in Alican. Grandpa is sold on the idea immediately, even if Addie is just confused by the sudden fishing pivot. Our boy is already off in dreamland, imagining massive catches and legendary fishing trips with the squad. Calf and Addie can only watch as he zones out into a full-blown fishing montage. The conversation shifts to the elf girl from earlier. Chloe. Grandpa remembers her mentioning a stop at a lake on her way back home. Addie points out the route on a map, confirming Chloe likely headed straight for Lake Alican. She asks if their own travel bags are packed and ready to roll. Grandpa is basically set to go. He just has one last task on the checklist, which involves hitting up the local chapel for a little divine favor. The group winds down for the night, finishing up their plans as the moon rises over the city. A quiet evening passes as everyone gets some much-needed rest. Morning hits and Luce is already a ball of energy, jumping out of bed and ready to tackle the day. Grandpa keeps it chill, making sure she actually eats some breakfast before they head out. They stop by the chapel to drop off a donation of handcrafted chairs before saying their final goodbyes. Then it is officially time to hit the road and head toward the mountains. Satoru officially drops off a set of handcrafted chairs as a donation to the local chapel. The priest is thrilled to have quality gear for his congregation, especially since it was crafted by a top-tier artisan. Ithril just smiles, knowing these seats are about to be the most popular spot in the building. They stand before a towering goddess statue to offer up a quick prayer for the road ahead. The priest suggests asking for safe travels and a little extra profit, bragging that he is actually pretty good at his job. Our boy is not really here for the generic blessings, though. Satoru admits that he is not here to pray, but rather to ask for a professional consultation. Ithril notices right away that the old man is not looking for a personal favor. Little Luce just watches the legends talk, looking adorable in her travel gear. Ithril is all ears, wondering what kind of problem requires a god's input. He asks if this has something to do with the city, or if there is a bigger issue brewing. The deity is clearly intrigued by whatever favor Satoru has on his mind. Ithril is ready to agree to anything Satoru asks before he even hears the full story. Grandpa has to tell him to hold his horses and listen to the details first. They keep moving through the quiet halls, keeping the conversation private between allies. Satoru is grateful for the blind trust, but he prefers to do things by the book. Ithril is not worried at all, knowing the legendary merchant always has a good reason for his actions. In the background, the cat and Luce are just vibing while the adults handle business. The conversation finally turns to the mysterious white cat that has been tailing them everywhere. Satoru asks if the feline is one of Ithril's familiars, and the deity confirms he has been caught. Everything about their fluffy stalker finally makes sense. Ithril explains that he has been using the cat as a mobile camera to keep an eye on Satoru this whole time. Grandpa is curious about how divine surveillance tech even works, but Ithril keeps his secrets. Meanwhile, Luce is having the time of her life playing with their little spy. Luce is having a blast playing with the little white spy while the adults finish up their talk. Seeing them wrap things up, she asks if they are finally ready to hit the road. The group officially leaves the chapel behind and heads back into the busy city streets. Their little feline shadow keeps pace right behind them. Satoru offers his thanks for the divine assist. Ithril just smiles, impressed that the old man never misses the small details even in the middle of a crisis. Ithril mentions that his familiars are glad to be of service. It turns out the cat has taken a real liking to Satoru, and the feeling seems mutual. Ithril offers up more divine tech support, noting how smart his familiars are. He asks if there was anything else Satoru needed to consult about while they are at it. Ithril gives a friendly reminder that he is in fact the god of this world. Satoru chuckles, admitting that the deity saw right through him and there is one last thing he needs help with. Luce is out here rocking the cat on her head like a fuzzy accessory. With that settled, the group shifts gears to go handle Satoru's final request. Cut to the woods on a quiet sunny afternoon. Satoru leads the way through the trees, searching for the exact spot he has in mind. Luce is vibing in the peaceful woods, feeling like the city rampage was just a bad dream. Suddenly, A brawl breaks out between two young mages, with the blonde one pinning his rival and demanding to know why he was not called first. Satoru and the elf girl watch the chaos unfold while Luce just looks on with a confused expression. The blonde boy is absolutely fuming, claiming that being a support mage is just a minor role that nobody respects. He throws a punch, telling the other guy not to get conceited just because he did something slightly big. The dark-haired mage can only grit his teeth as he tries to defend his position from the ground. Satoru is not about to let this fight get out of hand, so he uses his magic to instantly bind the blonde boy's arm. The kid is caught completely off guard, yelling out in confusion as the invisible pressure tightens around his wrist. With a calm look, the old man reminds him that even minor roles can do a lot, if they are used right. Everything goes quiet for a moment as the camera pans across the peaceful mountains. Satoru explains that having a high aptitude for magic is not actually the most important factor in a fight. He tells the boys that success is really about knowing exactly how to use what you have at the right time. The group eventually settles down in a clearing to talk things out over a quick break. It turns out the blonde boy is actually more talented than his rival, but he has been slacking off and skipping practice because he hates his support role. Luce and the elf girl keep their distance while the boys sulk under the old man's lecture. Grandpa asks if the two of them have some kind of history together. The dark-haired mage just looks away, muttering that someone with an aptitude for attack magic would never understand his struggle. Meanwhile, the blonde boy continues to sulk, clearly not over the humiliation of being restrained. Satoru takes a sip of his tea, noting that the blonde boy's frustration is actually similar to the other's anger. Looking at them from behind, he sees two kids who are trapped by their own expectations. The dark-haired mage dismisses the idea, claiming it does not mean anything in the long run. The old man stays cool, watching the steam rise from his cup as he drops more wisdom on them. He insists that the type of magic a person is born with does not define their worth. It is not about who can use what, but how they choose to apply themselves to the task. Satoru wraps up his lecture by asking the boys if they finally understand his point. Just as things get quiet, a mysterious footstep nearby has one of the trainees looking around in confusion. Gold makes his entrance by leaning against a tree, jokingly asking if he just interrupted a private lesson. Grandpa flips the question back on the guildmaster, who answers with his trademark straightforward logic. It is a classic move that our boy Satoru finds totally expected. Gold fixes the mages with a blunt look, asking them if his take on the situation is somehow wrong. Moving through the glowing woods at dusk, the old man wonders why a heavy hitter like Gold is even interested in these rookies. Turns out the man was just doing a quick favor for Jilk. Gold takes one look at the dark-haired mage and decides he must be Satoru's newest disciple. The boy barely manages to play along while Grandpa just goes with the flow to keep things simple. The group continues their stroll under the stars, trading witty remarks about who is being the most good-natured tonight. Our MC just rolls with it as they finish up their night in the forest. The next morning, the duo stops by the local workshop to see if Lonia is around. The artisan seems completely stunned to see them so early, looking like she just saw a miracle. Lonia admits she was sweating bullets over making a prototype for the temple. "I managed to do it well," she says with a sigh of relief. She explains that the temple was a vital shelter during the disaster, making her extra determined to create something durable. She looks at Satoru with a blush, thanking him for all his help. Our boy gives her a kind smile. "You just need to make them well, Lonia-san," he says encouragingly. Lonia finishes the tea caddy project using our MC's specialized method. She even made some extras for the road while the sun sets over the city. Satoru is ready to head out, but a voice from behind catches everyone by surprise. Someone has finally tracked them down before they can make their exit. A massive crowd of locals and guild members pulls up, led by Gold waving a hand. They all wanted to send him off and had been looking everywhere for him. Satoru gets bashful seeing everyone gather like this. He is touched by the gesture, especially as the locals warn him to take it easy given his age. Addie asks Satoru to visit again as Nina comes running through the crowd. Luce is happy to see her, but things get emotional when the little girl starts crying. Overlooking the city of Foss, the farewell committee is out in full force. Commander Gords offers his full backing, while the kids make a pinky promise to hang out again over some snacks. Nina steps up with a big smile, telling Luce not to cry and promising they will meet again soon. The little slime girl just gives a quiet nod as she tries to keep it together. Even the tough guys are getting emotional. Jilk keeps it cool with a polite farewell, but Gold is out here literally sobbing like a child, while Grandpa tries to wave it off. Back on the trail, the duo gives one final shout of thanks as they officially start their journey away from the city gates. The townspeople keep shouting advice and promises as the pair gets smaller in the distance. Grandpa can't help but chuckle at how energetic the whole bunch is. Walking into the open air, the vast sky stretches out ahead of them as the city life fades into the background. A few hours into the trek, the mountains start coming into view. Grandpa checks in to see if the little one needs a break, but she insists she is ready to keep pushing forward. Grandpa catches her looking a bit down and offers to let her rest at a temple if the road is too much. She quickly shakes her head, determined to stay by his side no matter what. A heart-melting smile from Luce, she promises to stay by his side so he never has to travel alone. Stunned by her pure vibes, he thinks to himself that she is an admirable kid. Walking hand in hand through the open fields, he reflects on how kind-hearted his new companion is. Wearing a proud grin, the old man makes a promise. He tells her that at the next stop, he is going to show her something good. Trying out the peaceful life, Grandpa is dropping some pro tips, telling Luce she needs to stay chill and wait if she actually wants the fish to bite. Luce is not really here for the grind though. She is way more hyped about the surprise he promised earlier. But Grandpa is playing hard to get and tells her she has to wait until they hit the next town. A ripple in the water gets her hopes up, but she is already over the fishing life. She is ready to pack it up and sprint for that inn right now. The duo celebrates a potential catch, completely oblivious to the pair of eyes watching them from the bushes. Looks like they have some uninvited company. Grandpa's instincts start tingling, and he looks back just as our mysterious furry guest gets a good sniff of their vibes. Peekaboo, the little guy finally shows its face, leaving Grandpa confused as to why a small dog would be out here in the middle of nowhere. Luce spots the new friend and immediately enters maximum hype mode. Grandpa is just worried the poor thing might be lost and wandering alone. Stealth mode engaged. Luce tries to tiptoe in for a closer look, but the pup is already starting to panic as she closes the distance. Saitaro realizes they have been out way too long and decides it is finally time to break for lunch. While he starts rummaging through his gear, Luce is busy tiptoeing toward the rustling in the bushes where their mysterious furry stalker is hiding. The little furball catches a glimpse of the approaching slime girl and starts backing away in a total panic. It is clearly not looking for any new company right now. Noticing the fear, Luce turns on the charm and tries to be as reassuring as possible. She tells the pup that there is nothing to worry about and that she is definitely not scary. The guest finally breaks the silence, snapping back that it is absolutely not okay. It tells her to keep it down while showing its teeth in a frustrated bark. Luce's brain just hit an error, 404. She is completely floored after hearing the dog speak in perfect human language. She finally snaps out of it and screams that the dog actually talked, unable to handle the sheer weirdness of the situation. Saitaro strolls over to check out the commotion and identifies their new friend as a kobold rather than a dog. While the little guy tries to figure out who these strangers are, Luce isn't shy about introducing herself. The playful mood disappears when Luce realizes the little guy is bleeding from a nasty wound on its back. Saitaro doesn't hesitate for a second, preparing to use his legendary skills to patch the poor thing up. Saitaro doesn't waste any time dropping a legendary healing spell to patch up the little furball. The glow from his magic completely covers the kobold as its nasty wounds start to vanish. The treatment is an instant success, and the pup manages to stammer out a weak thank you. Saitaro just gives a gentle smile, relieved that the little guy is back on its feet. Peace is short-lived as the kobold suddenly remembers the life or death situation its pack is facing. A flash of realization hits as it screams that everyone else in its pack is in major trouble. No time for questions. The pup takes off into the forest with Luce and Saitaro right on its heels as they race to find the source of the commotion. As they sprint through the trees, the kobold is stunned that a human isn't terrified of a monster like him. Saitaro just keeps his pace, acting like saving a talking pup is just another Tuesday. The little guy explains that most humans are usually violent and afraid of anything that looks like a monster. Luce can only tilt her head in confusion as she tries to process the sad reality of this world. She points out that even though she is technically a monster, plenty of people in the city have treated her with nothing but kindness. Saitaro just listens while they continue their desperate dash through the woods. Deep in the forest, the silence is broken by a chorus of twisted laughter from a group of cackling goblins. They are clearly enjoying the hunt, glee practically dripping off them as they close in on their prey. The goblins think they have the upper hand until the forest itself turns against them. They are getting snagged and face-planting into the dirt as their simple hunt turns into a disaster. Back in the bushes, the elf girl watches the chaos unfold while hoping her trap actually worked. This is a major win for her, and she celebrates her success with a bright smile. She even makes sure to apologize to a local squirrel for the loud commotion. Her celebration is short-lived when she realizes the loud noise scared away all the poor horned rabbits too. The ground starts shaking as a pair of huge feet come stomping through the clearing. Reality hits her like a truck when she identifies the intruder as a giant hobgoblin. Paralyzed with fear, she watches as the monster looms over her with a creepy grin. There is no way out, and her mind starts racing as the situation goes from bad to worse. Just as the monster is about to finish her, a mysterious figure drops in with a sudden whoosh. She peeks through her fingers to find a hero looking down at her with unshakable confidence. Luce strikes a dramatic pose, declaring she won't let any goblins ruin the peace of the forest. A nasty goblin licks its lips while the pack closes in. The elf girl panics, trying to stop the kid from doing something reckless. She steps up with her makeshift wand, telling the little one to run for it while she holds the line. The pack of monsters lets out a roar as they prepare to charge. Determined to fight, she prepares for the worst, even as the situation looks grim. Just as things get dicey, a familiar voice cuts through the tension. Grandpa Saidaru casually drops in, asking if they need a hand. With a single word, he activates his magic. The entire goblin squad is sent flying into the air, instantly wrapped in glowing ropes. The giant hobgoblin is left dangling and helpless. Seidaru reminds him that pure muscle alone won't help him escape these magical binds. He taps his interface, deciding to keep things non-lethal for now. Our boy keeps his cool, reaching for his next tool as the threat is neutralized. Saitaro takes a good look at Luce before glancing up with a thoughtful hum. Our boy seems to be processing the scene. The entire goblin squad is left dangling in mid-air, completely helpless against the weightless magic. It's a total shutdown. Saitaro notes the goblins are actually apologizing for their boss while the elf girl loses it over his sudden mercy. He gives the crying monsters one last warning before letting them float away into the distance. Dropping some heavy wisdom, Saitaro tells the group there is no reason to steal lives when the forest is big enough for everyone. He is really out here playing the moral compass. As the goblins bow in respect, Saitaro admits that humans aren't exactly in a position to lecture others about territory. A moment of self-reflection for the legendary merchant. Moving on, he asks the elf girl why she was even in this part of the woods, only for her to drop the bombshell that she is lost again. Classic mistake. Everyone kicks back around a campfire to discuss the local geography. Apparently, seeing a goblin in this part of the forest used to be a rare event. The fox people explain their peaceful history of staying in their own lanes. That mutual respect lasted for ages until the hobgoblin rolled in and ruined the vibe. Saitaro hopes the big guy learned his lesson after that beatdown. He checks out some marbles and realizes they remind him of a classic game from back home. The elder bows down and thanks the squad for keeping the pack safe. To show their gratitude, they bring out a massive spread of fresh fish and fruit for everyone. Our boy is impressed by the food, but he notices one of the fox kids is starving. He decides they can't just take the meal and run. Time for a cooking lesson. Saitaro starts prepping the ingredients while the fox people help with the fire, and he makes sure to taste test as he goes. The master chef finally finishes the feast, serving up a spread of skewers and hot noodles. He tells everyone to stop waiting and just dig in together. The whole squad is absolutely vibing with the food. Luce is all smiles as she asks if the cooking is fire, while the fox kids are busy slurping down every last drop. The elder is genuinely moved by the gesture and offers another deep thank you. Saitaro just gives a wholesome smile, glad he could help the pack. Feeling a bit guilty, the elder notes that this was supposed to be a gift for him, not the other way around. He honestly doesn't know how they can ever pay him back for this. Our boy Saitaro asks if they can split some of those marbles with Luce, and the elder is ready to make it happen right now. While Saitaro enjoys the feast, the elf girl starts acting suspicious about her travel plans. Luce comes sprinting in with more food, making sure everyone is properly fed. Turns out the elf girl got lost and was heading the wrong way, so she decides to tag along to the next town. Saitaro can only give her the oh dear treatment. The elder shows off the haul, and these are not just normal marbles. They are sparkling gems that look like they could be worth some serious bank. The squad is floored by how pretty the stones are. Our boy locks in for a closer look, realizing these might be the key to something big. A proud little fox kid reveals he was the one who found the gems by digging them up. The elf girl gives him his flowers while the rest of the pack goes back for seconds. Saitaro gets serious and tells them that if they have more of these stones, their housing problems are finally solved. He suggests using the gems to trade for food. The elder starts doing the math and realizes this deal would be a major game changer for the village. The elder tries to math out the fish trade, but he is floored when Saitaro explains that just one stone is worth a whole feast. They decide to break the gems down into smaller pieces so the pack can slowly trade for supplies without drawing too much attention. Our boy keeps it real, admitting that setting up a legit trade deal isn't going to happen overnight. He offers to trade his own food supplies for now, leaving the elder completely stunned by the generosity. Knowing the pups won't have to starve anymore brings a massive smile to the old elder's face. With their bellies full and futures bright, the whole squad finally catches some well-deserved sleep. The peace doesn't last as a massive hobgoblin and his squad watch the quiet camp from the shadows. To keep his crew in line, the brute slams his fist down while they prepare to strike. The big guy isn't playing around, sending his own lackey flying with a heavy blow. He glares at the rest of the pack, making it clear that failure is not an option. Back at the camp, the aftermath of the brute's temper is looking rough. The smaller goblins are left nursing their wounds and shaking in fear. The noise wakes up Luce, who is still half asleep. Someone in the group asks what is going on. Luce stays calm, offering some quiet comfort to the group. She tells them it is still way too early and to head back to sleep. Elsewhere, the hobgoblin is standing tall over the carnage he created. He has got that look in his eyes that screams trouble. He sends another small fry sliding across the dirt with a casual toss. Luce watches the senseless violence without saying a word. The brute lets out a nasty laugh, clearly getting a kick out of his own cruelty. He is totally locked in on his next target. Growling like a beast, he tries to intimidate her. Luce does not even flinch, meeting his gaze with pure defiance. The big guy gets a rude awakening as something slices right across his face. Luce is not playing around anymore, her eyes locked onto her target with zero mercy. Before he can even react, a massive wave of force slams into him, sending the brute crashing backward. Our girl just stands there like it is a casual Sunday morning stroll. The small fries are absolutely losing it while Luce, in her slime form, finishes her snack. Apparently, the big guy did not even taste that good, and she is already looking for the next thing to do. The remaining goblins are scrambling to get out of there, terrified of what just happened. Luce just keeps walking forward, her footsteps echoing in the quiet camp. Instead of finishing them off, she reaches out a hand to the trembling survivors. She opens her palm to reveal a bunch of healing herbs, completely catching the little guys off guard. Her expression softens as she tells them this will help their wounds heal faster. This girl has a heart of gold even after taking down a giant. She hands over the medicine while the goblins just stare in total silence. They have no idea how to process a human being this nice to them. The little guys huddle together, whispering in their own language about the miracle that just happened. Meanwhile, the adrenaline has worn off, and Luce is already ready to head back to bed. Sun is peeking over the mountains, and the vibes are looking immaculate. The camp is finally waking up to the sound of chirping birds. Marone is already on her grind and teasing Luce for being a certified sleepyhead. Seems like our girl had a late night and is struggling to log on this morning. Grandpa and Chloe are out here putting in work with some morning stretches. The kids come running over to greet the morning squad and join the session. They are hitting some rhythmic moves from Grandpa's old neighborhood to get the blood flowing. He invites the little ones to jump in and catch these hometown vibes. Our MC takes a breather and wipes his brow after that workout. Marone steps up with a serious request that the whole group has been thinking about. Turns out the entire pack wants some fire nicknames just like hers. Calling each other by their fur colors is just not the move anymore. While prepping the breakfast sandwiches, Grandpa admits he can't carry the naming squad solo. He taps Chloe to help him out, and she is low-key shook by the responsibility. Breakfast is served, and it is a certified banger. The crew is fueling up and enjoying the meal before they decide on the next big play. The kobold elder pulls up to say thanks for looking after his kid. Grandpa keeps it moving and asks if there is some new drama going on in the camp. Turns out the local goblins are acting up and making a huge racket this morning. Grandpa figures they are still salty about taking that massive L yesterday. Hearing that Grandpa is down to handle it is a total vibe for the pack. Luce is already suggesting a total wipeout while she finishes her breakfast. She is looking adorable while casually proposing some light war crimes. Grandpa tells her to chill and leaves the heavy talk for later. Grandpa decides to go for a stroll to scope out the noisy situation. Luce is always down for the walkies and follows right behind him. They hit the trail, but find something they definitely did not expect. Even our boy is caught off guard by the scene waiting for them. Inside the hideout, a group of girls is just chilling with a mountain of treasure. The goblins are not even fighting. They are straight up praying to them like they are deities. The squad is absolutely stunned by the weird energy in the room. These goblins look like they have seen a ghost and are just begging for mercy. Grandpa admits this whole mess is becoming a real headache in its own way. Luce just looks up with a grin and tells him there's absolutely nothing for him to be stressed about. He points out that even if the enemies are surrendering, the pile of criminal evidence they left behind is a major problem. While he is deep in thought, a small hand gives his sleeve a sudden tug to get his attention. Luce has a spark in her eye as she tells them she has a brilliant plan, and they should just leave everything to her. Grandpa and the elf girl can only trade confused looks while the little one prepares to take charge. A young kobold heads back into the village with a full basket. He shouts out to his dad that he is home. The kid is hyped about his successful morning haul and mentions there was not a single goblin in sight. The elder listens but looks worried, remembering how things used to be perfectly fine every day. Even if they do not know why the goblin numbers are spiking, they are still the enemy at the end of the day. The kid tells his dad it is going to be okay since they have to survive this forest one way or another. Suddenly, the little fox lets out a massive shout. He is putting all his faith in Saitaru to handle the goblin problem once and for all. Luce drops a total curveball by announcing that Grandpa is not actually going to wipe them out. Saitaru looks stunned while the elf girl cannot even process what she is hearing. Back at the hideout, the squad stands over the surrendering goblins. The elf girl is struggling with the plan because she knows exactly how dangerous these monsters can be. She points out that they only stopped because the heavy hitters showed up, and they might attack again the moment the group leaves. Luce just keeps that same energy and promises everything is under control. Time for a lesson. Luce crouches down and starts drawing a full master plan in the dirt with a stick. Luce is out here playing 4D chess with a stick in the dirt. She explains that the goblins are only acting out because they are starving, so a trade deal with the kobolds is the play. The squad is absolutely sold. These goblins look like they have seen the light, and Grandpa is fully on board with the tiny boss's plan. Grandpa raises a fair point. He wonders what happens if the monsters decide to ghost the deal, and Luce just pauses to think it over. Luce flashes a confident grin. Since the goblins cannot eat rocks, they will have to play nice if they want to keep their bellies full. The little leader looks back for approval, while the goblins look like they are praying for their lives. The elf girl still is not fully convinced and worries about one bad apple ruining the whole basket. Luce lays down the law. Humans deal with bad humans and monsters deal with their own bad ones to keep the peace. She looks the goblin leader dead in the eyes to seal the deal. This dude is sweating bullets while he frantically nods along. Suddenly, a projectile slams into the ground with a massive thunk. An aggressive voice rings out, claiming a right arm for the taking. Gold is feeling the gains, saying they are ready to handle any future rampages on their own. He does not even bother checking the body count, telling Jilk to count them himself. Jilk has some doubts and thinks they might still need a rescue from their carry. He thinks there's still a high chance they will need a Sao San to save their skins. Gold takes it in stride with a grin. He figures the old man might even end up helping them out without them even noticing it. As the duo heads out, they wonder where the man of the hour went. Gold knows the vibe and bets he is probably stuck being a hero for someone else right now. The feast is officially served, and the vibe is pure cozy as a massive bowl of sandwiches hits the table. The girls are absolutely loving the new flavors, but Saitoru reminds them there's plenty more to go around. While the team is enjoying their meal, Saitoru is already back on his grind. He pulls out his tablet and fires up a reconnaissance spell to scout for the bandit hideout. Our boy notes that the woods are crawling with more trouble than he bargained for. Luch is not sweating it though, since she knows having Gramps around is a literal cheat code. Saitoru is ready to clear out anyone who tries to pull up on them. The girls are not letting him off that easy though, reminding him that the dishes are not going to wash themselves. The squad takes a breather by the water while prepping some food. One of the women mentions how Gramps handles every threat with zero effort. She is completely stunned because she has never seen a man win fights without even trying. Luce just smiles, knowing his true strength comes from his kind heart. A quick highlight reel shows his greatest hits. Whether it is binding enemies or dropping a mass paralysis spell, he always gets the job done. Looking out over the scenic landscape, the town of Ilakan is finally in view. The woman admits that she is not exactly in a rush to head back home to the countryside. They finally hit the home stretch of their long journey. Gramps gives the group some credit for making it this far. The elf girl is still processing how they cheated the travel time. Using magic to sprint across the map is a total game changer in her eyes. Seeing all the cool tricks has Luce feeling inspired. She wants to start using magic just like her big brother. Saitoru has to keep it real with her though. He admits he would teach her if he could, but it seems like she just does not have the talent for it. Grandpa gives Luce a gentle head pat to cheer her up. He tells her that not having magic doesn't change who she is. The elf girl jumps in, promising they will find another way for her to succeed. Luce is feeling the love and vows to get even more powerful. Grandpa smiles back, telling her how proud he is of his granddaughter. The group takes a breather by the water while the sun sets. The elf girl wonders if Luce is just so physically cracked that magic is unnecessary. Luce loves the idea, promising to use her power to keep Grandpa safe. Our squad waves goodbye to the locals before hitting the town. Moving through the busy market, the elf girl asks where they are headed next. Seitarou decides it is time to pay a visit to the local god. The team is floored when they reach the lake. Seitarou points out that the temple is actually a huge boat floating on the water. It looks like half the town moved onto the lake with this huge structure. The vessel gently sways as it floats on the water. Seeing the floating temple from the shore is a whole vibe. The team is impressed by how the town spills right onto the water. Stepping inside, Seitarou notices the whole place is built from wooden planks. Their footsteps echo as they approach a mural of a goddess at the end of the hall. Sarshit introduces himself as the head priest of the temple, giving Seitarou a warm welcome to his floating sanctuary. Chloe keeps it polite while Luce is already geeking out over how amazing the floating temple looks. The head priest gestures toward the shore, promising the squad that they are going to love their stay in this town. Sarshit explains that the god Ithril personally instructed them to look out for our MC. Seitarou appreciates the thought, but makes it clear he can handle himself. Taking in the view of the river, Seitarou agrees to keep the temple staff in mind if things actually get complicated. The temple is surprisingly bright inside, and Luce is already distracted by a massive painting on the wall. A soft meow from the corner grabs her attention as she spots a little black cat chilling nearby. With the greetings finished, the crew prepares to head out. Sarshit offers to smooth things over with the local guilds while Luce makes a new friend and scoops up the kitty to show it off. Luce is too excited and almost blows the god's cover, but Ithril just tells her to keep it on the low so the villagers don't freak out. Sarshit teases Ithril for skipping out on his divine work, though the god insists that Saitaru and Lucy are just that special. Looking up at the temple flag, Sarshit points out just how popular and well-established the deity's influence is in these parts. While Sarshit talks about the deep devotion of the people, Ithril looks at his own mural and wonders if he actually looks that goofy in real life. Ithril reveals he finally finished the special item they asked for, even if Sarshit thinks gods just have way too much free time. Chloe formally introduces herself to the group's secret deity, admitting that she has heard some pretty wild rumors about him for a while. Ready to drop a divine flex, Ithril rummages through his bag and pulls out a mysterious hand mirror. Sarshit is stoked to get the gift, but Chloe's jaw drops when she feels the massive amount of magic pulsing from the glass. Luce pulls up with her new black cat friend, immediately spotting the shiny mirror. Saitaru is flexin'. The cat wants zero part of this and dips, but Sarshit is already busy showing our girl exactly how the magic works. She takes one look into the glass and her brain basically short-circuits. It's a total win. The kids can finally see her through the reflection, and Nina is absolutely losing it. Nina tests the connection with a wave, while Luce makes sure to show the cat some love for the assist. Pure vibes. Seeing her friends smile in the reflection is all Luce ever wanted. On the move, the squad starts heading back to the crib, surprised by how smooth everything went. Elf Girl is already thinking about the next mission, but the plan is still a total mystery. The squad is on the move, heading to the Adventurers Guild to report their bandit takedown, while our MC plans a stop at the Merchants Guild to register his business. They take a breather on the breezy terrace of the Ilican Temple, figuring out where to crash now that they are officially staying in the city for a while. Grandpa maps out the day's grind, planning to hit the guild for intel before dropping their bags off and heading straight for the market. The elf girl asks to stick with the group for a bit, and Luce gets hyped wondering what kind of legendary business her grandpa is about to start. Instead of opening a massive shop, our boy is keeping it humble as a peddler, selling his premium tea and coffee one cup at a time. He is picturing a cozy little stall, serving up simple treats alongside his materials packaged in custom artisan containers. Luce is already drooling over the thought of Grandpa's cooking, but the wholesome vibe is ruined when a mysterious figure starts creeping up behind them. Our boy barely has time to react to the floorboards before a heavy hand drops onto his shoulder with an ominous thud. Our boy barely has time to blink before a heavy hand thuds onto his shoulder. A tall, serious dude looks him dead in the eye and asks if he is actually the one they call a sow. A mysterious woman confirms the target from the sidelines, but the tall guy is not buying it. He stares down our MC, claiming there is no way this simple senior citizen is the legend he is looking for. The girls are completely lost, wondering where these people even came from. Even the cat is not having it, arching its back and hissing at the new arrivals. Peeking around the corner, a dark-haired woman watches the scene unfold with a mysterious look on her face. The mood turns freezing as the tall man leans in close. He tells our boy that even if he has forgotten, some things are never left in the past. Our MC just takes it all in with a thoughtful hum, staring back as he tries to figure out exactly what is going on. New town, same old trouble for our boy Saitaro. Before he can even settle in, a tall guy named Alahan grabs him out of nowhere and insists they need to talk somewhere private. Our boy just blinks back, having no idea who this guy is or where they are going. The man introduces himself as Alahan, a local big shot who says he is just looking out for a traveler in need. He insists they talk about the old man's circumstances in private, leaving Saitaru very confused. The girls are just as clueless while our MC tries to convince everyone he has never met this guy before. Even Alahan starts to doubt himself after the elf girl mentions they just arrived in town today. A voice from the shadows suddenly interrupts the awkward moment. A woman confirms it is definitely the man they are looking for. The mysterious woman from before steps into the light with a smile and greets him as a sow. Alahan is not playing games. He has been stalking our boy and is not about to let him slip away with a simple misunderstanding. Our boy is getting the ultimate side-eye. Alahan marks their weird group as trouble and warns them to keep the peace in his city. The elf girl is practically paralyzed, stammering out a scared response while Alahan just ghosts them. Out of nowhere, a new face named Kanedi drops in. She is slightly salty that her savior did not even remember her name. She is deep in her feelings, thanking him for the rescue while dropping a major truth bomb about her village selling her out to bandits. The dots are finally connecting. Kanade has nowhere left to go and begs to tag along for the long haul. Saitaru is the king of calm, telling her to take it slow. Meanwhile, the elf is stressed and the kid is busy being a mini spy. Group expanded, our MC leads the charge into the city to hit up the shops and guilds with his new companion. They step through the entrance and look out over the waterfront. Arriving at the Ilican Commerce Guild, our boy pulls out the recommendation letter from Adi to keep things moving fast. He introduces himself as Asao the peddler and hands the paperwork over to the receptionist. While he admires the local art on the wall, the staff notices the letter is for the boss and tells him to wait a moment. The guild master Illumina arrives to meet the group. Saitaru tries to play the humble merchant role, but she seems pretty skeptical. She points out that a handwritten letter from someone like 80 is a major flex and a simple peddler would not have that kind of pull. He sticks to his story, claiming he just travels around selling basic supplies like tea leaves and coffee beans. Illumina just smiles and lets him know 80 already mentioned the quality of his goods, which is apparently the best she has ever seen. Illumina mentions how rare it is for Adi to praise someone so honestly. Seitaro is a bit surprised, but she explains they have been close friends and pen pals for a long time. Our boy offers her a taste of the goods to see if they live up to the hype. Illumina is totally interested, already planning to sell his coffee through the guild. The rich aroma fills the air as he pours the water. He makes sure to mention that these beans were freshly ground just before they arrived. Illumina brings up the rumors of his legendary activities back in Foss. Saitaru starts to sweat, wondering exactly how much tea Adi spilled in those letters. Time to switch gears. Knowing she is sharp, our MC proposes starting an entirely different line of business right here in the city. Illumina is all ears. She asks him what kind of business model he has in mind. He explains that while the products are the same, they are going to change the way they sell them. While he sketches out the new strategy, he confirms the guild will still get their usual supply of beans. Illumina is glad the main deal is safe, but the idea of a food stall catches her off guard. The rest of the crew is just as confused, wondering why they are suddenly pivoting to street food. Saitaro pulls out a rough sketch of his big plan. He wants a low-key stall to keep things simple for his regulars. Luce is already obsessed, calling the design small and cute. Our boy officially asks for the guild master's backup. Illumina is all in, giving him a warm smile and agreeing to lend him her strength. They start grinding out the details to make sure they aren't stepping on any local toes. To sweeten the deal, Saitaru offers to supply the guild with his top-tier tea leaves too. Illumina suggests dropping the stall right next to the guild headquarters. It is a power move that basically gives the shop an immediate stamp of approval. Luce comes running in to join the meeting. She formally introduces herself with her brand new family name. With a gentle look, Luce asks the guildmaster to take good care of her grandpa. She is really taking this new family dynamic seriously. Illumina is totally charmed by how precious the kid is. Saitaru just tells her to stay humble while they hustle to get everything ready for tomorrow. The squad waves goodbye as they head out to get to work. Illumina is left alone, wondering if she should have just called it a day after all that chaos. Shirohan leans against the wall, catching Illumina's eye. The demonic guildmaster definitely has a weak spot for that old man. He's not convinced by the mystery source of the inventory. The quality is insane, but a source this unknown usually means trouble. Illumina points out that a crime would have sparked rumors by now. Shirohan still finds it bizarre that anyone would sit on that much profit potential. They head down the hall, still debating the logic. Why burn time on a food stall when you could be making real bank? Shirohan's gaze turns sharp. Bargain prices on high-end goods could completely wreck the local market for everyone else. Later, Shirohan takes a seat and finally tries the brew Saitaru left behind. He asks what the guildmaster really thinks of the merchant's plan. Illumina watches him with a calm smile. The coffee doesn't taste half bad, does it? Later that night, the quiet surface of the lake is shattered by a sudden, massive splash. Chloe spots a strange glow coming from the lake while the girls relax in the hot spring. She points it out to the others, wondering why the water looks so dimly lit. Leaning over the edge, Chloe is amazed by the cluster of tiny lights spread across the water. Kanadi explains it is just local fishermen using lantern stones to catch firefly fish. Luce is dying for a better look at the glowing boats while the girls chat about the area. Kanadi mentions that being a local is the only reason she is so familiar with the place. Even if she knows the lore, she admits she is not exactly a fan of her hometown. The conversation shifts to their mysterious leader as Kanadi asks what kind of person Asao really is. She knows he claims to be a simple merchant, but his overall vibe suggests there's way more to the story. With a laugh, Chloe admits that the old man is basically a walking mystery. She and Luce are perfectly happy with their current dynamic, regardless of his secrets. Our little slime girl proudly brags that her grandpa is actually tight with a literal god. Kennedy just plays along with the cute story, completely unaware that the kid is being serious. The peaceful atmosphere is shattered by a sudden metallic click echoing from the darkness. Chloe snaps her head around, sensing that someone might be watching them. On the other side of the fence, Saitaru is dealing with his own set of problems. He wipes his face, wondering why something keeps flashing across the room and vanishing before he can spot it. Saitaru is relaxing in a quiet bath when a rustle in the bushes catches his attention. God himself casually emerges from the greenery, crashing the old man's late-night soak with a friendly hello. The deity doesn't waste any time and asks if he can hop in the tub. Saitaru is surprisingly chill about the whole thing and welcomes the divine company. Steam drifts over the fence as the two settle in for a long soak. Ithril is genuinely impressed by the quality of the bath, making our MC feel a little awkward about getting hyped up by the creator himself. They enjoy a special treat in the open-air bath as the conversation gets heavy. Ithril asks if he still has that burning desire to return to his old world, and Saidaru admits he is starting to have some doubts. He confesses that he's grown quite fond of the food and the kind people he's met so far. Hearing that makes Ithril feel like his gamble on this legendary merchant was worth it. God watches a feather float across the surface, looking genuinely surprised by the old man's perspective. He realizes that Saitaru's vibe is a world apart from the usual power-hungry heroes he normally deals with. There is a specific kind of gentleness to him that the deity can't help but admire. Saitaru just shrugs it off. Not even realizing how much his humble attitude stands out, he reveals the real secret behind his gentle behavior. Every stranger he meets is someone he treats with the same care he'd want for his own grandson. Takumi, hearing that Takumi is doing just fine back home, lets the old man finally let out a breath of relief. Ithril is glad his gamble to take the kid's place was actually worth it. Later in the dressing room, Ithril shows off a magic device that blows wind with just a touch of mana. Saitaru is genuinely impressed by the quality of life tech in this world. Feeling refreshed, the deity jokes about finally feeling alive again after that hot soak. Our MC just sweat drops, wondering why a god is talking like a tired salaryman. They settle in with some cold drinks while the sounds of the girls splashing carry over from the other side. Luce and the crew are definitely making the most of their bath time. Ithril takes a moment to get serious and thanks Saitaru for looking after Luce. Our boy just smiles, calling her a good and honest girl who is easy to care for. With a final word of gratitude, the scene fades into a peaceful night shot of the bathhouse under a crescent moon. The next morning, the whole squad is hyped and ready to finally open up shop. Thanks to everyone's hard work, they managed to get everything ready just in time. Luce is already bragging about the potato chips they are serving, while Kennedy is confident the customers will love their treats. It is time to get this business started. Saitaru realizes Luce is finally coming out of her shell. He reflects on how fast kids grow up while the squad walks toward their next big meeting. They enter the guild to find the heavy hitters already waiting. Illumina, Shirohan, and the restaurant manager, Sachiya, are all lined up and ready for business. Shirohan immediately tries to flex his authority with a stern warning. He makes it clear that any stalls causing trouble for the guild will be shut down instantly. Our boy stays perfectly calm, not letting the intimidation get under his skin. Chloe is clearly over this dude's attitude, but they have a job to finish. Saitaru breaks the tension by suggesting a quick tea tasting first. Illumina smiles and tells Shirohan that the guild's purchasing needs come before anything else. Sachiya takes her first sip and her brain literally short-circuits. She is completely stunned by the quality while the submaster watches her reaction. She is totally obsessed and tells the submaster they absolutely have to stock this tea. To her, this specialty is in a league of its own. Saitaro leaves the ball in their court and lets them decide on the deal. Sachiya is stressed by the insane price and quantity, but our boy just laughs it off. Illumina backs the play, confirming that both tea and coffee are top-tier assets. She took the lead on the pricing, trusting her own gut on the deal. Shirohan reluctantly caves, agreeing to follow the guildmaster's lead for now. But he is still having some serious doubts. He leaves them with a final warning, making it clear he will be watching the stall for any funny business. Illumina just gives a tired reaction as he keeps being extra. Chloe is not having it and shouts back in defense of the group. On the side, Luce is busy hitting a world-class pout. A quick head pat from Saitaru is all it takes to calm her down. He handles her frustration with that classic grandpa energy. As they leave, Luce asks if he ever gets truly angry. Our boy just smiles and keeps walking, making sure she knows everything is under control. The girls are still stressed about the meeting, but Saitaru stays unbothered. He tells the submaster that the proof is in the pudding, or in this case, the tea. Shirohan confirms he will be there to watch it all go down. Even his coworkers are starting to wonder why this dude is so obsessed with a simple merchant. Shirohan is fully in his head, convinced that a simple peddler couldn't possibly handle goods of this quality. He is betting his career that there is a secret mastermind pulling the strings from the shadows. The whole squad just stands there in awkward silence while the heavy tension from the official just hangs in the air. Elsewhere, a massive crowd has gathered at the harbor to check out the new circular stall. The place is jumping with energy as people flock to the pier to see what the hype is about. Things are in full swing with Luce balancing trays while Chloe handles the mountain of orders. The customers are already obsessed with the fresh iced tea and the top-tier service. Shirohan watches the success from a distance, still looking for any excuse to call them out. He is determined to prove that their true colors will eventually show. He turns to Illumina and drops a lecture about how real business is built on trust rather than just selling at a discount. The guildmaster just looks tired of his constant hating. But the street doesn't lie. Customers are obsessed with the vibe, and even the local bakeries are seeing their sales skyrocket, thanks to the increased foot traffic. The pure success of the stall is clearly getting under his skin. Unable to handle the situation any longer, he decides to head down there and investigate it for himself. Shirohan finally pulls up to the stall, and Luce is already there with a high-energy greeting and a massive smile. This dude is visibly shaken by the positivity, looking like he just walked into a trap. He takes a seat and starts overanalyzing everything, convinced the lack of a crowd is just because it is a takeout spot. Even while sitting there grumpy, he has to admit this place is definitely putting a dent in the local market prices. Across the harbor, the stall is looking like a whole vibe under its massive tent. Shirohan is still in his head about the low prices, certain there is no way they can stay profitable at this rate. The manager slides in with that server energy, recommending the iced tea like a total pro. Shirohan just glares up at him, looking for any excuse to start a problem. After taking a sip, he starts dropping questions while Luce watches from the shadows like a tiny spy. The official admits the place is thriving but claims he still does not get the business model. He goes on a rant about how he is not a softie and refuses to prioritize the guild members over the organization itself. The manager just listens with that unbothered energy, not minding the ego trip one bit. With a knowing smirk, the manager hits him with some unexpected respect, telling him he is clearly not as stubborn or gutless as he acts. It is a total power move that catches the official completely off guard. Shirohan immediately loses it, yelling about who he is calling gutless while slamming the table. The manager just stays chill and suggests they take their little chat somewhere more private. Shirohan mentions that the city often sees people running sketchy operations just like this. Our boy just keeps it chill, asking what exactly is so weird about his setup. The official is fully spiraling now, insisting that the perfect taste and low price point is a major red flag. He is convinced there is a secret agenda behind the scenes, but Grandpa just admits the logic sounds a bit suspicious when put like that. Instead of dodging the question, the MC hits him with a respectful look. He admits the guy is sharp and offers to fill him in on exactly what he is planning to do. Back at the harbor, the circular stall is drawing a crowd as business stays steady throughout the day. Illumina and her assistant manage the paperwork while Luce keeps the trays moving in the background. Among the customers, a dark-haired girl watches the operation with a cautious look. She keeps her gaze fixed on the group as they wrap things up. The manager and his assistant head down the pier, unaware they are being watched from afar. Illumina picks up on the awkward vibe and asks her assistant what is wrong. The girl looks down, clearly nervous about bringing up a touchy subject. She finally admits that Shirohan is definitely not a fan of how things are being run. The official is already losing his mind, just waiting for any excuse to step in and shut them down. The fact that the place is thriving is exactly why they are so worried about a potential backlash. Success often brings unwanted attention, and they know the official is looking for any slip-up. Illumina understands the concern, wanting to make sure the guild's reputation stays clean. Maintaining the balance between growth and politics is proving to be a difficult task. The team wonders why the official has to be so stubborn about a simple food stall. Despite the drama, the assistant decides to just enjoy the food and stop overthinking it for a minute. Luce peeks over a tray of empty glasses, convinced the guild official is coming for their necks. She is sure he will find any tiny excuse to shut the business down, and the stress is already giving her a major headache. A fresh order of iced tea and chips hits the table looking way too fire. While the customers are vibing with the quality, Sachia realizes that being this successful is exactly what is putting a target on their backs. Luce pulls Chloe aside for an urgent huddle, warning her that the store is in deep trouble. Chloe just looks at her sideways, wondering if the kid just needs a nap after a long shift. The panic starts to hit as Luce explains that their stall might be completely gone soon. Chloe's eyes go wide as she demands to know how their thriving business could just vanish into thin air. Back at the guild office, Illumina is playing the long game. She wants to keep a solid relationship with our MC since his products are top tier, and she isn't about to let a prime supplier go. Taoyun walks in on the serious huddle, wondering why the vibes are so off. Chloe keeps it low, explaining that the official Shirohan is out for blood, making things even more complicated for the whole crew. Chloe lays it out straight, admitting the official is trying to shut them down without a real reason. Instead of spiraling, Sachia just stays chill and says if that's the case, it's actually all good. The manager keeps it cool and tells the squad to chill because everything is under control. The rest of the crew just looks on, trying to process the vibe. She whips out a hand-drawn chart to explain the strategy. This isn't just a regular stall, it is a limited time drop with restricted supply. Questioning the low numbers, Illumina wonders why it is okay, but the manager has the data. Most of these locals are first-timers who have never even touched coffee or tea. From the shadows, the duo tries to eavesdrop on the high-level business talk. Illumina finally gets the vision and realizes the play is actually genius. It is all about market expansion. By giving them a taste now, they are creating a whole new generation of customers who will flock to the city shops later. This isn't competition, it is a long-term stimulus package for the local economy. Even if the official thinks it is weird, the results speak for themselves. Our MC just watches the harbor vibe with the skeptical official by his side. This dude is still trying to figure out the angle, but the old man just tells him to look at the facts. Saidaru watches the group bond from a distance, noting that Shirohan clearly has plenty on his mind. The official tries to keep things civil by insisting he isn't looking for a fight before they both take a seat. This dude demands to know the real aim behind the stall, worried that budget prices are just sabotaging the local merchants. He eventually admits the plan is smarter than he thought, realizing the stall acts as a gateway to bring new customers into city shops. Shirohan goes quiet for a moment as our MC prepares to drop some deep lore that might be too much for him to handle. Giving him some unexpected credit, our boy tells the official he is actually a far better man than he first appeared. Looking toward the stall, Saitaro reveals that the mysterious child he's traveling with is the true reason behind everything. Luce is putting in that work at the stall, handing out drinks with a smile. Our MC explains he just wants the girl to learn the basics, like how to actually talk to people. The official stays silent while the old man suggests they keep Luce out of the professional drama for a second. Suddenly, the skeptical official just starts bawling. It turns out Shirohan is a total girl dad back home and really feels the vibes. Our MC realizes they finally have some common ground to build on. While the staff keeps the harbor moving, the two men discuss the lengths they would go for their kids. Saitaro admits he is basically a surrogate parent at this point. Taunyan is just humming in the background while Shirohan keeps praising the old man for solo leveling as a guardian. He is officially a fan of the grandpa energy. Shirohan admits he feels like a clown for thinking the old man was some corporate spy. He was so focused on the business angle that he totally missed the wholesome truth. Saitaro flashes a confident smile and a thumbs up, determined to keep things smooth with the local shopkeepers. He tells the official that he is ready to clear up any senseless misunderstandings with the town's vendors. The official agrees to lend a hand, but the vibe shifts when our MC hears something rustling in the bushes nearby. Shirohan just shrugs it off, convinced it is nothing more than a stray cat roaming the harbor. Shirohan starts to say something about the old man, but he does not get very far. A massive furry paw suddenly reaches out from the background and drags him into a surprise tackle. Shirohan practically jumps out of his skin as a beastkin girl suddenly clings to his back. Whoa, what the hell? He shouts while the energetic girl laughs about how easily he makes friends with strangers. Taunyan giggles as she apologizes, admitting she only did it to see Shirohan's hilarious reaction faces. After Saitaro asks if they are guild colleagues, she confirms it with a bright grin. That's right, my name is Taunyan, and as you can see, I'm a beastkin. Standing tall with a bright smile, Taunyan explains that she handles food purchasing for the commercial guild. She mentions that she has been hearing some very interesting things regarding Saitaro's street food stall. Taunyan mentions she only wanted to drop by and say hello, and our MC appreciates the gesture. Looking over her guild credentials, he asks if she is truly interested in the local street food scene. Taunyan is not wasting any time and gets straight to the point. She wants to talk business and set the terms immediately. Our girl was hyping up the recipe's potential, but Saitaro just kept it humble. He told her the ingredients aren't even rare while giving her a polite thanks for the praise. Confusion hit the room as Taunyan realized her massive budget might be useless. Shirohan had to step in and tell her she was totally missing the mark. The old man just flashed a calm smile. He insisted they try a full-course meal before they even think about negotiating a deal. Looking at that stack of pancakes and cold drink, Taunyan was losing her mind. One bite was never enough, and she was stoked to finally have more for herself. Everything was coming together under the harbor tent. She promised to give the food her absolute best taste test yet. Saitaro dropped a major curveball, admitting he is not even in it for the money. If they want his secrets, they are going to have to learn the craft instead of just paying for it. Our MC wants to build a community where everyone feels welcome, so he asks for some professional help negotiating with other merchants. He is thinking big and aiming to make the whole town a more comfortable place to be. Shirohan agrees that guild work is their specialty, but he is privately sweating bullets over how to handle our main man. Behind him, Taunyan is having a blast watching him struggle to keep his cool. With the promise to help, the deal is set in stone. The scene then shifts to a beautiful view of the harbor city, bathed in the soft glow of the evening sun. Over at the workshop, Addie calls out for a delivery while the artisan stays buried in her work. She is way too busy to slow down and tells her friend to just come on in. Addie can hear the excitement in her friend's voice and asks what has her feeling so happy today. Leaning over the table, Addie is stunned by the massive blueprints and wonders if she is looking at a house or a warehouse. The artisan just plays it cool, enjoying the confused look on her friend's face. The drawings reveal a huge harbor stall equipped with a counter and wide windows. Addie is impressed by the design, and the artisan is thrilled her friend finally sees the vision. Laonia is geeking out over the blueprints for an assembled food stall Saitaro commissioned. Addie is totally floored by the massive order, wondering how one old man is single-handedly keeping the workshop in business. The white cat just chips in with a meow, clearly vibing with all the attention it is getting. Our artisan girl is on cloud nine because Saitaro's technical tips and fat pockets have been a total game changer for her. Addie realizes the cat has officially been handed off to the workshop as well. Addie spots a weird-looking structure and learns it is a custom cat playground Saitaro designed. While she is impressed, she knows our MC is already off making waves at his next stop. From its high perch, the cat keeps a sharp eye on the room. Addie suspects something crazy is going down in the city wherever Saitaru is right now. Over at the Kinmugi-te, the word is out that Saitaru is hosting a masterclass in street food. While the crowd gathers inside, a black cat keeps watch from the shadows of the roof. The guild's heavy hitters are all lined up and ready to go. They have been waiting for this moment and are totally hyped to learn from the legend himself. The Birkin kitchen is officially a zoo as the squad takes over for a massive cooking masterclass. Taunyan is totally locked in, kneading dough while everyone else scrambles to keep up with the chaos. But the vibes are high as they prep their next big move. The squad finally serves up a legendary feast of pancakes and crispy potato wedges. It's tasting time and everything looks like a literal 5-star meal. The innkeeper is legit stunned by how clean and easy his kitchen feels with Saitaru's new setup. He's been wanting to start a lunchbox business for ages, and seeing this efficiency has him ready to finally send it. Conversation pivots to the big bath, with the owner admitting it usually costs a fortune to boil that much water. Saitaru just plays it cool knowing the owner is smart enough to see the long-term vision. The outdoor bath is a total mood with steam rising from the water and turning the inn into a local hotspot. Ever since Saitaru showed up, the regulars have been living their best lives with a daily soak. Saitaru gives Luce a wholesome hug while she geeks out over how much she loves the big baths. In the back, Taunyan is already trying to start a trade, leaving Sakia looking completely done with the situation. Taunyan gets a sudden brain blast for a new business strategy, her eyes literally sparkling with ambition. Shirohan is standing nearby, trying his hardest to act like he's not jealous of the squad's massive glow-up. Taunyan is already planning out a new menu using Saitaru's fried food secrets. She is geeking out over the possibility of mixing his recipes with local lake fish for the ultimate snack. The innkeeper is so hyped that he gives the squad full kitchen access to try out the new ideas. Saitaru just smiles, promising to drop a masterclass on frying up some fresh shrimp and fish. Luce is living her best life at the lake, managed to snag a massive catch while the cat keeps watch from the shore. Back in the kitchen, the whole squad is locked in and ready to turn those fresh ingredients into a feast. The group takes a scenic walk along the lake, soaking in the views before the real work begins. Luce looks back with a curious question about the difference between river and lake fish. Sakia is convinced our boy is a walking encyclopedia, but he just plays it off with his classic grandpa energy. The peaceful vibes take a sharp turn when he picks up a suspicious noise coming from the shadows. A desperate scream for help echoes through the forest, sending the squad into a full sprint. Saitaro is legit shocked when he recognizes a familiar face in trouble up ahead. Marone is in full panic mode, explaining how a routine delivery for a shiny rock turned into a nightmare when a monster suddenly appeared. Tears in her eyes, she begs the group to save the others first, while Luce and Saitaru prepare to help. Cut to the lake where a sudden explosion rocks the shoreline. A lone knight in black armor is currently holding his own against a swarm of goblins. The knight stays focused on the fight while the local goblins and Marone scramble for cover. The situation escalates as a giant stone golem rises from the ground, sending the goblins into a panic. Saitaru processes the intel. It seems the rock monster is actually busy targeting the goblins for now. The squad moves out toward the noise, noting that those goblins from before actually kept their word. Marone sprints ahead, explaining that the knight who saved her is about to be cooked. She points the way, desperate to find help from the town. They catch up to the action where Saitaru recognizes a familiar face. Turns out the knight in the thick of it is Alahan, a local heavy hitter. Alahan is losing it. He can't believe this old man and a little girl just strolled right into a death trap. The threat is a giant golem that has never been seen in these parts before. Alahan admits he has got zero clue on how to actually take it down. Saitaru casually mentions he might have a fix, but Alahan tells the merchant to scramble while he plays decoy. Luce just smiles, knowing her grandpa is built different. A giant stone foot slams into the ground to remind everyone who is in charge. Lunacy is all Alahan sees when a merchant offers to fight a magical beast. Saitaru just plays it cool, acting like it is no big deal. Legends say rogue golems can delete entire countries from the map. Since this one looks like it has been abandoned for years, the danger is at an all-time high. The golem rears its giant stone jaw, ready to delete everything in its path while Luce stays chill and gives Grandpa the intel. Learning the creator is long gone, our MC decides it is time to go all out. Alahan has a major meltdown in the back because nobody is listening to his warnings. We open on a peaceful harbor, with a few locals just chilling out on their boat and enjoying the calm. Suddenly, a pillar of smoke erupts on the other side of the water. The harbor crowd hears a thunderous boom and starts wondering if a high-level monster just spawned. Panic spreads fast as an older woman rushes to alert the guild. The rest of the crew watches the giant dust cloud expand, debating if they are looking at a natural disaster or a monster attack. Taunyan is officially losing it and asks if the chaos is heading their way. Sashia admits they are in trouble if it is, while Illumina stays cool and tells them both to lock in. The threat becomes clear as the shadow of a rock moves through the smoke. Illumina warns that monster-related destruction is on the table, and the realization hits the group hard. Illumina takes charge and splits the group up to warn the local clinics and shops. Taunyan offers to use her speed to spread the word, while the boss makes sure they do not lose the precious recipes. Sakia can barely keep up as the cat girl vanishes in a blur of speed. She clutches the important documents and tries to stay focused despite the chaos growing in the distance. Illumina watches the harbor as a massive pillar of smoke dominates the skyline. She notes that things went exactly as expected, even if the locals are always too quick to judge before seeing the full picture. The chaos is centered right where the old man headed off on his own. Illumina stares across the water, her concern growing as she realizes the epicenter of the blast is in that exact direction. Elsewhere, absolute carnage is breaking out as monsters scramble to escape a massive explosion. A pack of goblins and a giant bird creature are barely staying ahead of the rising smoke and shockwave. Rocks continue to plummet from the sky like guided missiles as the earth itself starts to shatter. The forest creatures try to shield themselves, but there is no escaping the weight of the falling stone. Alahan is officially losing his mind in the middle of the dust cloud. He shields his eyes and screams for the old man, desperate to see if anyone actually survived that impact. While everyone else is panicking, Luce is just vibing with a huge smile. She waves toward the rubble and cheers, letting the old man know that they made it out without a single scratch. Standing before the shattered remains of the golem, Saitaru takes a moment to process the view. He casually admits that the massive pile of rocks looks way bigger when you're standing right under it. This rogue golem is officially crashing out, letting out a roar that shakes the entire forest. Saitaro realizes this monster is a straight-up hazard and decides it is time for a playtime lesson. He asks Luce if she can chip those floating rocks down to a manageable size. Luce is totally locked in and dives straight into the chaos with zero hesitation. Saitaro hangs back to provide the magic buffs, making sure his little warrior is ready for impact. It is a total demolition derby as Luce starts shattering the golem's stone armor like it is made of glass. Every strike lands with heavy force, turning the beast's defense into a rain of rubble. Saitaru watches the debris fall but notices something is not quite right. He admits she is putting in work, but the way the monster is reacting has him feeling suspicious. The vibe shifts instantly as the golem starts regenerating its body parts automatically. Luce is officially confused as all her hard work begins to undo itself in real time. Alahan-san rolls up looking stressed and exhausted. He reminds them that rogue golems are famously impossible to take down, even if they did buy the town a little bit of time. The local wildlife finally catches a break and scrambles to safety after that explosive showdown. Now the real mission starts as the group buckles down to keep the chaos from reaching the city gates. Alahan sends the runners back to warn the city about the incoming threat while praying for some high-level backup to arrive. They are just trying to find a way to redirect this monster before things get out of hand. Things go from bad to worse as the beast starts snacking on the environment to bulk up its power. Luce looks up for a plan, but Alahan is officially panicking as he watches the monster terraform itself into a bigger problem. The silhouette of this absolute unit towers over them as it continues to swell in size. Saitaru acknowledges the monster's broken recovery speed, but he does not look nearly as scared as he should be. Our MC casually suggests testing out a few ideas while asking Alahan to play bodyguard for the others. This dude is straight up losing it, screaming because the old man is treating a boss fight like a science experiment. Alahan refuses to ditch his teammates, but Luce just gives him a confident grin. She lets him know that her grandpa is actually the goat of magic, so there's really nothing to worry about. Alahan finally gives in and heads out even if he still thinks the old man is capping. Saitaru just watches him go with a satisfied smirk, ready to finally get to work. Luce is totally lost as they face down the massive stone beast. Grandpa stays chill and explains that they can stop the threat right here if his plan works out. He is looking to flip the script by using the golem's own healing power against it. Alahan is sweating bullets in the bushes while the duo walks towards certain doom. Someone calls out to him, but he can only watch as they move into the red zone. Alahan is shocked to see the little fox girl back on the front lines. Marone isn't having it though, standing her ground and promising to help out her favorite merchant. Alahan tries to talk some sense into her, but she is already locked in. A massive shockwave tears through the forest, nearly blowing Alahan's cover. While everyone else is panicking, Luce is already airborne and ready to throw hands. Our girl goes full demolition mode and slams into the golem with a heavy blow. Rubble flies everywhere as she connects, but Alahan is still skeptical from the sidelines. He is convinced that physical attacks are completely useless against a monster like this. Luce lands the perfect superhero pose and looks back with a huge grin. Grandpa is already prepping the next move with his wand, giving her a quick nod of thanks. The celebration is short-lived as the golem starts bubbling and reforming its body. It is rebuilding itself in real time like nothing even happened. Alahan knew this was coming, noting that a small scratch like that would heal in a second. Saitaro preps his wand with a focus. "I hope this works out," he mutters as the debris begins to hover. A beam of light strikes the golem as he casts a wide-range heal on the battlefield. Alahan scrambles in the bushes, terrified that the old man is throwing the fight by restoring the monster's health. The golem freezes mid-rampage and slumps over like its power source just got pulled. Watching from the tree line, the group notices the beast is moving in slow motion. It is grinding to a halt right before their eyes. Luce is hyped and celebrates the win with a huge grin. So it would seem, Grandpa replies, keeping his cool as always. Back at the city harbor, the garrison is already on high alert. They decide to send a survey team across the river to investigate the ruins. Gords is not taking any chances and requests a magic unit in case more golems are hiding nearby. He admits that if Isao Dono had not neutralized that stray golem, they would be in serious trouble. Inside the command tent, the mood is heavy as they discuss how the city was almost in danger. They are stunned that he stopped a monster like that using nothing but support magic. The soldiers are completely baffled since they have never heard of a magic user with that kind of raw power. Even the seasoned vets are having a hard time processing what just happened. The witch adventurer thinks he might be a high-level magician using an alias to stay off the radar. Gords agrees, especially after seeing how the kid with him was basically a martial arts prodigy. Regardless of his true identity, the council officially views him as a benefactor of the city. Gords mentions that the man claims to be just a simple merchant, but he clearly does not have a malicious bone in his body. The meeting gets cut short when the security force from the East Fort slams the door open. They have just returned with some urgent news that has everyone on edge. They try to wrap up the golem situation as quickly as possible. For now, the guards are staying on high alert to keep an eye on things while the rest of the team prepares for whatever comes next. Commander Gordes cuts through the noise and reminds everyone that the man is a city benefactor. No matter who he really is, they need to show some serious gratitude for the rescue. The council official is totally on board with the plan, only problem is, they have no idea where our boy ran off to. Turns out he didn't stick around for the parade, he headed straight back into the woods with his animal crew to handle some unfinished business. Far away from the city drama, the campfire is already roaring. Fresh fish are sizzling on sticks as the forest creatures start to gather around. Our MC is just out here living his best life, hosting a massive banquet for Luce and a crowd of animals. This is the definition of peak wholesome energy. Even while relaxing, the old man is still wondering where that golem came from. Luce is just impressed by the sheer scale of the monster, but at least the threat is gone. Luce thinks the empty golem would make a perfect home for the birds. A majestic forest guardian lands to personally thank the wizard for saving their home, but our boy stays humble. The whole forest squad is officially in debt to our boy. They really appreciate him saving their home from that golem situation. The guardian decided on a parting gift after a quick huddle with the rest of the animals. Apparently, high-tier feathers are the meta for human gifts. Our MC tries to be humble and tells the bird it was not necessary. The guardian is already busy plucking the prize, one massive feather coming right up. This thing is clearly a top-tier item, but our boy can tell something is different about it. The kids have never seen anything like it before. The trade is complete. It is basically a legendary loot drop straight from a Grateful World boss. The kids are already trying to snag a closer look at the treasure. This is not just for show. The Guardian confirms it has a special power attached that is going to be a total game changer down the road. The Forest Guardian is officially in his feels, thanking the squad for the chance to help out. Our boy keeps it professional, claiming he was just doing his duty as the local merchant. Saitoru is basically setting up a new trade route for his animal homies. He tells them if they ever catch heat again, they can run straight to the city for backup. The paperwork is done and the vibes are immaculate. One of the Fox Scouts suddenly remembers he was actually in the middle of a shiny rock trade before the golem showed up. The fallen golem is more than just a memory. It is a new landmark for the entire region. The forest animals are enjoying the peace while the rest of the crew tries to wrap their heads around the win. Night has officially fallen over the woods as the group starts their long trek back to the city. It is time to wrap up this side quest and head back to civilization. The guardian bird is clearly impressed, calling our MC a rare breed of human before heading back to the nest. The big bird takes off with a final blessing for the journey. Luce and Grandpa bid a warm farewell as the guardian disappears into the stars. Marone takes point with a lantern to guide the squad back toward the city. The kid asks if they are cool with staying out late, but Saitoru knows Marone is quick enough to handle the trek. Marone gives a warm goodbye, thanking the group for the visit and the good times. Grandpa feels a bit bad for causing so much trouble again, but the fox kid does not seem to mind. Saitoru insists it is no big deal since he got exactly what he needed out of the journey anyway. He thanks Marone for reaching out, which gets a happy laugh from the little one. As they walk along the river under the moonlight, Saitoru lets them know he will be sticking around town for a while. He tells the kid to come visit if they ever need anything, and Marone is all for it. Marone turns to Luce and asks if they can play together again sometime soon. Luce is totally hyped, suggesting they go shadow stepping or fishing on their next outing. Luce is already claiming the title of the fisherman's companion, but Saitoru is completely lost. He has never even heard of fishing before and wonders if it is actually fun. The sun starts to peek over the horizon as a new day officially begins. Back at the inn, everyone is stopped dead in their tracks by a shocking discovery. Our boy is showing off his new hobby. The local innkeeper is losing his mind because he has never seen a fishing rod with that kind of flex. Saitaru explains he found some bamboo-like material during his trip and turned it into a high-quality pole. The innkeeper asks if that's what he was scavenging for yesterday. The shopkeeper reveals he is a fishing fan himself but wonders if that is the only reason for the trip. Grandpa is not done yet, mentioning he still needs to get his specialized needles and threads processed. Luce is hyped to try it out, but Grandpa warns her to keep her distance. Those hooks are no joke and will definitely leave a mark if she is not careful. This dude is skeptical that a simple needle could actually be improved. He thinks the current tools are already peak performance and cannot be touched. Our MC just smiles, thinking about all the different gear from his own world. Before the conversation can go deeper, Kanade speaks up with a burning question. She explains that everyone in this region usually just sticks to nets and harpoons. In her mind, dangling a tiny needle is way less reliable than just stabbing the fish. Kanade isn't sold on the whole fishing rod idea, pointing out that fish are way more likely to give you the slip than if you used a net. Meanwhile, Luce looks like she is already weighing her options for a better solution. Our boy Saitaru admits that nets might be faster, but he has got a different plan in mind as he inspects his gear. Little Luce keeps a close watch on the tools, clearly wondering if they will actually bring home the prize. Consulting the Commerce Guild for some professional help seems like a solid move, but Kanade's reaction says it all. She instantly thinks of that scary official they met and wonders if it is really worth the trouble. A sudden lightbulb moment hits the local innkeeper, who happens to be a fellow fishing enthusiast. He suggests stacking multiple hooks on a single line, and Saitaru is impressed that this world already has the same idea. Luce is all in on the new plan, treating that tiny needle and line like they are the key to a fortune. She is ready to catch every single tiny fish that thinks it can escape their reach. Joking about the Commerce Guild, Kanade figures they will probably try to sell them gold-plated hooks to lure in the expensive fish. The guys just laugh it off though. Our MC admits he is not planning on going quite that far with the bait. The vibe shifts when the guild's resident skeptic, Shirohan, suddenly pops out to tell them they can say whatever they want. Everyone gives him a polite good morning as he joins them on the porch. Shirohan offers to bridge the gap and hook our MC up with the absolute best craftsman in the city. The guild official leans in to ask if he can inspect their gear, vouching for his old partner's legendary vision and skill. With a confident grin, Shirohan assures the group that they can relax and trust the process from here on out. Luce is hyped to get moving as she asks if they are heading out again for the day. Grandpa just smiles, pulling out his tools to map out exactly what is on the schedule. Laying it all out in the dirt, he explains the two-step plan of visiting the blacksmith before hitting the harbor for some fishing. Luce is practically vibrating with excitement as she daydreams about their upcoming fishing trip. The crew gets a warm send-off from the locals as they head down to the harbor. Scenes shift to a bustling workshop where hammers are flying and the heat is intense. A serious-looking dude in sunglasses inspects the latest work, declaring a winner between the pieces. The blacksmith shuts them down immediately, claiming his current hook design is already peak perfection. Saitaru can only offer a surprised reaction as Shirohan warns that the craftsman might not even listen to an outsider's opinion. Shirohan pushes back, arguing that Saitaru's idea could revolutionize the whole local fishing scene. He pleads with the stubborn smith to just take a look at their plans before making a final decision. The blacksmith tells them to get lost, but Shirohan tries to smooth things over while Saitaru hints at having a secret plan. He tells them to just sit back and watch as he prepares to execute his feline-focused strategy. Shirohan shifts gears, asking the stubborn smith about his cat's favorite snack instead of talking shop. The blacksmith is still grumbling about the hooks, completely caught off guard by the random question. The blacksmith pauses when he senses something special in the air. He turns around in disbelief, asking if Shirohan really has the legendary item he thinks he sees. The master craftsman loses his cool immediately, demanding to know where they found the legendary Phantom Foz Dragon Silvervine. Shirohan just smirks, knowing he finally found the perfect bribe to get this project moving. The bribe worked like a charm and the smith is finally ready to hear them out. The duo gets straight to work, pulling out their stash and reviewing the plans. Shirohan gives the nod to get things moving. The master craftsman is locked in on the new blueprints. He knows he is looking at something that could change everything. Our MC is just built different, calling these plans basic while the smith calls him a legit genius. The workshop is already buzzing over this new project. The deal is officially sealed. They are told to head out and come back at the same time tomorrow. The vibe at the harbor is chill as a silent watcher keeps an eye on the city. The crew continues their walk while the day starts to wind down. The old man is already being watched from the shadows. It seems like his presence is already making waves among the local heavy hitters. Deep in the lair, the dragon crew is sensing some serious heat coming from a mysterious source. Their leader stares into the crystal ball, realizing they are dealing with a surge of power. It is official. They have identified the old man as the legend who bodied the golem. The squad realizes they have to move fast before their whole land gets wrecked. Back at the pier, the kids spot something strange in the sky while the crew is just vibing. Meanwhile, the dragon boss is convinced their home is in danger. Gramps is worried that if anyone tries to fish the lake with that much power, the whole ecosystem is cooked. He tells the squad to make sure nothing happens to the local fish. Gramps casually spots a dinosaur while the kids are totally lost. Over in the cave, the dragon boss tells Tessay to go handle the threat to their way of life. The dragon warrior does not hesitate and immediately launches into action. Back in the hideout, one of the squad members steps up and promises to handle the situation personally. Tessay is fully locked in and vows to put a stop to whatever is causing the chaos. On the other side of things, Gramps is just chilling and looking at the sky, casually noting how rare it is to see a winged dragon cruising around. Elsewhere at the harbor, a thick fog is rolling in and making visibility almost zero. The local fishermen decide to pack it in for the day, but a strange silhouette on the horizon stops them cold. As the mist clears, it becomes obvious that isn't just another merchant ship. A massive, spiky warship emerges from the gray, and the vibe turns instantly terrifying. We get a close look at the crew, and the threat is official. This is a full-blown lizardman warship, and they are definitely not here to play nice. The giant vessel doesn't care about the small fry, cutting through the water while the locals scream about their fishing spots being ruined. They scramble to stay afloat as the warship surges past, spotting the soldiers armed with swords. The fishermen realize things are getting way too dangerous. Even worse, the ship is steering straight toward the city of Iliken. At this rate, it will only take half a day for that squad to reach the port. The crew wants to do something, but without any weapons, they're completely helpless. All they can do is stare at the horizon and hope the city is ready for what's coming. The fishermen are officially losing it, realizing that getting caught in a lizardman crossfire is way above their pay grade. I definitely do not want to get involved in that. They decide to play it safe and head back to warn the port before things get messy. Let's inform the port anyway. Back in the city of Iliken, the docks are looking peaceful, with unique circular buildings scattered across the harbor. But the calm vibe gets wrecked when Sachiya suddenly corners Saitaro, shouting that he didn't follow through on his word. Saitaro-san, that was not what you said. She is in full panic mode, explaining that some big news has already spread across the entire town like wildfire. Before we know it, it's all over the town. As the rest of the tavern watches the drama unfold, Saitaro asks her what the deal is while she catches her breath. What is going on, Sachiya-san? Our MC is totally bewildered, telling her to take a chill pill while he wonders if this drama is about those cooking tips he shared. Is this about the cooking method I taught you? Sachiya apologizes for crashing the meal in such a rush, but the group tells her it is all good. She gets straight to the point, asking if he leaked the secret stall recipe to anyone else. Our boy is just trying to eat his food, confirming he hasn't said a word. The head priest notes that nobody else is speaking up about the issue. Sachiya admits that the silence is actually a major problem. Rumors are flying that Seitaru's signature dishes are already being served at other restaurants in town. Luce looks up from her plate, wondering why everyone's vibe just got so heavy. It makes zero sense to Sachiya. Without the recipe or the exact ingredients, there is no way these other shops should be able to copy his work. Saitaru just smiles, saying he is fine, as long as people are enjoying good food. Realizing she overreacted, she offers a big apology for the scene she caused. She explains that this is about more than just a recipe. It is about the reputation of the entire Commerce Guild. Other people in the room are starting to wonder what all the noise is about. Sachiya is fully committed to the mission, already packing her things to start a solo investigation. Our boy stays chill with his drink while she unrolls her map and declares she is conducting her own survey. After dinner, she points out their destination on the table. The culprit is a shop called Goldie Company, and it is a bit of a journey from where they are sitting. She clenches her fist with a look of pure determination. It is time to remind these thieves exactly who they are messing with. The scene shifts to the harbor where a massive crowd has already gathered. The line for the new restaurant is wrapping all the way around the building. Looking at the massive mob, Sachiya can't believe her eyes. Worried about getting separated, the MC makes sure to hold Luce's hand as they navigate the chaos. They finally catch a whiff of the food, and it smells exactly like his own cooking. A vendor offers them a sample of the mysterious snacks, and the visual similarity is striking. Convinced they are looking at the evidence, Sachiya turns to him with a dark stare. He just laughs it off, saying they need to actually eat it before making any assumptions. Outside the busy shop, the crowd is gathering while someone tells Saitaru to stop being so reckless. The man with glasses just watches the building, looking like he is carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. The snacks are finally served, and they immediately notice the smell is an exact match for Saitaru's original. The head priest admits the aroma is far too similar to be a coincidence. Luce takes a big bite and confirms it is definitely Karen too, but she senses a tiny difference. While the flavor is close, there's a weird shift in the seasoning that keeps them on edge. Little Luce is just happy to be eating and shouts about how tasty the food is, completely ignoring the heavy atmosphere. The butler watches her celebrate with a silent, unreadable expression. Sachia is officially fuming and declares that the guild's recipe must have been stolen. She is ready for a confrontation and demands a proper sit-down with the management right now. The drama is interrupted when a high-class lady named Foa sweeps into the room asking what all the fuss is about. The butler immediately acknowledges her, confirming she is the one truly in charge. Sachia wastes zero time and corners the staff to demand to know if they own the place. Foa just watches with a sharp judgmental stare as the situation gets even more tense. Sachia goes full detective mode, pointing a finger and demanding to know how they snagged a secret recipe from the guild. Foa is left looking completely stunned as if she has just been hit with a surprise audit. Stepping in to play referee, Bastia reminds Foa that she is dealing with actual guild members. She isn't having any of it though, and snaps back that she is well aware of who they are. The butler warns her to keep her voice down before she makes a scene, but she is already worried about getting scolded by her father. Nearby, the regular customers are definitely getting a show with their dinner. Seeing the butler struggle to manage his high-maintenance boss, Saitaru can't help but feel some sympathy for him. Both guys share a weary look that says they are both just done with the drama. Foa claiming she has never even seen the recipe while the butler tries to apologize for the misunderstanding. He suggests they move this conversation outside before things get even messier. It is a bad look, and Bastia warns that a public spat will only damage her family name. He suggests she cut them some slack before things get even more embarrassing. While Sachia is ready to throw down and start gathering evidence for a fight, Luce is just blissfully ignoring the chaos and eating her snacks. Saitaru tries to be the voice of reason, but the vibe is already tense. But our girl Luce is in food heaven, blissfully munching away and declaring everything delicious. The squad heads out for a scenic walk by the water as Luce looks for her big sister. She is told that her friend is just off visiting family in the city. Little Luce is trying to get in on the grown-up talk, but Saitaru keeps it vague to keep her stress-free. He promises she will be just fine. The conversation shifts to some food stall recipes Saitaru saw recently. Now the management is suddenly very curious about his culinary secrets. Saitaru plays it cool and says he is happy as long as everyone else is having a good time. His selfless vibe is leaving some people in the background totally stunned. The boss lady takes that as a challenge and decides to expand the menu immediately. She is ready to go full master chef, even if her staff is currently dying inside. Sachia has officially reached her breaking point and starts screaming about rules and corporate greed. The rest of the group can only watch as she goes full detective mode over the trade agreement. Foa is absolutely losing it and demanding to know exactly what she means by that, while Saitaro just watches the drama unfold with a weary expression. Our boy plays it cool, explaining that the youth these days just love being dramatic and extreme. Luce is just floating along with a question mark over her head, while the group decides to walk and talk, agreeing that they need to go over the whole story again for the good of the city. The pressure is on for Sachia to give up her secret recipe sooner rather than later. She is standing her ground though, pointing a finger at the troublemakers and demanding an explanation while insisting that everything must follow the proper procedures. Luce stops in her tracks and gives a little tug on some clothing to get attention. Saitaru leans in and asks the little one what is wrong. The group comes to a halt on the docks as Luce starts getting a bit shy. She stammers out a few words while Saitaru just waits for her to drop the news. It is time for a whispered secret as Luce leans in close to spill the tea. Saitaru gives a knowing hum as he finally starts to see the big picture. Our MC suddenly pulls a pro gamer move and says he just remembered some errands he has to run. He apologizes for dragging them all this way, but he insists they have to leave the group and head out right now. Saitaru asks if they can stay a bit longer, and Bastia is more than happy to agree before bowing out. Foa and the girls watch him depart, wondering what is next on the old man's agenda. Down at the harbor, a bird catches some serious air while the squad discusses whether they ever managed to meet up with their families. Chloe looks back at the sky, savoring the rare moment of peace by the water. It is finally time to see if the master blacksmith has actually made progress on those special orders. They head into the workshop with a friendly greeting, and the man in the shades is already waiting for them with a grin. He gives them a casual wave and tells the squad to hold on for just a second. The energy in the shop is high because everyone can tell he is about to reveal something legendary. The blacksmith reaches deep into a drawer to pull out the secret project he has been cooking up. This is the big reveal they have been waiting for, and he is ready to show off the results. He looks like a total boss as he adjusts his shades with a smirk, knowing he absolutely nailed the job. Saitaru leans in closer, genuinely intrigued by the confident vibe coming off the craftsman. The blacksmith hands over a magnifying glass so our boy can inspect the fine details of the new hooks. Saitaru takes a look and realizes the quality is on a whole different level compared to standard gear. The detail on this custom gear is high quality. Our MC is convinced the finish is flawless. The workshop vibe is great right now. Even the blacksmith is surprised by how well the initial prototype turned out. Satya spots a weird curve at the tip, but it is just the barb. Grandpa breaks down the tech while she gets a quick lesson in gear design. This design is basically a trap for anything that bites. Satya isn't sure if it is that deep, but the old man knows this gear is a game changer. Talk is cheap, so it is time for a field test. The blacksmith points out a spot by the water and suggests they see what this hook can really do. The results are basically broken. In no time at all, they have a bucket overflowing with fresh catches that proves the gear is legit. Satya finally scores her very first catch, and the energy is high. She is officially part of the squad now, and she is clearly loving the new hobby. The locals are starting to notice the commotion. Everyone on the pier is looking over, wondering what kind of secret sauce our MC is using to pull in a haul this big. Kennedy just stands there looking slightly overwhelmed by all the sudden attention. The crowd finally loses its chill and swarms the bucket. They are practically begging for a peek, convinced the old man has some kind of cheat code for fishing. Even the other guys on the pier realize the secret is out now. They have been watching from afar and noticed the fish were practically jumping into the basket on their own. Satoru is a true gentleman about it and does not mind sharing the spotlight. The desperate fishers lean in close, asking him to reveal the secret behind his catch. Kennedy is clearly over the noise, but the guys are already testing out the new gear. One dude gives the rod a big swing and is floored by how it handles. The blacksmith has to remind them to keep it steady before they break his masterpiece. They are begging the boss to make them custom rods just like this one. He has to tell them to pipe down because top-tier gear does not just grow on trees. They have never felt anything this light and flexible before, and the quality is alien to them. The blacksmith puts his foot down and tells the guy he cannot just make custom orders for everyone on a whim. The dude will not take no for an answer and keeps pleading for a chance. Meanwhile, Kanade is radiating a vibe so dark that even Satoru is starting to get a little worried. Kanade is officially in her feelings and looks like she is about to enter a villain arc. She is staring off with an intensity that could melt steel. Our boy can only watch from the sidelines, wondering what on earth he did to trigger this level of gloom. A splash in the water kicks things off while the group starts heading back from the pier. The girl apologizes for her brother being extra, but our boy Satoru is not bothered at all. She admits her brother gets tunnel vision whenever fishing is involved. Apparently, he has been like this since he was a kid and even has the scar to prove it. The group keeps the conversation flowing as they walk along the wooden docks. They are impressed that her brother actually managed to pull in a decent haul for once. A quick look back shows that her family life has always been a bit of a circus. Between her dad and her brother, she has spent years cleaning up their messes and dealing with their chaos. We cut to a memory of her brother dragging her to a secret fishing spot back in the day. He was convinced he found a gold mine and was ready to cash in big. They ended up catching so much that their crate was about to burst. The kid was living his best life, thinking they just hit the ultimate jackpot. A few days later, the hype died down and reality set in. They had so much stock that they could not even give it away, putting them in a major bind. Kanade is already seeing the problem with their massive haul. She knows she will have to talk to the guild about lowering the price on this catch. Her brother is on cloud 9, thinking they just hit it big. Everyone seemed happy. He laughs, while Kanade is already dreading the coming crash. The bad news finally hits home during dinner. The guild is slashing prices and putting a lock on fishing for a while. Her brother is ready to start a riot. What is that? He yells, ready to march over to the guild and handle it himself. Kanade is officially over the I told you so energy. They caught way too many and now they have to figure out how to keep them alive. Her dad is just as clueless, asking what she is even talking about. We fishermen are supposed to sell fish, he says, missing the bigger picture. She just wanted them to think about the village, but no one was listening. Kanade cuts herself off with a simple nevermind. The group is moving through the camp while Kanade explains she is more interested in Satoru's business moves than his fishing tips. She is clearly trying to level up her game by watching the master at work. Satoru sees right through her, asking if she is trying to carry the weight of her family and her village on her shoulders. She looks stunned that he picked up on her internal struggle so easily. He tells her that you can look out for your people even when you're in a different place. It is a major perspective shift for her, and she starts to realize that being important does not mean staying put. While Kanade admits she felt things were low-key unfair, the vibe gets interrupted by Luce causing chaos with some fishing bait. It is a nice break from the heavy talk as they continue their walk along the water. Our boy just gives her a wholesome smile and tells her that it is okay to feel that way. He is basically the ultimate mentor, making sure she knows her feelings are valid. The silence breaks when Luce finally lands a catch, and everyone gets hyped for the small victory. Kanade looks up at him, feeling like she just unlocked a new piece of the puzzle. He asks her how to make the most of the lake's blessings if everyone starts on equal ground. It is the kind of high-level question that leaves her thinking long after the conversation ends. Kanade takes a quiet moment to vibe with the lake as the sun hits just right. Our boy gives a satisfied nod while something massive breaks the surface of the water nearby. Luce looks up in confusion as Satoru locks eyes with an unexpected guest. He tells the intruder that he was already expecting them. A squad of lizardmen pulls up on a boat and their leader starts talking major trash. He shouts that he can read the wizard's thoughts. The reptile is staring him down with pure hunter energy. Satoru isn't sure what is up, but Luce is already moving to keep the group safe. The lizardmen demand an immediate surrender, claiming that these outsiders are a threat to the peace of the lake. Kanade whispers to ask if he knows them, but our boy has zero clues. He knows these guys are packing weapons, so he warns the girls that it is probably a bad idea to provoke them. The lizard leader says he has no choice but to attack, and even the girls will be treated as enemies. Satoru just tries to stay zen, asking for a minute to clear things up. Kanade explains that these lizard men usually stick to the other side of the river and rarely cross over. She asks what the old man did to make them so mad, but he insists that he did not do anything to deserve this level of hate. The lead lizard snaps at them, demanding to know what they are whispering about. Satoru tries to play it off as a case of mistaken identity, claiming he is just a traveling merchant and they have the wrong guy. One of the warriors points a sword at him, claiming he saw the old man on a magic crystal and mocking his plan to catch all the fish. Satoru holds up his hands, trying to keep things peaceful and de-escalate the situation. He asks the squad to lower their weapons so they can actually talk this out. The lizard leader isn't interested in a chat, leaning in with a serious glare. He tells Satoru that he is going to let him choose exactly how he wants to die. Our boy remains completely calm, only breaking a single bead of sweat as he makes a request. He suggests they move this whole thing to a better location so they can finish their talk. The dragon warrior looks over the landscape and decides he wouldn't mind moving the scene. Little Luce watches the interaction from the sidelines, looking more curious than concerned. Satoru points toward a wide, flat patch of land that looks perfect for whatever they have planned. The lizard warrior just gives a short grunt of agreement, ready to head over. Kanade is getting nervous and asks if they should call the city guards for backup, but the others seem confident. Meanwhile, the lizards are talking big, claiming they can't be defeated regardless of where the fight goes down. One of the warriors tells his leader not to panic, but Tessei is already locked in. He says his only wish is to protect the village and the lake, even if it means putting his life on the line. The lizard leader declares that protecting the village and its resources from the wizard is worth any sacrifice. His crew grunts in firm agreement even as some others seem hesitant about the plan. Our boy surveys the flat land and decides it is the perfect spot to settle things. Instead of pulling out a weapon, Satoru starts rummaging through his bag to get ready. The dragon warrior watches in confusion, wondering if these ordinary items are actually part of a bizarre magic ritual. He finally gets settled and gives the confused lizard a warm welcome to his impromptu tea party. Little Luce is loving the tea party vibes, but the older girls are losing their minds over the absurdity of it all. We get the most awkward picnic in history as the lizard squad stares down our group from across the blanket. Their boss is completely baffled, wondering what kind of bizarre imitation of a battle this wizard is trying to pull. One of the grunts warns Tessei that he has never seen a magic circle like this and tells him to keep his distance. Tessei just glares back because he can see the vibes are off, while Kanade and the other girls are basically having a heart attack in the background. Our boy stays perfectly calm and invites the warrior to have a seat, claiming this is just how they handle things before a war in his country. The dragon warrior is actually starting to sweat, probably wondering if he is about to get hit with some forbidden picnic magic. The lizards start having a full-blown debate about whether this wizard is actually capping or if this is legit. One of them is convinced that if this is the official way to start a war, his family honor is on the line if he does not sit down. Tessei grips his sword like his life depends on it, declaring that he cannot back down no matter what. Saitaro just repeats the invite for both of them to take a seat, while little Lucy watches with big eyes like she is at a movie premiere. The leader is totally sold on the old man's energy, thinking his straight back and relaxed shoulders prove he is a master of the way of war. His buddy is not seeing it at all, but he decides to trust the process since Tessei is the strongest one in the crew. They start whispering about whether a tactical retreat might be the play before things get any weirder. The leader admits he has no clue what is about to go down today, but he is already too committed to the bit to stop now. Our boy asks if they can still talk it out, but the lizard warrior is losing it over the disrespect. Sword in hand, he is ready to prove he is not just some random monster. Tessei is treating this like a suicide mission, telling his buddy to send a message dragon to the village if he does not make it back. The other guy is just confused because they are still technically at a picnic. Calling the whole thing a joke, the warrior demands they stop wasting time and get to the fight. He is done playing games and wants to see what this wizard can actually do. Satoru just tells him to take a seat and face him directly. Tessei is caught off guard by the request but decides to go along with it just to see where this is going. Introducing the art of Saiza, Satoru tells the lizard to take it easy, but Tessei takes it as a challenge. He forces himself into the kneeling position to prove he is built different. His buddy checks in to see if he is alright as Tessei fails the balance test and wobbles on his knees. Seitaru gives him a pass and says he can just sit however he wants. Tessei asks what the pre-battle ritual is supposed to look like. Whisking up some matcha, Seitaru tells him that the first and most important step is to find some inner peace. Tessei asks what the pre-battle manner is supposed to look like. Whisking the bowl, Seitaru tells him the first step is to calm his mind. Seitaru sets the bowl down and asks the warrior to drink the tea before they start their discussion. Tessei reaches for the drink, while his buddy questions if our boy is really just a simple merchant. The soldier warns that he will not tolerate the lake being overfished for profit. Seitaru gives a calm smile, promising he would never do anything that would deplete their precious resources. Looking out at the water, Seitaru admits he is making enough money and has no desire to waste food, but he agrees they need a decision to avoid overfishing. Tessei takes a long sip while Seitaru hopes the flavor is to his liking. The warrior is clearly stunned by the quality of the drink. Opening his mouth wide, Tessei admits that he actually likes it and tells the old man to finish his explanation. Tessei is all ears now, wanting to know exactly how the old man plans to save their resources. Seitaru breaks it down for him, starting with some advanced cooking and preservation techniques. Seitaru drops a culinary masterclass, explaining that drying the fish is the ultimate play for long-term storage. A little oil and batter is his secret weapon to make it a hit with the kids. The warrior thinks it sounds too good to be true, but one bite of the crispy fish has him sold. It is actually delicious, and the plan is starting to sound legitimate, though there is a catch. Reaching out toward the lake, Tessei admits he has no clue what the humans in that town are up to. He warns that greed has blinded the local fishermen, and their overfishing is going to ruin the lake for everyone. Seitaru agrees, acknowledging that those guys are going to need a lot of convincing. To get the rest of the tribe on board, Tessei invites the group back to his village to pitch the plan to the elders. The lizard squad stays locked in, waiting to see if Seitaru is actually legit. Giving orders, Seitaru tells Kanata to head back to town while he follows the warriors into the unknown. She is terrified of him going into Lizardman territory alone, but he is sure they can reach an understanding. Kanata watches him go with a worried look, offering one final plea for him to stay safe. They stays at the shore while Seitaru follows the Lizardmen deep into the forest toward their hidden camp. The group gathers around a stone table for a meal of grilled fish. Tessei admits the plan is solid, but he warns that the greed of the townspeople could be a problem. Negotiating over drinks gets interrupted when one lizardman asks to see the tools. He is way more interested in the gear than the serious talk. Seitaru pulls out a hand-made bamboo rod and explains how simple it is to build. Tessei is surprised by how thin the material is. With the equipment spread out on the grass, the old man breaks down the assembly. He explains that bamboo is common, and the thread is just processed spiderweb. Tessei realizes how easy it would be for even a child to handle such light gear. Nearby, the forest guardian seems to approve of the new direction. Looking out at the lake, the group discusses how catching larger fish will open up a lot of new cooking options. Our boy Seitaru, showing off a custom hook with a rebounding tip that makes escaping a fail for any fish. If you look closely, that tiny needle is built to snap back and lock in. Seems like the rest of the tribe elders didn't want to be left out of the fishing hype either. Night mode is on as the group hits the shore, casting lines under the moonlight to see who gets the first W. High praise comes for the younger generation who are apparently fast learners during their daytime lessons. The Lizardman elder gives our boy his props, mentioning he heard how well the youth learned those new techniques earlier that day. Turns out the kids were fast learners and surprisingly good-natured. Sustainability is the name of the game since he wants to make sure the lake stays healthy for his future grandkids. This means letting the small ones go and only keeping the real trophies. A new day reveals this massive circular base built right over the water, which looks like it belongs in a high-level sim game. Back at the circular workshop on the water, the tension is starting to rise. Sachiya is stressing because Seitaru has been missing for a full day since the lizardmen grabbed him. The boss just keeps working, totally convinced the old man can handle himself. She is not buying the relaxed vibe and wants a backup plan if things go south. Before they can argue, a visitor cuts in to break the tension. Head priest Salcido is dropping by to check on a special order he placed. He is sorry for the interruption, but he really needs that item for the upcoming event. The boss presents the finished product, and the priest is basically glowing with joy. Kanade is still fuming in the background, unable to believe they are talking about commissions right now. The staff is a masterpiece with bells and flower details that honor the god Ithril. Salcido is impressed by how the finish perfectly captures the divine appearance. The boss asks how the festival prep is going while admiring his own work. Salcido confirms it is going to be the biggest event anyone has ever seen. Salcido is busy hyping up the upcoming annual festival, which brings believers from across the globe to the city. Since it is the first time the city is hosting in 4 years, the priest is locked in to make sure the hospitality is flawless. The blacksmith suggests opening some food stalls, which immediately makes the group think of Seitaru and his legendary cooking skills. Later at the shoreline, Grandpa and Luce prepare to head out while the lizardmen lead them to the water. They are planning to take a boat to town, but things get awkward when the village elder is suddenly nowhere to be found. Right on cue, a large turtle breaks the surface with the lizard man elder casually riding on its shell. The elder greets them with a laugh, making for easily the most cinematic entrance the group has ever witnessed. The elder leans in with a smug look, stating his friend won't just let them walk away. Grandpa is stunned by the scale of the turtle. The elder mentions the beast actually requested this meeting after hearing about the legendary merchant. Luce runs toward the water to see the creature up close. The elder proposes a contest of strength, offering the group a ride if they can prove their worth. One of the lizard men looks on with a face full of disbelief. Satoru processes the offer as the rest of the crew stands there frozen in their tracks. Luce looks to her guardian for reassurance. Satoru gives her a steady nod as the turtle stares them down with a surprisingly intense gaze. Back at the circular workshop base, Kanade and her crew are heading into the main building from the long pier. She spots Shirohan sorting through some papers and rushes inside to catch him. Shirohan looks up, questioning what the restaurant manager is so worked up about. Kanade is stressed out, pointing out that it has been 3 full days since the lizard men took Satoru into the forest. She is convinced that something must have gone wrong during the mission. Shirohan keeps his cool and shelves a book, asking what the old man was even planning to do out there. She explains that the lizard men were trying to frame Satoru as a villain because of the lake crisis. Grandpa went in specifically to convince them that the humans were not to blame. Shirohan stays unbothered, stating that the old man is obviously going to make it. Kanade is not convinced, even though he has been missing for days. Shirohan reminds her that even if every mage in the area teamed up, they still could not touch Satoru. He gestures confidently, knowing that our boy has more than enough magic to handle whatever is in that forest. Shirohan is betting that actions will carry more weight than words. Kanade is not so sure, especially since Luce is right in the middle of it. He tells her not to sweat it, saying he actually feels bad for the lizard men who have to deal with our boy. Kanade is left completely confused by his absolute confidence. Scenes switch back to the forest, where the giant turtle plants its massive foot on the ground as the elder makes his request. Our boy is down to participate, but he wants to know who the massive creature standing in front of him actually is. The elder explains that this is a Sonido turtle, a legendary lake guardian that has been a friend to his family for centuries. It turns out this beast is usually pretty quiet, but he is making a rare exception just to meet our merchant. Satoru agrees to the terms of the challenge. Since he has been around for a long time, he understands the stakes, and asks what this contest of strength actually involves. The elder drops some lore about the Lake Lord clearing the entire area alone using its strength. Legends say the tribe built their village inside the giant footprints left by the beast. The elder drops some lore about the Lake Lord clearing the entire area alone using its strength. Legends say the tribe built their village inside the giant footprints left by the beast. They claim a whole mountain vanished in a single night to make room for what is now the town of Elikan. The lizard man gestures toward the horizon while the turtle stays quiet in the background. Everyone is hyped up about the turtle being a former god of the lake. The elder joins in on the storytelling as the atmosphere gets even more intense. Things get even wilder as they claim this turtle can fly. Legends say it used to soar through the night sky while spewing flames from its mouth. The group is left speechless by the scale of these tales. The turtle bashfully admits it has been around for ages, even if its old memories are a bit fuzzy now. The elder finally breaks the tension by admitting that fire-breathing flying story was just a dream his grandpa had as a kid. Satoru just gives a knowing look. He reminds them that as a traveling merchant he has to hit the road soon, but the lizard men were hoping he would stick around longer. The turtle actually chimes in, saying he is hyped for the most interesting match he has had in ages. Our boy asks them to go easy on him with a smile before the warriors lead him to the field. They arrive at a wide-open plain that looks like the perfect spot for a showdown. Looking out over the massive landscape, Satoru wonders if the legendary turtle really cleared all this land himself. Satoru asks how they are even deciding the winner of this match. The lizard men are hyped to finally see what the legend who calmed the golem can actually do. They lay out the rules. It is either a race back to the finish line or just seeing if you can survive the Lord's rampage without getting thrown off. Our boy asks how far he has got to go. The lizard man points out a distant landmark and tells him to hit the biggest tree on the island and circle back, reassuring Luce that everything will be fine. She gives him a bright smile and promises to wait right here for him. Out on the open field, the turtle asks if they are ready to get this show on the road. The turtle warns him not to even think about a physical win. Satoru asks if he can at least use magic to buff his body, and the turtle gives him the green light as long as he does not start throwing hands. One of the warriors tells him to double-check the route on his map before they start. Satoru pulls it out, and the little doodles on it are honestly the cutest thing ever. Satoru is getting into position. He has not run in ages, but he is ready to give it a shot. Focus is real. Both of them are staring each other down and waiting for the signal. The signal drops. Luce is out here being the ultimate hype girl. They are off like a rocket. Bro is actually surprised by how fast he is moving. The lizard men are questioning reality. They cannot process how a human is keeping up with a beast. Just zooming past the local wildlife. This is his first time actually trying since he was reincarnated. He did not know he could run this fast without magic buffs. The turtle is shook that a human is outrunning him this early. Our boy just hits him with a casual response while keeping the pace. The beast notes that Saitaro seems to have plenty of time on his hands. Saitaro gives the turtle props for being fast, but Sunito thinks that is his line. The giant tortoise asks why a guy this fast even needs a mount. Grandpa just wants to spend time with the people he likes. The turtle thinks that sounds like a fun way to live. Saitaro stays focused on the race. They reach the turnaround point near the giant tree. Elsewhere, the lizard men are chilling on the rocks and checking the path. They are low-key worried the old man might have collapsed somewhere because the distance is no joke. One warrior notes his own race with the beast took a few hours. Luce just smiles and mentions that the starting speed should have been way higher. The dude thinks about getting some fishing in while he waits. Luce is already considering a nap until a familiar rumble starts getting louder. Dust clouds are kicking up as someone approaches the cliff. The lizard men are losing their minds. No shot they are back this early. One of them says while shaking, Saitaro is actually outrunning a mythical beast. Sunito is going full throttle, but he cannot catch up to the old man. This dude's stamina is built different. The lizard men are questioning if humans are even supposed to be this fast. Luce is losing it on the sidelines. She is his #1 hype girl, cheering him on as he crosses the finish line. The race is officially over. The spectators agree that they just witnessed one of the greatest matches ever. Just another day for the GOAT. He adjusts his hat and admits he is glad he came out on top. Luce is still doing the most, telling Saitaro how cool he is. Meanwhile, Sunito is having a humble moment. He admits the world is way bigger than he thought and realizes he was being way too cocky. Saitaro wipes sweat from his face and admits it was a solid race. It is the first time he has met someone that fast. Elsewhere, the lizard men are having a serious moment. Teian wonders if he will ever be able to ride a beast like that, but he is not feeling very confident. The giant turtle mount approaches the group again. One of the lizard men calls out to Saitaro as the huge beast comes to a stop. True to its word, the turtle is ready to become Satoru's subordinate and asks for a name. The old man is a bit caught off guard. Why not Sunito? He asks. A lizard man points out that Sunito is actually just the name of its race. The turtle confirms it wants something unique to call its own, and Saitaro starts to get it. Brainstorming begins as our boy looks at the creature and thinks about names related to rocks and tortoises. The beast interrupts his thoughts, reminding him that there is still one more game left to play. Meanwhile, Luce is living her best life riding on the back of the huge turtle. The lizard men can only watch in shock as she laughs and treats the powerful guardian like a playground toy. Since they have got plenty of time to spare, the giant turtle decides to turn things up a notch, and Luce is already hyped for the action. The beast starts pulling off some high-speed drifts that have the lizard men screaming for their lives, but Luce is just having the time of her life. Once the dust settles, the turtle is looking completely gassed, while Luce casually asks if the ride is already over. Grandpa steps in to check on everyone after that wild ride, leaving the lizard men wondering who these two absolute units actually are. While Saitaro gives Luce some props for being a total beast, the lizard men turn their focus back to the turtle to see if it is ready to make a choice. The turtle is still begging for a unique name and a master to serve, so Grandpa decides to keep it respectful and calls him Sunito-san. Satisfied with his new title, the giant creature looks content as our boy gives a wholesome smile. Saitaro wants them to roll as traveling buddies instead of just master and servant, and the giant beast is all for it. Time for the official naming ceremony, and Grandpa decides to go with the name Raza. The big guy officially accepts his new handle, and our boy is happy to see him vibing with it. After thanking the elder for everything, Saitaro tells Raza they should go see the rest of the world while the turtle prepares to move. Looking at that thick shell, our MC realizes Raza has seen ages of history, while Luce notes she is still a newborn here. Luce gets hit with a deep thought and wonders if Grandpa is still just Grandpa to her. He gives her a wholesome nod of agreement before the lizard men wave them off and tell the old man to stay safe. Cruising across the water, the giant turtle checks if the speed is cool, and our boy says it is perfect. Luce is just happy to wave goodbye. Rosa admits he is not used to carrying passengers, so Saitaro points out that he is way too big for the city streets. He does not want to leave his new buddy waiting alone. Luce suggests a shrink spell, but Grandpa explains his magic does not work on living creatures like that. He thinks a chat with his deity might be the way to go. The group finally pulls up to a unique lakeside village filled with circular docks and tents. Saitaro tells the big guy he has to park it in the water for now, and Raza is a real one and says he does not mind. Luce is already dreaming about the day they can take a stroll together through town. Grandpa agrees that it is definitely the long-term goal. Heading through the market, our boy wishes he had some Wonderland potions since playing with magic is risky business. They walk onto the floating docks to find their next move. Grandpa realizes something is going down elsewhere in the temple. A frantic man named Isao-san rushes by to pray for a dying believer. Everyone watches him bolt as they hope everything works out for the best. Back at the temple, Ithril drops in to see how the day is treating them. He is really proud of their recent performance, but our MC has turtle business on his mind. The deity gets that Raza is too big for the streets, so our boy asks for suggestions. Ithril explains that magical tools can handle size changes if you have the mana to craft them. Grandpa is starting to get the hang of things and realizes tools can be used to channel magic. Our boy wants Salcedo to prep the tools, but the girl is worried about that dying patient they heard about earlier. The head priest asks Saitaro to take over the healing duties, while Luce is just vibing and enjoying the warmth. Saitaro decides Luce should stay at the temple for now, though the girl wonders if she will get lonely without them. Luce is a real one and understands that her favorite grandpa's help is needed elsewhere. Grandpa looks ready for action as the duo boards their boat, while Luce waves goodbye from the dock. The story picks back up at the harbor, where the massive tent boat sits docked against a stunning mountain backdrop. Luce is already busy vibing with a local cat, while the girls watch the wholesome scene from the sidelines. They rush over to check on her, relieved she is safe after the long journey. Luce casually mentions they touched down a little while ago and everything is chill. The crew is worried about potential danger, but she promises they were best friends with the lizard men and the turtle. She is just happy to be back in town and playing again. Our girl starts explaining her training arc of running in circles with a turtle, leaving the adults completely glitching. They cannot tell if she is telling the truth or just quoting a bedtime story. The whole circling turtle story sounds like a total fairy tale, but with this group they know anything is possible. Sochia asks where the old man went since he is usually her shadow. Luce explains that Grandpa had to head out for some business. Apparently he went for a stroll with a tan uncle who needed a hand with something. Kanata realizes she is talking about head priest Salcedo. She mentions the priest has been busy lately heading out to pray for believers who are supposed to be incurable. Luce is holding down the fort with the local cat while Grandpa heads out on a medical side quest. Kanata and Sachia aren't even breaking a sweat because they know Seitarou is built different. The crew on the boat talks about how magic and prayer can act as a panacea for the most cursed diseases. Elsewhere, Seitarou and Ithril hop off the boat and start their trek into the city. They cut through the trading district where the Goldie Company runs the show and info is the real currency. Ithril points out the target house on the hill that looks way too lively for a place with a dying patient. As they approach, Ithril explains that some diseases are just too much for normal doctors to handle without a magic boost. Seitarou is skeptical about why they are only helping this one person, but Ithril says his power is exactly what is needed. Ithril takes a second to appreciate the butterfly passing by. He explains that most people follow a set path, but this patient has not actually reached the end of their life yet. Seitarou is confused by the idea of someone dying before their time. Ithril notes that by the laws of nature this person is meant to keep going. He describes how a single drop of water falling into a pond by chance can change everything. That one event creates ripples that impact every part of nature. These effects do not just stay in one place, they spread across the entire world. Seitarou realizes he is also one of those drops that fell into this world. He knows his presence is already shifting the natural order. Seitarou asks if Ithril made another massive mistake like he did with him. Ithril quickly tries to deny it, but Seitarou is not entirely convinced. Our boy says that no matter what happens, he is not going to abandon the mission. He stops suddenly when he catches sight of someone up ahead. They come across a young noble lady named Foa sitting on a bench and crying her eyes out. She is startled when she looks up and sees them watching her. Foa wants to know why they are there, and Seitarou pretends that they are just passing by. He whispers to Ithril and confirms that this girl is the patient they came to help. She recognizes Seitarou from the store the other day and tries to act professional, despite the tears. She thinks they are there about a recipe and promises to visit them another day to handle it. Seitarou tells her that the business can wait for another time. He respects her for trying to focus on her job while she is clearly dealing with a lot. Our MC mentions that Salcedo told him all about the illness in her family. He offers to help her out, and Foa is left completely stunned by the news. Foa admits the doctors have pretty much given up on her mom. Our MC isn't buying it and says they need to see the situation for themselves, while Ithril flexes his top-tier recovery magic. The mention of recovery magic hits her like a truck. Looking up with tear-filled eyes, she asks if there's actually any hope for her mother to pull through. A flicker of hope returns as she watches them, but Seitarou is more worried about his pending chores. He knows Sachia is going to roast him if he doesn't bring that recipe back soon. She drops to her knees and begs for forgiveness for being so rude to them before. Crying her eyes out, she pleads for them to save her family and thanks the old man for his concern. Seitarou promises to handle the recipe drama once they sort out the medical emergency. He just wants her to explain everything to the commercial guild so he can finally get some peace. Priorities first, so our boy suggests they head over and check on the patient immediately. Foa is more than happy to lead the way back to her manor. They arrive at the massive estate just as the moons begin to rise. Inside the mansion, Foa checks in with the butler about her mother's latest condition. He looks pretty stressed while admitting that even the head priest's prayers haven't helped much. The butler is shocked that a high-level healer has actually shown up. Saitaru stays in his own head though, still worrying about that missing recipe while Foa rushes to the patient. Checking out the hallway, Saitaru notes that this place is definitely built on commercial guild wealth. The interior is pure luxury, exactly what you would expect from the city elites. Foa turns back to make sure she has his name right before keeping things realistic. She admits that even the smallest bit of progress with her mother's health would mean everything. Saitaro gives a simple promise to do what he can. Foa is clearly on edge as they finally step up to the bedroom door. They find Foa's mother resting in bed, looking pretty drained from her illness. She manages to whisper a weak welcome as her daughter brings the guests inside. Foa immediately tells her mom to lie back down and save her energy. The lady seems more focused on showing off some fabric for her daughter, trying to stay maternal even while bedridden. Selen is still trying to handle chores from her sickbed, which has Foa on edge. She finally looks up at the visitors and asks who they are. "Isao Seitaro, pleased to meet you." Our boy gives a polite nod and keeps the introduction formal. Selen manages to introduce herself, thanking them for showing up. Saitaru tells her to rest easy and promises that his diagnostic magic won't hurt a bit. While Saitaru gets ready, the butler starts getting suspicious of the new faces. Kanade jumps in with a smile to explain that she is just the assistant. The evaluation spell lights up the room, projecting status screens all over the place. Saitaru starts scrolling through the data to find the root of the problem. The results show failing vision and physical collapse, confirming that this case is troublesome. "I see," Saitaru murmurs as he reads over the grim details. This is not like any disease he ever saw in his former world. He keeps a straight face, but he is starting to doubt if he actually has the power to fix this. Ithril slides into Saitaru's brain, telling him he definitely has the power to fix this. The locals are just standing there lost while the god hypes him up. We get a breakdown on the medical meta. Basic healing magic is too low tier for this, and they need a serious level up to save her. Ithril confirms that since our boy has resurrection magic, this is basically light work. He is sure the patient's symptoms will finally settle down. Our boy is not quite as convinced. He thinks to himself that talk is cheap when you're not the one on the clock. Switching back to doctor mode, Saitaru tells Selen he knows exactly what she is dealing with. The daughter is desperate for some good news. The diagnosis is out, and it is pretty serious. He finds tumors in her chest, and the mom admits she has already felt them. Leaving it alone is not an option, and surgery is too messy. Our MC decides to skip the knife and let his magic handle the heavy lifting. Foa is begging on her knees for a miracle. Our boy keeps it cool and tells her he will give it a shot. Saitaro drops the high-tier remission spell and lights up the whole room. Selen finally wakes up while everyone holds their breath. She starts moving her fingers and realizes she is actually healed. Her vision is back and better than ever. The butler is floored. Our boy just brushes it off like it was light work. Glasses Bro starts geeking out over how high level this magic is. He has never even heard of a spell this broken before. Our boy keeps playing it cool, claiming he is just a humble merchant who happens to know a little magic. The butler is definitely not buying the modest act after seeing that miracle. The treatment is officially a success, and the appraisal confirms the illness is completely wiped out. Foa is breaking down in tears of relief now that her mom is finally back on her feet. Selen pulls her daughter into a long overdue hug while Saitaru decides it is time for a smooth exit. Walking back through the city at night, our boy wonders if Luce is staying out of trouble. His companion is not worried at all, knowing the little slime is well protected. Just when he thinks he can finally head back to the inn and call it a day, someone calls out his name from behind. It turns out the staff chased them down just to show some extra appreciation. The butler and his crew are not about to let a legendary healer walk away without a proper thank you. Our boy tries to play it cool, insisting it was no big deal. The mansion staff is not hearing it though, claiming his healing was a straight-up miracle. They are practically begging to pay him back for saving the lady of the house. The crew gets desperate, mentioning that Foa will probably roast them if they let him walk away empty-handed. Seeing they will not back down, Saitaru finally cracks a smile. "Then I will ask one favor in return." The butler and his team are all ears to see what kind of request he is about to drop. We rewind the clock and dive into the past, back when this lake was far larger than it is today. There were no villages, buildings, or signs of civilization anywhere in sight, just a pristine landscape covered in trees and untouched nature. Everything changed one day when a family of lizard men suddenly moved in and started building houses from stone and wood. It did not take long before they dug around and turned the quiet spot into a small village. The ancient turtle was still young at the time, but he was completely intrigued by how these newcomers behaved. He spent his days watching them from the surface of the water without any end. Even as the lizard man population grew, they never once polluted the lake or uprooted the fish. The water was way livelier back then, and there were far more fish swimming through the depths. They were careful to only take nuts and small animals from the forest sparingly. Then, a few decades later, something happened that had never taken place before. A young lizard man starts crying out for help because his big brother is about to drown in the deep water. He screams for his Onia-chan while panicking that a massive turtle is about to eat him alive. Instead of a snack, the turtle rescues the boy and gives him a ride back to his family on his shell. They started calling him the Sonito Turtle from that day on, and helping them out just felt like the right thing to do. After rescuing the kid, our turtle friend decides that Sonito is the perfect name to roll with. The lizard men became his family, sharing their culture and food while he spent his days as their protector and transport. They spent many nights together by the fire as he learned about the world through their eyes. Everything changed decades later when humans arrived and started building up the lakeside way faster than the lizard men. They claimed the whole area for themselves, naming both the lake and their new settlement Ilakan. Hearing about other lands from his lizardmen friends made him wonder what the rest of the world actually looked like. Right when his curiosity peaked, he noticed a major issue with his own growth. He had grown so heavy and powerful that even a simple walk through the trees meant accidentally crushing everything in his path. Years pass, and the turtle realizes his relationship with the lizard men is shifting as his growing body starts accidentally trashing the local forest. The locals started treating him like a straight-up lake god just as the fishing village began booming into a major settlement. Generations of lizard men kept coming back to share their stories with their giant guardian. He loved hearing about the vibrant city life and all the crazy food, but knew deep down he could never set foot in that world. Trying to walk through those narrow streets would just end in a disaster movie scenario for everyone involved. Back in the present, Satoru pulls out a glowing magic ring and gets ready to work some miracle magic. The whole squad gathers around the massive turtle as they wait to see if this shrinking plan actually works. A moment later, the magic kicks in, and the enormous turtle begins shrinking right before their eyes. Just like that, the giant beast is reduced to a much more manageable size. Rosa is losing his mind, asking Grandpa what kind of item he just pulled out. Satoru keeps it casual, explaining that it is a magic tool with a shrinking spell. He realizes that while it looks like a ring, it is a perfect fit for the turtle's forehead. Looking at the Sonito turtle, Satoru admits to himself that there's still a lot about this world he has yet to learn. He's just glad to see that Sonito is looking so happy with the new arrangement. Nearby, Salcedo-san is getting hit with a wave of gratitude for his help during the mission. He just smiles and brushes it off, claiming that, compared to saving Mrs. Goldie, this was light work. Luce is practically beaming as she realizes that Raza can finally walk the city streets right beside them. The group shares a bright moment together as they prepare to head back. A tiger beastman and a young mansion staffer in formal suits suddenly interrupt to offer their thanks. They mention that Foa-sama and the Goldie Trading Company are desperate to repay him for everything he's done. Satoru apologizes for keeping them waiting and decides it's finally time to cash in a favor. He tells them he has a request, and the staff members tell him he can ask for literally anything. With a confident look, Satoru tells them that he wants to officially start doing business together. He's a merchant through and through, and he's not about to let a prime networking opportunity pass him by. The tiger servant and his partner are stunned by the request. They can't believe our boy just asked for a business partnership instead of a giant pile of gold. Even though they'd never turn down a trade deal, they still feel like they're the ones winning here. Our MC just smiles and tells them that the connection they're building is worth more than simple currency. Satoru reminds them that he's a merchant at heart, not a professional doctor. The tiger servant agrees to pass the word along to Foa regarding their new arrangement. Luce is busy vibing while the Sonito realizes this world is way more complicated than it looks. Every new species they encounter is a whole new learning experience for the squad. Looking out at the landscape, our MC notes how big the world truly is. There's always something new to discover beyond the horizon. Sachia cuts the deep moment short by telling him to pick up the pace. Everyone is ready to roll, and they're just waiting on him. Scene shift to a cozy room where Grandpa is watching a nature documentary with his grandson. The narrator on screen explains that bowhead whales can live for 70 years on average. Back in a flashback, Takumi is shook after finding out whales can live as long as humans. Grandpa just smiles, wondering if those big guys have grandsons as cool as his. The kid starts grilling him on what it is like to live for 200 years. But the cozy home vibe gets cut short when a voice calls Saitaru back to the present. Back in reality, Raza mentions he is actually hyped for the future. Our boy just hums in agreement, feeling content with how his new life is playing out. The squad discusses how deepening the bonds between the city and its people will help everyone level up together. It is all about that community growth mindset now. Satoru officially realizes he is a part of this world now, but the calm moment does not last. They arrive at the docks and notice some major commotion happening down by the water. The waterfront is a total scene, with a massive crowd gathered around a large tent on the pier. Even the giant turtle is surprised by how loud and busy it is getting. Our MC notes that the place is way more packed than he expected. Out of nowhere, a local dude spots him and shouts, sounding surprised that the legend himself actually arrived. The docks are officially a mess with the fishermen and lizardmen ready to throw hands. Satoru jumps in the middle to stop the brawl before it starts. Calmly, he asks everyone to take a breath so they can actually talk things through. Calling the lizards clueless is only making them angrier as they bark right back. It is a standoff with neither side willing to budge an inch. Standing by, the heavy hitters from the Commerce Guild and the Goldie Trading Company look stressed. Everyone is waiting for a miracle to fix this situation. Turning to Saitaro, he asks what the plan is. All eyes are on our boy to see how he is going to settle this dispute. Addressing the whole group, Saitaro thanks them for showing up to the meeting. Protecting the lake's resources is his main priority while finding a way for everyone to work together. Worried about rules messing with their catch, the fishermen are already feeling stressed. Satoru ignores the bad vibes and asks Kanade to bring out the secret weapon. With lives on the line and a festival coming up, the crew is desperate for cash. He just tells them to hold on while they get things sorted. Our boy asks everyone to chill and listen to the plan. The fishermen are still skeptical, but they agree to wait and hear him out. Kanade hands over the secret weapon and it is a box of dried fish. Satoru calls this the first major step to fixing their mess. He breaks it down explaining that because anyone can make this, they can stop overfishing. It lasts a long time too, which is huge for business. Tessei thinks the dried fish is a perfect safety net for when the catch is low. Kennedy isn't convinced and asks what the actual goal is here. The squad is already inhaling the samples and loving it, but one dude is still skeptical about the whole plan. One dude claims they are all just doing the same thing anyway, but the lizard man is not hearing it. He snaps back, calling him a monkey head and explaining that they have to catch less fish if they want to make any real profit. Things are getting way too loud as both sides start losing their chill over the plan. Satoru tells them to calm down and focus on making their products worth more. Both sides are still heated and definitely not done arguing yet. To settle things, he tells Sachia to bring out the next surprise. She is hyped and runs off while the local dudes just stand there looking lost. Sachia rolls up with the food cart to save the day. Everyone watches as she makes her grand entrance. The tiger servant gets to work while our boy gives him the seal of approval. The local dudes have no idea what they are even looking at. Satoru explains that this simple trick is going to skyrocket the value of their catch. Sachia is right there to back him up with the business details. It is basically just taking the dried fish, battering it, and dropping it in the deep fryer. The end result is a delicious treat with a crunchy texture. The lizardmen and the crew are already digging in and their minds are blown. This dish is looking like a moneymaker. Sachia drops the bomb that their fish could soon be worth 50 times more than before. The news has everyone in the back looking like they just saw a ghost. He admits the plan is solid, but worries about the hype dying down or a high price scaring people off. He wants to make sure this business model is built to last. He warns that keeping the price too high might scare off average customers and slow down their growth in the city. Our boy admits it is a fair point and looks over to Luce for a second opinion. She solves the problem instantly by shouting out that they just need to throw a festival. While the lizardmen are all for it, Kanade's brother is just standing there lost. The goal is to bring in outsiders to test the products and then spread the word to other cities through mobile stalls. Dried fish lasts a long time, making it the perfect trade good for long-distance travel. This gives the locals a way to make a living without relying on fishing alone. The logic finally clicks and Kanade's brother is absolutely losing it over how smart the old man is. Satoru just brushes it off like it is no big deal. Satoru gives credit where it is due, revealing that Kanade is the one who really thinks about the city's future. Her brother is stunned to find out how hard his sister has been working behind the scenes. The crew is vibing with the new flavors, but they can't even put a name to what they're eating. Kanade's brother is losing it, shouting about how awesome she is while the rest of the group watches the chaos. Foa steps forward with a serious look, calling out to Satoru to get his attention. Bastia stands right behind her, keeping that professional butler energy while the old man listens. Foa points out that this food is good enough to sell anywhere, even outside their usual territory. The lizardmen look like they just saw a ghost, but our boy just takes the compliment in stride. Tessei isn't feeling the generous vibes, declaring that he won't stand for anyone pirating their secret recipe. Satoru just gives him a look, telling him it is actually all right. Kanade's brother demands to know what is all right about losing their edge. But the old man has a different perspective. He explains that gatekeeping technology is a bad move and that sharing is the way to go. The guys are shaking their heads, telling Satoru that he is way too good-natured for his own good. Tessie argues that keeping things exclusive is the only way to make sure the value stays high. Luce is left wondering what the old man is actually cooking up in that head of his. He assures them he has thought this through, and Kanade tells everyone to just pipe down and listen to the plan. Our boy points out a mysterious black jar and asks the Tiger Beastman to bring it out for a closer look. The crew is floored when they peek inside. seeing what looks like a piece of the night sky trapped in a pot. Kanadid is officially over the mystery and demands to know what Grandpa actually plans to do with an empty jar. He just gives a knowing smile, revealing that he is going to need a little help from Foa to make the plan work. Foa is caught off guard by the shout-out, but Grandpa confirms he has a very specific job in mind for her. She tries to act like she is too busy for sudden requests, while Luce is just standing there with stars in her eyes. Since the recipe issue is still a mess, Foa finally gives in and asks what exactly she is supposed to be doing. Saitaro puts on his best host face and gestures for the group to follow him. Ladies and gentlemen, this way please. Starting fresh at the seaside camp, one of the guys is already raving about the meal. He's so impressed that he wants to know if Saitaro has any more legendary plans in the works. Our boy has a humble smile as he mentions he is borrowing the innkeeper's kitchen. He's going to need everyone to pitch in if they want to see this through. The locals are impressed with his skills, but Kanade has a serious question on her mind. She pulls him aside to figure out what's really going on. When asked why he's helping them out so much, Saitaro keeps it real. He's a merchant at heart and wants to see the town thrive so business stays booming. He drops a bombshell by revealing he's already contacted the Goldie Company to partner up. Sashia is totally floored by how fast he moves. He apologizes for not checking in first, but he's already sourced all the spices and materials they need from the guilds. Sashia just tells him not to sweat it because he's practically saving them. While the adults handle business, Luce checks in with Raza to see if the big guy is enjoying the town. He gives her a solid yes, proving everyone is loving the new vibe. Luce is absolutely beaming as she brags about how fire Grandpa's cooking is. She's definitely a fan of the new menu items. While the group makes their way through town, Kanade pulls Saitaro aside for a quick sidebar. He keeps it chill and asks if something is on her mind. She gets straight to the point and asks if she can manage the fish arrangements for the upcoming festival. Satoru gives a thoughtful nod while keeping her brother's situation in mind. Our boy gives her the green light, knowing she's got the skills to pull this off without a hitch. He explains that setting up a town-wide system is the real play here because it helps more than just her family. Kanade is super grateful as the rest of the crew follows along. They arrive at a massive circular building sitting right on the harbor. Saitaro is confident the owners will be down to host their operation. Walking inside, they get a warm welcome from the local innkeeper. Everyone is ready to get to work as they settle into their new headquarters. The innkeeper offers his full support as the team wonders what to do with the giant turtle still parked outside. Walking into the workspace, Saitaro gets a hyped reception from the staff. Elf Girl is already set up and reports that the Goldie Company delivered a huge variety of spices for their project. She presents a spread of rare seasonings, including some elven blends and the famous pimento. Our boy is so impressed by the quality of the goods that he even plans to snag some for himself later. Before they get to work, he decides it is time to fill everyone in on the details regarding Foa. Foa looks serious as she tells him to go ahead and explain everything to the group. Saitaro mentions that the food at Foa's restaurant looks and tastes almost exactly like his own cooking. He explains that he had to check in with her butler to figure out why the ingredients felt just a little bit different. Foa clarifies that she only used his recipes as a reference point for her own experiments. Our boy points a finger up and tells the room that she is going to be their flavor supervisor from now on. Stepping over to a table overflowing with spices, he reveals his real plan for her. He wants Foa to lead the team in developing a special sauce that will make their fried fish unstoppable. Foa is completely caught off guard by the sudden request. Sachiya and the rest of the crew are just as shocked and wonder where he is going with this idea. Saitaro explains that he heard about her natural talent for tasting spices while he was doing business with the Goldie Company. He is convinced that her refined palate is the secret weapon they need to perfect their recipe. Looking over the various bowls of ingredients, he suggests her ability might even be a rare, unique skill. Sachiya and the rest of the team are starting to catch on to the genius behind his strategy. He notes that her previous restaurant dishes were successful recreations made with totally different cooking methods. Sachiya starts connecting the dots and gets hyped as they look over a plate of the finished product. Grandpa asks Foa for her take on the situation. She is clearly feeling the heat and struggles to find her words. Foa explains she only used her skills to recreate her mother's favorite food. Our boy just smiles and notes that her hard work is why her mom is finally recovering. He tells Foa to own her talent and turn this sauce into a legendary specialty for the city. Sachiya is totally hyped and decides it is time for some trial runs. The team starts the grind by picking their base flavors. Everyone is locked in as they begin combining spices. The goal is to make the flavor so complex that no one else can even dream of copying their recipe. Even the lizard man is stunned by how good it tastes. While the sauce is poured into the pots, Foa realizes her unique skill is actually useful for more than just personal projects. She keeps a close eye on the heat as it simmers to perfection. Grandpa explains that back home she would be called a blender and held in high regard. Foa is surprised because she mostly knew people who just checked spice quality. The kitchen crew tests the new sauce directly, while Sakia pulls Saitaru aside for a quick chat. Saitaru-san, can I have a second? She starts questioning if it is even fair that some people are born with rare talents while others have nothing. Foa watches from the side as the mood gets heavy. Foa starts to argue, but Saitaru is already rubbing his chin in deep thought. Sashia looks away as they process her words. Our boy drops some truth, explaining that thinking successful people are just cheating is a dead end. He understands her frustration, but wants her to focus on herself. Holding up a bowl of herbs, he realizes he is getting a bit preachy. He tells Sashia that she definitely has qualities that others find enviable. Foa decides it is her turn to speak up. Sashia-san. Turns out even the wealthy guild daughter is a little jealous. Foa respects how Sashia always speaks her mind and shares her opinions without holding back. Foa admits her family does not really listen to her, but she is jealous of how Sashia always speaks her mind. Sashia is caught off guard by the sudden heart-to-heart. Grandpa just vibes in the middle, while Foa tries to smooth things over with a simple hey. Kanade joins the chat, noting how rare it is to see the guild and company working so well together. She is just happy to find a spot where her skills can finally be put to work. Kanade asks if she can help out with the assistant duties. Foa is totally here for it, telling her it is super reassuring to have her on board for the long haul. Apology tour starts during the snack break as Foa says, sorry for acting out earlier. Grandpa is way too busy with his food to be mad and tells her it is all good. The secret sauce is finally ready and everyone agrees that the complex flavor is basically impossible to replicate. While the lizard man is hyped to dig in, Foa looks on with a soft smile. Our girl is absolutely sent after taking a massive bite of the fried fish. She is hyped for the feast and makes sure to thank the chef for the meal. The courtyard is officially popping as the whole squad bonds over the new specialty. Between the lizard men, the giant turtle, and the crew, the energy is through the roof. Grandpa breaks down the new jar design, and the crew loves how it makes serving the sauce a total breeze. The fried fish is officially a specialty, bringing a deep umami flavor and a kick of spice that hits just right. Our boy drops some wisdom on the power of teamwork, hoping this recipe sharing is just the beginning of something bigger. With the mission accomplished, the group preps to bounce for the next town, leaving the locals wanting more. Luce is too busy demolishing her snack to care about the travel plans, even as Kanade asks where they are heading next. The sea is calling, and Luce is purely hyped to see a pool of water bigger than the lake they just saved. Elsewhere, the local fishermen are still buzzing about the legendary old man who is way too strong to just be a merchant. Kanata catches up with her brother at the docks as he brings in a fresh catch. The morning fishing grind is going strong. Her brother flexes a box full of fish, but the scene shifts as a fully healed Selen approaches. She is on a mission to find the old man who cured her. Selen is glowing and just wants to thank Saitaru face to face. Kanade is happy to see her healthy, even if the timing is a bit off. Just as Foa swoops in to wrap her mom in a cloak, Kanade reveals that Grandpa already left town. Selen is low-key crushed, she missed him. Foa is in full protective mode, scolding her mom for risking her health outdoors. Selen just takes the lecture while Kanade watches the family drama. The girls double-team Selen with health advice, telling her to stick to the rules. They are not letting her slack on her recovery. Foa pulls her mom into a hug, asking her to rely on her more. Watching them bond has Kanade feeling inspired to grind even harder. The squad is chilling at the campsite when Raza gets curious about the menu. The giant turtle asks Saitaru exactly what he is whipping up over the open flames. Saitaru starts slicing away, dropping some facts about how many ways there are to cook one simple ingredient. Luce is completely locked in, watching the master chef turn basic dried fish into a gourmet experience. Our boy asks Raza if there's anything he just cannot stand to eat. Raza keeps it casual, claiming he has zero picky eater energy since he has spent his life eating everything raw. Saitaru explains that raw food just does not hit the same as a properly seasoned meal. He tells Raza to be honest from now on if there's ever something he is not vibing with. The ingredients look like a work of art once they are all lined up in the preheated pan. They just have to let it bake for 30 minutes while the flavors get to work. While they wait for the main course, Grandpa suggests they check the map for the route to the next town. Luce is hyped and ready to keep moving as long as the snacks stay top tier. Under the glow of 2 moons, they realize they have to pass back through the forest and the town of Seoul. Luce is already manifesting a future full of even more delicious food. Grandpa is locking in their next route, choosing the widest highway for maximum safety on the way to the Lycus coast. Luce is already vibing with the idea of finally seeing the ocean. Raza has never heard of the sea, so Grandpa breaks down how it's basically a lake on steroids filled with massive creatures. Luce is low-key worried that some of those ocean giants might actually be bigger than their turtle friend. Luce is already dreaming about making new friends at the next festival. Grandpa feels a bit bad for leaving the last town so fast, but she's just hyped to keep the adventure moving. They agree to loop back for the next big event, but a sudden rustle in the bushes cuts the conversation short. Something is lurking in the shadows. It's their favorite tuxedo cat back for a surprise visit, and this time it's carrying a special delivery. Grandpa spots a package tied to its back and moves in to see what the kitty brought them. Grandpa unwraps the gift to find a pristine shell hidden inside the cloth. Luce is instantly captivated by the mysterious souvenir. The shell is incredibly sparkly, making Luce wonder if it's a direct gift from the deity Ithril. Grandpa realizes this isn't just a basic scallop when he spots something unexpected hidden inside the ridges. The Harbor Festival is buzzing with life as everyone celebrates the success. A young Beastkin kid spots a magic broadcast and shouts that Luce is finally part of the show. Out in the forest, our boy is whipping up a gourmet meal while Luce waits for the first bite. Even the deity Ithril is impressed, claiming the whole town is sparkling with main character energy. The seafood stew looks like a prime meal that straight up hits different with fresh herbs and lemon slices. Grandpa smiles as he prepares to serve his crew a dinner they will never forget. Grandpa tells Raza to dig in since there's plenty of food to go around for everyone. The tuxedo cat watches them from a distance, keeping a silent eye on the group under the moonlight. Back in town, Shirohan is straight up losing his cool while watching the magic broadcast. He points at the screen and screams, wondering why that legendary old man is out in the wild having a gourmet dinner. The guild members look down at the wagon Grandpa ordered for his latest project. Shirohan is low-key tripping, questioning if it is actually safe to test magic tools in the middle of a monster-infested forest. Illumina confirms they packed every single tool and ingredient the duo could possibly need. Shirohan is still stressed out, screaming that sending an old man and a young girl into the wild is just asking for trouble. Shirohan is still sweating because he thinks our main character is out there being reckless without a squad. His crew tells him to chill, but Bro is convinced that no matter how strong the old man is, he still needs a babysitter. The blacksmith just gives a thumbs up and tells everyone to pipe down. He straight up guarantees that Grandpa is more than capable of handling himself. Even Allahan is starting to feel the vibes, worried that his prime business partner is taking an unnecessary risk. He is already looking for ways to make the trip low-key safer. Illumina just laughs and promises to send backup if things actually get messy. She knows the old man is basically a high-tier magic user who knows exactly what he is doing. Elsewhere in the forest, the tuxedo cat lets out a big yawn under the moonlight. The vibes are finally starting to settle as the day comes to an end. Back at the camp, the squad is ready to call it a night. The lizard man warrior is curious about the sleeping arrangements and asks how they are going to stay safe. Our boy admits it has been a long time since he went camping. He pulls out a special magic tool to make sure no unwanted guests show up while they are catching some sleep. The turtle warns him that the night forest is full of danger. Grandpa is already steps ahead, pulling out a magic item to secure the area, just being extra careful before they call it a night. A high-tier barrier goes up to keep the squad safe while they catch some sleep. Everything seems chill until a weird sound wakes Luce up. Something is definitely lurking in the shadows outside the bubble. Over at the Lizardman Temple, a scout flies across the lake. So far, it looks like the festival ended without any drama. The dragon boss is hyped about the new deal with the humans to protect the lake resources. He knows the history of this place is about to change forever. Even though they are allies now, the boss is still low-key suspicious of our boy. He thinks it is weird that the old man never spills anything about his past. Elsewhere, one of the warriors is showing off his catch with a new fishing rod. Luce is just chilling with a giant chicken, admitting she has no idea where Saitaru got his tech. The warrior agrees, noting that the old man seems to see through everything like a cheat code. Luce tells him that Grandpa is just built different and knows way too much. Back at the temple, the boss is still watching the group through his crystal ball. He is convinced that Saitaru is way more than just some long-lived merchant. Suddenly, the scout spots something terrifying over the mountains. A mysterious black mist is rolling in, and the dragon boss is straight up losing it. The lizardman boss senses a dangerous presence nearby and orders his squad to raise the vigilance in town. Back at the campsite, the vibe gets heavy as they realize a powerful monster is lurking close by. This thing is straight up bad news. Luce and our boy are caught off guard when a massive horned demon suddenly appears out of the shadows. This absolute unit is clutching a tiny animal in its fist, like it is nothing. Luce is totally frozen, wondering what kind of nightmare they just ran into. Knowing they are in deep trouble, Luce screams for Seitaru Dono to get ready to run. She recognizes this thing as an ogre, which is a high-level threat that definitely should not be in a forest like this. She is frantically trying to get our boy to move before things get messy. The ogre goes on a rampage, swinging its massive arms and sending the local wildlife flying. Luce watches the chaos and knows she has to step up to protect the innocent animals. She is torn between playing it safe and doing the right thing. Luce realizes the magic power coming off this beast is through the roof. She suspects this ogre might have been the one influencing the golem they fought earlier. They have to handle this situation right now before other areas get caught in the crossfire. Instead of backing down, Luce finds her voice and tells the giant bully to stop. She demands to know why it is bullying the helpless animals in the forest. The ogre just glares back with zero chill, looking ready to finish her off. The ogre lets out a deafening roar that shakes the entire forest. Animals are scrambling for their lives while the beast gears up for a real fight. Luce can barely keep her footing as the sheer pressure of its aura hits her like a truck. The turtle warns them this ogre is not the talking type, but Grandpa is just scratching his head trying to find a plan. Luce is not waiting around though. Luce looks Grandpa dead in the eye and tells him she is going in. Bro is low-key worried, she is just acting brave, but her face says otherwise. She bolts toward the beast, telling Grandpa to handle the support while the turtle straight up has a heart attack watching her go solo. Grandpa is not sweating it because he knows Raza has the magic buffs ready. He just gives her a casual warning to stay safe. Luce is spamming every buff in the book as she closes the distance. Barrier, hardy, quick. She is going full raid boss mode on this monster. The ogre tries to clock her with a swing, but she is not intimidated one bit. Don't bully the weak, she screams, diving straight into the danger zone. The turtle is losing its mind screaming for her to look out, but Grandpa is chilling like it is a Sunday stroll. He tells the shell bro to relax and focus on their own job while Luce handles the heavy lifting. The battle pops off as Luce weaves through the monster reach with insane speed. She is a blur of motion, ready to land a hit that will definitely leave a mark. Grandpa is mesmerized by the beautiful glow while the turtle tries to figure out if she is actually a bright slime. She lands a heavy kick as Grandpa explains how her special ability lets her absorb most attacks. The forest animals watch in awe as she handles the situation. The battle reaches its peak as she prepares the final move. One heavy strike later, and the giant monster is sent crashing to the dirt. It is finally over for the big bully. Even with the massive size difference, the turtle is floored that she took it down so easily. Celebrating the victory with a huge smile, she is feeling herself after another successful mission in this world. Grandpa and the shell bro are deep in their analysis of her battle tactics. They are hyped about her courage, though she just looks confused by the praise. The local wildlife shows up with a bunch of snacks to say thanks for the carry. She tries to stay humble, but Grandpa insists she did an amazing job. Luce looks back as the turtle explains. The local wildlife is there to say thanks. Grandpa is just vibing with his lantern while the rabbits swarm in for some love. Pure wholesome energy as she celebrates everyone being safe. She even asks if Grandpa got some snacks too, and he just nods along with a satisfied smirk. They can't just leave things as they are, so Grandpa hits her with one last request. She is down for the mission without a second thought. Luce shows off some moves before everyone settles down for the night. Grandpa reflects on the wild start to their trip while she promises to be his personal bodyguard. They catch some sleep while the turtle acts as a bed before the morning sun hits the mountains. The tuxedo cat wakes everyone up with a loud meow. Grandpa wonders if the little guy is still hungry after his morning meal. Grandpa serves up another bowl, but the cat is already on the move. Wait up, Luce calls out, but the fickle feline is already darting into the woods. They follow the cat to a massive tree that is straight up radiating magic power. It looks like a hidden entrance, and Grandpa can definitely feel the energy pouring out from the inside. Grandpa is caught off guard by a sudden welcome. Looking at the tuxedo cat perched on a crystal, he starts wondering if they just found a dungeon that has been hidden from the world. With a confident smirk, Ithril appears. He explains that this is uncharted territory and reveals he was the one who placed the crystal there. The deity praises Luce for getting stronger and says he enjoyed watching her battle yesterday. Grandpa greets him while Luce beams with pride over the compliment. Our boy starts overthinking things. He asks if that ogre was a local and worries if he is accidentally messing up the ecological balance of the forest. Pointing toward a dark cave, Ithril explains that demons are appearing because the dungeon seals are getting unstable. Apparently that ogre from last night crawled right out of this hole. A request to explore follows, and Grandpa asks for permission to check things out. Ithril gives them the green light and wishes them luck since he cannot record the journey just yet. Moving into the darkness, Grandpa tells Luce to watch her step and stay alert while she gives a determined response. Our boy stays locked in and promises to keep his guard up. Luce is just straight up hyped and ready for the adventure. Establishing the new scene, a rescue camp has been set up along the coast while Alahan coordinates the supplies. He makes sure everyone is packed with enough gear and weapons for the mission ahead. Tessay walks up and taps Alahan on the shoulder to let him know it is time to move out. Alahan acknowledges him, ready to head into the unknown. Tessay tells him to stay alert, warning that the monster's presence feels seriously powerful. The team decides to check the map one last time before departing. Suddenly, an ally runs toward them while shouting an apology for being late to the rendezvous. More trouble seems to be brewing just ahead. Tessie pulls Alahan aside and tells him to take a look at a strange discovery. Looking through a magic lens, they see a massive crater where the target should be. They start to worry that they did not make it in time to help anyone. A closer look reveals the old man and his squad are actually just fine. Alahan and Tessay shout out in disbelief. realizing our legend managed to handle everything on his own. Allahan confirms the black mist is finally gone and plans to head back to brief the guild. He checks in with Tessay to see if anything else seems out of the ordinary. He orders the subjugation team to keep patrolling the town while quietly praising Isao-san for being a beast. Right, as things seem chill, a loud rustling sound cuts through the air. Back with the exploration squad, it turns out they fell straight into a pit trap. Grandpa catches everyone in a barrier and kicks himself for letting his guard down so early. Rosa admits they just felt a heavy wave of murderous intent from the dungeon master. Grandpa stares up at the sharp spikes and agrees that they need to be way more careful. Looking ahead into the darkness, Grandpa says they should be fine as long as they keep the barrier active. Raza is just happy to follow his lead and trusts the old man to handle the heavy lifting. Exploring the underground labyrinth, Grandpa is surprised by how many traps are hidden around every corner. It is a massive step up in difficulty compared to the wood dungeon he visited before. The atmosphere is dark, damp, and honestly pretty disgusting. Grandpa starts taking notes on their path to keep them from getting lost while Raza wonders if this road goes on forever. Lou spots something in the distance and tells the squad they need to keep it tight. He asks if it is better to keep their support magic buffs running the entire time. Grandpa finds a basic floor trap and points it out so nobody accidentally steps on it. Luce is curious, asking if the whole place is going to be packed with different kinds of setups. Looking down the corridor, the hallway is absolutely loaded with arrows and floor spikes. Our boy says anyone who does not know the layout would probably take a massive L and drop out early. Grandpa gets a weird vibe from the design and suspects this labyrinth was not even built by Ithral. He realizes these traps are specifically calculated to mess with your head and force mistakes. Luce looks totally ready for the grind while they plan their next move into the darkness. Raza checks out the map and asks what exactly the point of a dungeon is. Since it is the Turtle Buddy's first time, Grandpa explains how dungeons are divided into multiple levels. He mentions that clearing out the boss at the end is usually how you get rare materials and items. Our MC makes it clear that their only goal is to reach the bottom layer this time. He tells the squad they will retreat immediately if things start looking too dangerous for them to handle. Grandpa spots a giant footprint etched into the stone floor. This thing is huge, and he knows they are dealing with a dangerous monster. Checking the tracks, he notices they are fresh and realizes they aren't alone. Luce picks up on the energy and agrees that someone else is nearby. Looking at the erratic pathing, Grandpa sees the stranger was hugging the walls and pacing back and forth. He realizes whoever this is has no idea how to navigate a dungeon. Luce wonders if the mystery person is all by themselves. Grandpa confirms it since there aren't any other tracks accompanying the first set. Worried for the stranger's safety, the squad decides to pick up the pace. Meanwhile, a hooded traveler is being quietly stalked by a dark beast in the shadows. A three-eyed wolf steps into the light and corners its prey against a wall. It lets out a menacing snarl before lunging forward with its jaws wide open. The wolf sinks its teeth into the man's arm as he lets out a cry for help. Grandpa urges everyone to move faster, knowing they are finally closing in on the struggle. Grandpa and Luce charge in on their giant turtle mount while the wolf is pinned down. He keeps his cool and tells the squad to maintain their course toward the goal. With a quick cast, he locks the beast in place and sets up a defensive wall. The stranger is shaking on the ground while the predator snaps its jaws. Grandpa checks in to see if she is alright after that nightmare. She is speechless for a second before finally thanking them for the save. They arrive at a massive set of double doors and breathe a sigh of relief. Our boy is just happy they didn't show up too late to help. The girl is still processing the wild rescue and asks for his name. Grandpa points out that they have reached the boss room where it is safe to catch their breath. He plays it off like he is just a simple merchant who stumbled into the wrong neighborhood. He starts a fire and suggests they exchange stories over a break. No adventuring is complete without a 5-star meal. Grandpa serves up a steaming plate of mushroom pasta to help everyone recover. Marco is shocked that he is scoring a 5-star meal in the middle of a dungeon. While he digs in, Luce makes sure even Raza gets a piece of the action. Raza isn't letting his guard down just yet and asks if the new kid is bad news. Grandpa takes it in stride, knowing his turtle buddy is just being careful while Marco claims to be a normal human. Intro time. Grandpa keeps up the traveling merchant act and introduces his crew, while the stranger reveals his name is Marco, an herb collector who clearly took a wrong turn. Marco shows off the battle damage and explains that the forest is crawling with way more monsters than usual. He barely managed to outrun that wolf before getting lost in here. Luce is hyped that Marco was out there adventuring all by himself, but Marco quickly tries to downplay the heroics. Grandpa is just relieved he is okay for now, even if something feels a bit off. Since the roads ahead are a death trap, Grandpa officially invites Marco to tag along until they find a way out. He even offers another dish to seal the deal, leaving Marco speechless at the hospitality. Grandpa tells him to dig in while it is still fresh. Luce reminds him to show some gratitude, and Marco happily gives her thanks before joining the squad. Marco takes a big bite and thanks the crew for the top-tier meal. Grandpa explains the recipe while Marco's eyes light up. He can't believe how good it actually tastes. He is so impressed. He even compares it to his mom's home cooking. Grandpa is just happy to see them enjoying the food. While they refuel, Marco explains that his usual path is blocked, and he found a mysterious new route. A sudden rumble echoes through the chamber and puts everyone on high alert. Grandpa realizes they've finally reached the boss room as a whole squad of oversized monsters steps out of the darkness. These things are definitely not your average dungeon trash. Marco is shaking because he had no idea this place was hiding monsters of this size. Even Luce is stunned by the scale of the room from the inside. Smiling with confidence, Grandpa decides they are going for it, and agrees they can try that plan. Our boy explains the mission is to cross the room without bodying everyone in sight. Raza is calling Cap because there are just too many of them, but Grandpa is already locked in. Pulling out the tech to analyze the room layout, he points out that a straight line is their best bet. Since the mobs are spread out evenly, he has already calculated the perfect path. Shaking in his boots, Marco thinks this plan sounds like a death wish with all those monsters lurking in the shadows. Grandpa keeps it cool and tells him it is all good while he prepares the carry. Teammate energy. He reminds him that they are in this together now, so he is not going to let anything happen to him. Marco cannot even handle the wholesomeness as he realizes he is actually safe with this squad. Time to change the map. Grandpa starts stacking skills, summoning stone walls and ice pillars to build a custom highway right through the middle of the room. This dude is literally terraforming the dungeon. Luce is cheering for her goat Gramps while the monsters are left scratching at the walls, completely shut out of the play. The monsters are still clawing at the walls, refusing to let them go. Grandpa listens to the scratching and realizes they haven't given up on the chase. It turns out these things are actually trying to dig a hole to get to them. Since it is still a long way to the exit, the squad decides to pick up the pace. Marco is feeling the pressure and worries he is just slowing everyone down. Grandpa just keeps him close to make sure no one gets left behind. That's okay, Luce chirps with a smile to keep the vibes high. Right on cue, the monsters burst through the side and prepare for a scrap. Our boy isn't even stressed about a few extra mobs and checks if Raza is ready to bolt. Everyone hops on the shell and prepares to hold on tight. Time for the turtle to show off his secret stats. Raza takes off like a rocket, leaving the monsters in the dust while everyone struggles to stay on. Just like that, they make a clean break through the doorway. With that, we're now out of the boss's room. Luce says, happy to have the encounter behind them. Finally safe. Marco is still shaking from the close call while Gramps is just glad they made it out. Gramps gives the turtle his flowers, Raza takes the compliment with a humble grin, and Marco keeps the energy high. Luce is already down for round 2, but the rest of the squad is not about that life. They make sure to thank their carry before moving on. Perspective switch to Ilican. The local festival is officially wrapping up and it was a success thanks to those new recipes. The staff is still wondering why their star chef dipped before the party even started. Everyone wanted to show some gratitude for the legendary snacks he brought to the table. They figure someone probably just messed up the calendar and told him the wrong day. Just as they are finishing up, another worker checks in on them. Sudden appearance, the master blacksmith drops in to join the conversation, catching them off guard by bringing up the old man they were just gossiping about. The blacksmith jumps in, asking if they are really wondering why Gramps ghosted the festival. The assistant is caught lacking and wonders if this dude was eavesdropping the whole time. Apparently the salty fishermen were asking the same thing. The blacksmith reveals he already talked to Saitaro before the trip, and it turns out the old man was just looking out for the squad. The staff is still confused, so he breaks it down for them. Gramps skipped the party so everyone else could take the credit for the festival being a big win. The tiger finally gets it, but the assistant is still processing. Our boy really is just built different, leaving a legendary legacy behind while he moves on to the next quest. Back at the harbor docks, the staff is finishing up the festival cleanup while gossiping about the old man. Establish the new scene as they wonder what makes him so outrageous. The crew is still confused why the man who created their fried food and stalls would just bail on the success. Most people would think it is crazy to leave before the party even starts. They think he would have loved to see the city celebrating his hard work with his own eyes. Master Sunglasses just grins, explaining that is exactly what makes the old man different from us ordinary people. He made the trip early because he knew it was better not to be there. The assistant is still baffled, thinking the whole party would have been way more hype if he stayed. Everyone has been looking for him since he vanished. Holding up a fishing hook, the blacksmith explains that people are already calling his tools the Saitaro needle. He considers the old man a great benefactor for changing the way they fish. Flashback to the legend himself, explaining he left so his name wouldn't overshadow all the new specialties the city created. He did not want people calling the snacks Saitaro freed when the town worked so hard on them. The Tiger Beastman is still feeling salty, asking why he didn't just spill the beans sooner. Our boy just shrugs it off, knowing they wouldn't have been this hyped if he had just leaked the spoilers early. Basically, the future of the city is in their hands now. He tells them to keep that same energy after the festival ends, knowing they would just lean on Asao-san too much if he was still around. He mentions how his granddaughter would have loved the vibes of the festival. Even though they are off the grid right now, he is certain they will make a comeback eventually. He is already planning a major surprise for the next time. Asao-san shows up. Cut to the dark dungeon halls where a mysterious eye is watching from the shadows. Back in the dungeon, Gramps notes that the coast is finally clear of monsters. While he warns them to stay alert for exits, Luce is already zooming ahead, ready to explore the map. Gramps is confused because this supposed unexplored land is a weird mix of old and new architecture. He notices something strange on the map while Luce wonders what kind of logic went into building such a confusing maze. The map shows 0 exits, making him think this whole place is just one long path forward. Kanede tells him not to stress, confident that her barrier magic will keep them safe no matter what comes next. Luce catches a strange scent and takes off like a rocket, while Marco yells for her to slow down before she runs into something dangerous. Blurring through the darkness, the little girl leaves Marco completely winded while he worries about running into powerful monsters at this speed. The path opens up into a sun-drenched forest, leaving Marco stunned while Gramps pulls out the map to verify where they actually are. Luce is enjoying the fresh air, while Marco spots a patch of edible mushrooms and decides to grab a few as a souvenir. Marco is already planning his trip home after a quick herb run, but Gramps checks the map and realizes they are actually still inside a massive underground maze. The news hits Marco hard, and he cannot wrap his head around how a sunny forest could still be underground. Everyone decides to take a quick meal break to recharge, though Gramps warns them to stay alert despite the peaceful atmosphere. Luce points out a river nearby. This looks like the perfect spot for camp and some cooking. Jars of special ingredients are pulled out for the feast. The content looks so sparkly that Luce is dying to know what it actually is. Grandpa reveals it is his secret sauce before telling everyone he will handle the kitchen. Time to gather firewood while the master chef gets to work. Luce is already on it, and Marco offers to help out with the chores too. A quick warning is given to stay close while they search the area. Finally, chow time. The aroma is elite. Marco cannot wrap his head around the fact that they are cooking on a flat rock. Lunch is officially a yakiniku party. Marco is overwhelmed by the sauce options, while Luce recognizes a flavor from their time in Ilican. Grandpa recommends the salt sauce to get the full flavor of the meat. Marco digs in right away. Dinner is a total vibe as Marco loses his mind over the food. Food is in flavor heaven, and Marco cheers that it is delicious, while Gramps just smiles and tells him to take it slow. Things get serious when Marco mentions his sick sister. He was only in these woods to find medicinal herbs before things went sideways. Luce is not letting him stay down, though. She promises Marco will be able to bring a huge stash of medicine home. Gramps pours some tea and waits for her to spill the real story. He knows nobody ends up in this dungeon solo without a serious reason. Marco finally decides to open up about his family. Back in the day, life was simple. His dad was a professional monster hunter while the rest of the family processed the loot to sell in town. Everything changed after a bad hunt turned the house toxic. His parents started fighting about money every single day. The constant stress eventually broke his sister. She stopped smiling and fell ill, which is the real reason Marco is out here risking everything. Marco keeps the lore drop going, explaining how a doctor told them a rare medicinal herb from the ruins was the only way to save his sister. He begged his father to go out and find it since he was a pro hunter, but he was not feeling the mission at all. This dude basically ghosted the entire family after saying he could not do it, which left her mom in a deep depression. Since his dad never came back, Marco decided to lock in and enter the ruins himself, even though he had never thrown hands with a monster before. He apologizes to Saitaru for being a burden as the squad settles in for a long night of sleep under the stars. Fast forward to the next morning, and the vibes are looking way more positive as the crew wakes up and says their good mornings. Saitaru sends them down to the river to get clean and brush their teeth before he starts cooking up the morning feast. Marco is trying to find a shortcut for their morning chores with a little magic. Luce is not having it though, insisting that doing things the right way yields the best results. The morning routine has everyone feeling refreshed as Marco finally starts to see the appeal of a simple life. Saitaru interrupts the moment to get the squad back on track. Just as Raza announces that breakfast is served, a heavy mist starts swallowing the trees. Saitaru tells the group to stay alert since the forest is starting to act very strange. Gramps serves up some incredible rice bowls topped with wild veggies he found the day before. The smell is enough to make anyone forget they are stuck in a dangerous dungeon. Raza is picking up on some seriously bad energy coming from the woods today. Saitaru agrees, noting that the silence in the forest is becoming more and more suspicious. Saitaru suspects the fog might be a deliberate trap meant to disorient them. He decides not to overthink it though, figuring the truth will reveal itself when the time is right. Our MC shares a bit of philosophy about not needing to have all the answers right away. The squad accepts the mystery and prepares to march straight into the heart of the mist. Saitaru warns the squad to watch their step because this place is basically a minefield of intricate traps. Marco is definitely feeling the pressure, pointing out that the heavy fog is a perfect cover for whatever obstacles the enemy has waiting for them. Luz steps up as the official team shield while Raza tells everyone to stay sharp and report any monsters immediately. Just as they are trying to be careful, Raza feels something click under his foot and realizes he just triggered a trap. Marco panics and apologizes as a massive branch trap swings down, but our boy Satoru keeps his cool since his barrier has them covered. The team decides to book it through the clearing to get out of the danger zone as fast as possible. Once they reach safety, Luz is actually having the time of her life while a totally exhausted Marco is just relieved to be alive. Everyone is feeling themselves after making so much progress, but Marco catches a suspicious noise in the woods. A horned beast suddenly towers over them, and Grandpa has to admit this thing is a giant. The monster isn't just a mindless brute, because it seems to be calculating its next move. Our MC notes its high intelligence as it stares them down. Marco is shook by how big this thing is, and the squad realizes they can't avoid this boss fight. Satoru decides it is time to run a quick scan. The appraisal identifies the beast as King Crimson. Things get even sketchier when the info reveals there is a pair of them lurking around. Grandpa tries to figure out if these monsters have any team chemistry, but he is forced to pivot as the beast starts closing the distance. The beast finally lunges, and the crew starts screaming as it charges. Our boy stays cool and starts throwing up barriers to keep everyone safe. As the beast looms over them, Grandpa warns everyone to brace for impact while Luz decides to step up and handle things. Our MC is skeptical since the scale of this fight is way bigger now, but Luz insists she isn't even going to attack the monster. With a deafening roar, the beast lunges at the barrier, and Grandpa decides to roll with whatever plan his bodyguard has in mind. Raza tries to be the peacekeeper and asks the beast why they are even fighting, suggesting they just look for its partner together. Marco tries to offer peace, but Raza realizes the beast is totally ignoring them right before another attack hits. The barrier takes a heavy hit, and while Marco is ready to run for his life, Grandpa accepts that they won't get through this without a brawl. Luz is completely unfazed and shouts about their strength as Marco warns him to stay sharp for whatever comes next. Grandpa warns the squad they might lose comms as Luz decides it is time to face the beast head-on. Marco is losing it because the kid is actually stepping outside the barrier. Luz struts right up to the massive bear and introduces herself like they are at a networking event. The squad is low-key shook watching the monster just stop in its tracks. Our girl keeps the peaceful vibes going and tells the beast they are actually on the same side. The monster looks like it is having a whole internal crisis while she waits for a reaction. Out of nowhere, a massive pillar of light comes down and a small explosion rocks the area. Luz is left blinking in the smoke, wondering what just happened to her new friend. The smoke clears and instead of a giant boss, there is just a tiny round bear cub standing there. The squad is floored by the transformation while Grandpa just gives a knowing chuckle. Luz instantly switches to fangirl mode and charges at the cub because it is way too cute to handle. Marco and the crew are still panicking in the background, telling her to watch out. Rosa is still processing the danger they were just in, but Grandpa notes that the hostile energy is officially gone. He had a feeling something weird was going to happen, and he was right. Grandpa is genuinely touched that some monsters actually understand them. Marco decides he wants in on the fluff and asks if it is safe to pet the cub. As they walk, Grandpa notes that even in cub form, the beast has high stats. It seems the little guy has officially recognized them. Luz gives the cub a big thank you for being a good listener. She politely asks if they are allowed to pass through now. The cub just stands there, leaving the group wondering what is up. Marco watches as it starts doing a weird little dance. Marco wonders if the cub is hungry or trying to say something. Seeing those sparkly eyes, he realizes it wants to lead them somewhere. Suddenly, the cub just bolts into the distance. Marco scrambles to keep up and tells it to wait a second. The magical fog finally clears out, revealing a dense forest path ahead. Grandpa keeps it real and tells the squad he still has a bad feeling about what is coming next. Luz checks the map and confirms they are still deep inside the dungeon area. Raza is low-key panicking, wondering where that bear cub is dragging Marco. This dude wants to pick up the pace, but Grandpa shuts that down real quick. He warns the crew that rushing into the unknown is a one-way ticket to a world of hurt. Grandpa tells everyone to watch their step just as Raza nearly triggers another trap. Luz just jumps over the danger with a smile, telling the big guy it is all good as long as he stays light on his feet. Our MC is just hoping the kids did not walk straight into an ambush when a voice suddenly calls out from the brush. He stops and listens, realizing the others might be closer than he thought. Raza is hyped to hear the homie Marco nearby, but the old man keeps his cool. He points the way forward and reminds the squad to stay sharp while they move in. The crew breaks through the trees and finally catches up with the rest of the group. Luz charges ahead to check on Marco, who looks completely caught off guard by the sudden reunion. Marco is stoked to see Seitaru and the squad calling out his name and relieved that everyone made it through the woods safely. Saidaru asks if they found anything interesting, and Marco explains that the little bear cub was actually giving him a guided tour of the area. Luz spots something sparkling in the brush, leading the group straight to a massive treasure chest sitting in a clearing. Her eyes are glowing with pure excitement as she wonders what kind of legendary loot is waiting for them inside. Saidaru notes that labyrinths like this usually have a reward at the end, while the turtle seems curious about the discovery. He explains that rare items are the main goal for hunters, but they have to watch out for mimics that pretend to be chests to trap people. Luce is not trying to hear any warnings and immediately reaches for the lid while the turtle frantically tells her to wait. Luce reaches for the chest just as Marco notices something is off and tells her to back away. The treasure chest sprouts limbs and a massive eye, revealing itself as a mimic before lunging at the squad. Grandpa and Raza shout for the kids to get back before they end up as monster food. Rasa is sweating as the beast closes in, but our boy stays cool and starts scanning the monster for weaknesses. Analysis shows this monster is a real pain because it absorbs magic and blocks all physical hits while in its shell. The turtle thinks their best bet is to just run away, but Grandpa points out that retreating will only lead them back into the woods they just escaped. Marco feels guilty for leading the crew into an ambush, but the old man reassures her and says he has a plan to test out. Grandpa calls out to Raza about using a certain move, and the turtle immediately catches on with a grin. The mimic ends up falling right into a pit trap, leaving the group safe. Grandpa is just glad his plan worked out, while Marco is stunned he even knew the trap was there. Luce waves goodbye to the monster as they leave it behind in the dark. Making their way toward the exit, Grandpa leads the squad through the tunnel. Marco is hyped to see sunlight peeking through from the other side. They step back out into the woods only to find the forest is still there. Grandpa notices some strange stone statues nearby that look pretty familiar to him. The turtle is still a bit wary of their new fluffy friend and wonders what it actually wants. Even though it seems chill for now, you can never be too sure with dungeon bosses. Grandpa suggests they push on a bit more before finding a spot to rest and making sure the area is clear. Luce is all for it and agrees with a cheerful shout. Marco thinks the statues are creepy, but Grandpa explains they are famous figures from his home called Haniwa. Little do they know, a monster is watching them from the shadows with a massive grin. Marco gets a bad vibe and mentions he feels like someone is watching them. Grandpa keeps it cool and confirms he can already sense multiple monsters nearby. Luce spots something lurking above and points it out to the squad. Grandpa scans the trees and realizes they are being watched from the branches. A group of monkeys is crouched on the limbs, keeping a close eye on the intruders. Bro decides they should just speed through the area before the vibe shifts. Luce is ready for action and asks if they are ever going to actually fight these things. Grandpa tells her to keep it cool because they should not start any beef unless the monsters attack first. Those monkeys look way too suspicious with those grins, making Raza start to sweat. Grandpa wants to avoid messing with the local ecosystem, so he urges everyone to hurry up. The group keeps a steady pace as they walk deeper into the forest. They have to stay sharp and watch where they step to avoid any nasty surprises. Out of nowhere, Marco gets smacked right in the head and lets out a yell. Grandpa apologizes for not having his barrier up, but Marco says he is just a bit startled. Those monkeys are being real trolls and start chucking rocks at the squad from behind while laughing. Luce is fed up and yells at them to stop while Grandpa starts working on a heal for Marco. Grandpa realizes these monsters are actually pretty smart, since they are specifically targeting the squad while they pass. Our boy is done playing nice, since they are blocking the path, and he tells Marco to take cover under the turtle's shell. Marco spots something suspicious in the trees and tells the old man to take a look. The monkeys finally run out of rocks and decide to jump down, so Grandpa welcomes them with an ice sheet and paralysis magic. Those monkeys end up in a slip and slide fail, and Luce thinks it is the funniest thing ever. With the ground troops handled, Grandpa notes the only threat left is the boss still hanging out in the tree. A monkey suddenly strikes by launching a snake right at Marco, forcing Grandpa to shout a warning as he notices the strange scales. Rosa shouts for Marco to stay hidden as a snake lunges from the darkness. Marco shreds the snake instantly, and Luce is officially her #1 fan. With the direct threat handled, Grandpa decides it is time to finish off the rest of the monkeys. Squad vibes are looking cozy as they set up camp inside a massive tree root. Raza plays the role of the ultimate pack mule and brings back a whole stack of firewood. Grandpa checks if the squad are exhausted, but Luce is way too hyped about Marco's knife skills to feel tired. Marco just plays it off and acts like it was no big deal. Luce asks where he learned to move like that, and Marco credits his dad for the training. He explains that his dad taught him which snakes are actually dangerous. Luce is all smiles as they continue to bond over snacks. While they keep chatting, Raza pulls the old man aside for a private word. Grandpa wonders what could be bothering his turtle friend. Rosa pulls the old man aside, worried that he can't figure out what that bear cub is actually up to. Grandpa isn't buying the threat, figuring that a monster looking for a fight wouldn't bother turning into something so small and fluffy, just to take a nap. Raza thinks our boy is being a bit too trusting, but Grandpa is convinced this little guy just needs a hand with something. It is all right, he says with a chill smile, asking his turtle bro to just keep a lookout while he trusts in fate. Rosa isn't taking any chances and decides to keep his defensive barriers active just in case things go south. Luce comes charging in with a massive smile and a basket full of rice balls she made all by herself. The old man gives her some props, and the squad is officially ready for a cozy lunch break. Grandpa is going full master chef, explaining how a mix of soy sauce, sake, and sugar is the secret to taking these rice balls to the next level. He just has to make sure they do not burn while they are on the grill. Marco pulls up with his own contribution, asking if he can join in on the grilling session. Our boy is more than happy to share the heat and asks what he has got on the menu. It turns out he prepared that snake from earlier, now all trimmed up and seasoned for the heat. He admits it is only a small amount, but this dish is apparently a hit among local hunters. Our MC is hyped to try it out, but he warns the squad to watch their fingers on the hot snacks. The vibes are peak as they dig into a feast of rice balls and herb-roasted snakes. Luce and the bear cub are loving the food, basically ascending to culinary heaven with every bite. Grandpa notes that all the herbs and spices giving the meat that kick were sourced right from this forest. Combining all those different forest flavors is the real pro move for making a little bit of snake meat go a long way. It is the ultimate survival hack for keeping a stomach full when food is scarce. Marco gets a bit nostalgic, admitting that even with all this gourmet skill, his mom's home cooking still takes the top spot. Grandpa tells him there is no need to be modest about it. Satoru gives Marco some major props for his survival skills, praising the wisdom his parents passed down. He genuinely wants to meet the people who raised such a capable forest expert. The squad moves through a cemetery of old stone markers while Satoru reminds everyone to watch their step. Luce spots the bear cub getting excited and asks if he found something cool. Without warning, the little guy takes off at full speed, and the team has to go into a full sprint just to keep up. Our boy knows they cannot afford to lose their only guide, so they have to hustle. They finally arrive at the entrance of a decaying ruin that definitely has boss room vibes. Satoru places a hand on the ancient stone, curious about what kind of monster is lurking on the other side. The squad moves as one as they step through the entrance and into the pitch-black darkness of the ruin. Inside, they are immediately cornered by a giant snake and a pack of armed wolf warriors. Marco is pretty shook by the scale of the threat, but Satoru just smiles and claims they can clear this using only support magic. The squad is facing a major standoff in the ruins, and Raza is not feeling the plan at all. He tells Satoru that trying to clear this room with nothing but support magic is a straight-up bad idea. With a massive snake and a pack of wolf warriors blocking the way, the squad is feeling the pressure. Marco admits he trusts him, but he really needs an explanation for this crazy strategy. Our boy just smiles and explains that he wants to show them some fresh ways to take down monsters. He is basically turning a boss fight into a live tutorial. Satoru asks them to remember what Ithril said before they stepped inside. Raza is still lost and asks how any of this is supposed to help them with support magic. It turns out that a few people working together can actually make support magic more effective than a high-tier offensive spell. Marco starts to see the vision even if he cannot fully imagine it yet. If they can pull this off, even regular townspeople could neutralize enemies without waiting for the army to show up. Support magic is simple enough for anyone to learn, which makes it the ultimate survival tool. Raza still has his doubts, but our MC totally gets where he is coming from. They don't have to master it this second, but the group is already moving deeper into the ruin. Our boy wants to give this run a purpose, saying those with the power should be the ones stepping up for those who cannot. He knows that taking down this labyrinth is the only way to make the journey worth it. Marco sees the vision of a safer town, and he is already asking how he can help. Satoru gives the orders, telling Luce to stay back and keep the others safe while he handles business. Luce is all in and promises to protect everyone, even as the wolf pack growls in the shadows. It is time to go to work as our MC casually strolls toward the monsters like he is just taking a walk in the park. With a flick of his wrist, he drops a bind spell that leaves the entire pack tangled up and unable to move. He notices something is off just as one of the wolves reveals it still has a trick up its sleeve. Our boy is really out here mocking a wolf with a spear. He casually dodges the projectile and tells the monster it couldn't hit water if it fell out of a boat. Satoru catches the vibe and finally realizes what is happening. He stands his ground as he waits for the next move. It turns out the wolf wasn't aiming for him but was actually helping his homies break free from their binds. MC admits it was a smart move while the girls watch in shock. Grandpa isn't even sweating and decides it is time to cycle to the next spell in his kit. He drops a marsh spell to turn the floor into goop before hitting them with another bind combo. This strategy is working way better than expected. Even the giant snake gets caught in the sticky mud as Satoru promises it will be stuck for a while. The squad is low-key losing it because they cannot believe support magic is this broken. The boss serpent towers over our boy and looks way more intimidating up close. The girls scream for him to watch out as the massive snake locks its eyes on its target. Saitharu keeps his cool as the room starts to crumble around them. He warns the group that being too violent will bring the whole place down. Marco spots something in the debris and completely locks in. He suddenly sprints off toward the rubble while the squad tries to keep up. The giant snake tries to lunge, but our MC steps in to pull its aggro. He drops a water spell and tells the beast that he is the main boss here. He traps the snake head in a bubble of water and sets up a barrier to finish the job. Saitaro tells the monster not to take it personally while he holds it down. Elsewhere, Marco finds something buried in the ground. It turns out to be his father's journal, and Marco is floored. He realizes his dad was actually in this very spot. But things go south quick as Snake is above on their heads. Grandpa pulls up with the clutch save, shielding Marco and the bear cub in a magic bubble, just as the snake strikes. He smiles at his perfect timing while trapping the giant serpent head first in a ball of water. The beast crashes into the ruins as the squad loses their minds over Grandpa's power. Luz and Raza are stunned that he soloed a boss using nothing but support spells. Luz asks Marco what he found while he stares at his father's journal in shock. Raza thinks this is a giant win for humanity, but Marco's mind is elsewhere. Marco rushes toward a pile of debris, calling out for his father. Something behind that rubble has him shaken. He frantically calls Saitaro over while the rest of the crew watches. Our MC was busy looting the snake for high-tier meat, but he drops everything when he sees the look on Marco's face. They find a man lying motionless in the shadows, and Marco immediately recognizes him. He screams out for his father as the reality hits home. Marco finds a pouch filled with rare plants that explain everything. He stares at the cluster of berries and leaves that his father risked everything to find. Marco clutches the medicinal herbs his dad was after, finally realizing the mission was for the family. Even Raza can feel the weight of the moment. Marco begs his dad to wake up so they can leave this place together. Grandpa watches the scene with a heavy look while Luz checks in on him. Bro is in complete denial, refusing to believe his warrior dad could be taken down like this. He keeps shouting for him to just open his eyes. The tears start falling as Marco screams out into the silence. Even the little bear cub is looking concerned. Huge claws emerge, and a creepy silhouette watching from the dark has everyone on edge. Luz realizes they are definitely not alone in these ruins. The ruin starts shaking as pieces of the structure come crashing down. Grandpa realizes the floor is giving way while Marco tries to reach for his dad. Grandpa pulls up with a clutch barrier spell just as the floor vanishes. Marco can only scream as he watches his father plummet into the depths of the dungeon. Everyone stays afloat in a barrier while the ruins turn to dust. Grandpa is just relieved his shield magic held up through that drop. He scans for monsters, but it looks like they are alone for now. Raza is still shook that the whole room just collapsed. The turtle wants to know where they are, but Grandpa cannot give a specific location. They are completely off the grid. This underground labyrinth just keeps going and going. It looks like they fell straight down to a lower level. Grandpa tries to call for a break, but Marco is not listening. Bro is just staring into the void, totally lost in his own head. Marco drops to his knees and admits he was wrong about his old man. He thought his dad ditched them, but he was actually risking it all. Tears start falling as he realizes the truth. His father was alone in this dark place the entire time just to save his sister. Marco clutches his father's medicine bag, finally understanding the weight of his sacrifice. Grandpa can only watch with a heavy heart as the boy finds a moment of peace hugging the fluffy bear cub. Giving the bear cub a gentle pat, Marco thanks the little guy for leading him to his dad. The whole squad gathers around, recognizing the cub's role in this final meeting. Saitaro suggests building a temporary grave to honor the fallen hunter before they move on. They set up a simple cross among the stones, giving Marco a chance to say his final goodbyes. While staring at the grave, Marco thanks Saitaro for all the help and guidance through this dungeon nightmare. Our boy keeps it real, reminding the kid that his father was a truly great man. Reflecting on his father's final moments, Marco realizes they were both driven by the same desire to protect their family. Marco vows to deliver the medicinal herb his father protected until his final breath. Saitaro gives a warm smile, seeing the young man has finally found the strength to carry on his family's legacy. Under the light of twin moons, Saitaro promises to have the kids back until the very end. Grandpa calls the squad over for a snake meat breakfast, and they are definitely ready to dig in. Even with food on the table, the turtle is still weirded out by the vibe of these ruins. Looking around in the morning light, the ruins actually look pretty sick compared to how creepy they were in the pitch black. Breakfast is served, but Marco is clearly in his feelings while staring at his bowl. Grandpa checks in to see if he is ready to move, and the kid admits he is still hurting but pushing through. Thinking about his sister back home, Marco gets that main character energy and decides grieving is over. Luz gives her a wholesome head pat to keep his spirits up, while Grandpa reminds him not to overdo it. Marco is officially back in the game. Time to get back to business. The turtle asks if the coast is clear, so Grandpa pulls out the map to see where they are headed next. Staring at the map, Grandpa realizes the staircase at the end is probably leading them straight back to the boss room. This dungeon run just never ends. Grandpa gets pensive, recalling the heavy aura he felt when the place collapsed yesterday. Marco is definitely sweating after hearing there is a powerful monster ahead. A suggestion is made to let their pint-sized tank handle the business. Lou steps up with a determined grin, vowing to smoke the boss for Marco and his sister. Our boy Grandpa just chuckles as the little shield shows off that main character energy. Exploring deeper into the ruins, the squad has no idea they are being watched from above. A mysterious observer finally spots them. Took them long enough. This creepy gnome is already checking out Luce like she is a new display piece. Where should I put her? How exciting. Such gloss, such luster, simply breathtaking. He is eyeing the entire group and sizing them up for his collection. The little one is especially curious, and that dark-haired lad is fetching too. He turns his attention to a huge bear monster that is currently trapped in a giant specimen jar. My dear Queen Rouge? The monster lets out a roar, but he shuts it up immediately. Silence, you're a tad hard on the eyes. Time to rearrange my collection. Bro is just strolling through his workshop, which is filled with stuffed trophies and skins. Building this dungeon certainly was worth the effort. He is even annoyed that the human hunter died in the collapse instead of becoming a specimen. Too bad that human was buried under rubble. What a waste. Beauty should be everlasting. Our boy Grandpa smirks as the squad finally reaches the end of the long hallway. They stand before a set of massive stone doors carved with snake patterns, marking the entrance to the boss room. Marco is sweating about what might be waiting inside, but Grandpa warns everyone to stay on their toes. The doors swing open to reveal a long corridor that looks like a whole lot of nothing. It is just one massive vacant space with zero signs of life anywhere. Marco starts getting the creeps, so Grandpa drops some lore and explains that dungeons are actually living colonies. Luce is a bit confused and asks if a colony is like a golem made of a bunch of different rocks. Grandpa drops some heavy lore, explaining that dungeons are actually living colonies where individual organisms come together as a single being. Marco is blown away by the revelation, though the little bear cub clearly doesn't have a clue. Staying sharp is the only priority as our boy tells everyone to keep assessing their surroundings. They keep pushing forward through the empty hallway, safely perched on the back of their giant turtle mount. The vibes shift instantly when Luce tells the group to wait because she senses something coming. A deep rumbling starts to vibrate through the stone floor, signaling that trouble is right on their heels. Time to move fast since they are in a tight spot and need to relocate before things get ugly. Our boy snaps into action and yells for everyone to get on the turtle immediately. The floor starts tearing apart behind them as a huge creature begins its pursuit, proving this hall was nothing but a huge trap. It is a mad dash for safety as Raza sprints forward to keep the squad from falling into the abyss. Marco checks in to make sure Luce is still okay after that narrow escape. The tension in the air is thick as an enormous shadow looms over the group from the darkness above. With a powerful gust of wind, a giant bird monster lands right in their path and pins them down with a heavy presence. The squad is left breathless as they realize they are finally face to face with the dungeon boss. The dungeon boss finally drops in, and Luce is actually hyped to see it. Raza realizes the bird was lurking under the floor this whole time. Our boy just rubs his head and wonders how he is going to handle Luce's crazy energy. The bird monster takes flight and slams into the ground with enough force to send everyone flying. The sheer pressure from its wings is pinning them down. Luce starts yelling at the bird for being reckless while it kicks up dust and debris. Grandpa stays focused as he tries to read the creature's next move. They find a mangled carcass nearby and realize they are dealing with a predator that has no mercy. Luce is horrified by the sight as the boss circles back for another attack. Luce lunges to save the little bear cub just before the bird's wing sweeps the floor. Marco pulls her away from the edge after a narrow escape from the drop. The boss is zipping around too fast to hit, so Grandpa starts looking for a way to lure it into range. It is a classic hit-and-run strategy, and they need a plan to ground this thing now. Everyone starts screaming as the ground shakes and the bird monster lands with a heavy impact. Marco holds on for dear life while the rest of the squad scrambled for safety. After a narrow escape, the squad regroups to check for any injuries. Grandpa realizes they are sitting ducks on the ground and need to change their strategy immediately. The boss mocks them from the air with a strange laugh. Luce has zero chill and calls it a big dummy, but Grandpa is already cooking up a creative way to ground the beast. Grandpa asks if she is ready to take the lead, and Luce gives him a confident smile. It is time for some tag team action to bring this bird down to earth. Luce charges headfirst into the danger zone while Marco panics in the background. Grandpa stays focused and tells everyone to stay calm as he readies his staff for a spell. Grandpa drops a combination of stone walls and fire pillars to trap the monster. The flames surge up and catch the bird right in its tracks, proving that a head-on attack was the right move. Marco is hyped to see the fire magic actually working against the boss. Grandpa stays locked in, knowing this flame wall is the only thing keeping those claws away. Rosa looks up at the bird monster hovering in the air and asks Grandpa what the move is, since it is out of range. The firewall is useless if the boss just stays high. Marco knows they can't just sit here in a stalemate and have to find a way to clear the room. The Griffin just stares them down with a nasty sneer. The boss decides to change the map by smashing through the walls to bury the squad. Grandpa watches in shock as the structural integrity of the room falls apart. Rosa warns the squad they are about to be buried alive, but Grandpa manages to thank him for the quick defense. Everyone dives under the turtle shell while our boy whispers a secret plan to Luce, and she is more than ready to carry. The boss dives in with a grin while Luce launches herself into the air. She stays focused as the gap between them closes in an instant. The monster chomps down and thinks it just scored a meal, but Grandpa is just vibing. Marco is losing his mind in the background, while the boss thinks he is the one winning. Turns out Luce let herself get eaten on purpose to pin the bird down. Even Raza is stunned by how daring this play is, but she is not letting go now. The boss hits the floor with a heavy thud, and the fight is finally over. Raza rushes over to check on Luce, but she is all smiles even if the battle was a bit spooky. Grandpa spots a shiny loot drop on the ground and wonders what the bird left behind. Marco picks up a glowing feather and is impressed by the drop quality. Grandpa tells them to pack it up so they can appraise it once they are back in safety. Grandpa gets a weird vibe like he is forgetting something. While back in the city, little Nina is seen sprinting toward the workshop. Nina bursts into the room to visit Baronia, who is already hard at work on her latest project. They immediately start talking business about a mysterious mirror they are trying to fix. Nina asks if the mirror is finally showing anything, but Baronia admits she has hit a wall. No matter what she tries, the thing won't activate. Right now, it is just an ordinary piece of glass, but Baronia hates to give up on a gift from Mr. Asao. She keeps grinding, hoping she can unlock its true purpose. The ponytail adventurer is trying to keep the mood light, claiming the old man is probably just out there feasting and having the time of his life. Nina confirms she is all healed up, but Baronia is not feeling the jokes today. He starts listing off the old man's legendary feats, like sealing a whole golem and soloing an ogre in his spare time. He is split between being genuinely worried and just being a total fanboy of those god-tier skills. Baronia officially kills the vibe, telling the guys they have no idea what is actually going on. Someone tries to jump in with a story, but they get told to pipe down before things get even more awkward. Our crafter girl is in her feelings, admitting she is terrified because she cannot even fix the mirror Grandpa entrusted to her. She feels like she can never face him again if she fails this one job. The stress finally hits its limit, and she decides her only move is to charge into the dungeon and find him herself. Her teammate has to go full tackle mode just to stop her from running off into certain death. The blonde knight steps in with some actual intel, mentioning a report about a brand new dungeon that popped up nearby. He thinks the weird mana spikes are just a side effect of Grandpa doing his thing inside. Hearing that it is just a dungeon, the man goes right back to laughing, confident the old man will clear it in 5 minutes. His teammates are just standing there wondering how he can be this carefree. Back in town, the crew is still processing the old man's reputation. Alahan is split between being impressed and just being totally baffled by that reckless energy. Deep in the ruins, the squad halts before a massive ornate door that looks like it guards something dangerous. Marco is catching some seriously bad vibes, and Grandpa confirms there is some heavy magic radiating from the other side. Our little bear guide starts patting the door, signaling that it is time to move. Luce wonders if this is finally the boss room, and Grandpa is pretty sure their friend is just tired of waiting around. The turtle is sweating but staying locked in, knowing there is no turning back now. Even though the unknown is scary, our tank is as ready as he is ever going to be. Grandpa stays focused on the mission, reminding everyone they need to get those herbs back for Marco's family. The girls give themselves a quick hype slap to stay focused as the heavy gates finally begin to creak open. Stepping inside, the squad is immediately hit with a stench that would knock out a normal person. Marco is already gagging at the smell, realizing this place is definitely not part of the standard tour. The chamber is littered with piles of old bones, making it clear this isn't a safe zone. Before they can even look around, a mysterious voice calls out from the dark, welcoming them to their final destination. A mysterious figure strolls through the bone-filled room, eager to get a closer look at the new arrivals. Turns out the big bad is just a tiny gnome who seems way too excited for his own good. Grandpa is not buying the hype and asks if this little dude is really the final boss. He introduces himself as the dungeon master, but he is already eyeing Raza like a prize on a shelf. This man is a collector, and the turtle shell is officially on his wish list. Raza is catching some seriously bad vibes as the gnome starts bragging about how the turtle will look on his wall. He pulls a cord to show off his personal trophy room. The dungeon master opens the curtains to reveal a museum filled with his past victims. Our bear guide looks like he is seeing a horror movie, and the gnome turns his attention back to Grandpa. In a wild twist, the gnome tells Grandpa he can just walk out because he does not collect old men. The squad is just standing there trying to process the level of disrespect this dude is dropping. He tells them to clear out before he changes his mind, even passing on the bear cub, because it is too small for his taste. The girls are not happy with the disrespect, but the gnome just waves them off. He tells them to beat it since he only collects rare stuff, not boring commoners. Seeing them still there, the gnome starts losing it. Grandpa tries to play it cool and says there has been a big misunderstanding. Our MC introduces himself as a humble merchant who just needs to clear the room to leave. The little guy does not care and warns the old man that he is officially testing his patience. Realizing the dude is not listening, Grandpa decides to speak a language he will understand. Grandpa pulls out a tiny twig and challenges the dungeon master to a duel. The whole squad is losing their minds because picking a fight with the boss was not on the menu. Marco asks if Saitaru is actually serious about this twig duel. The collector warns Saitaru not to test him, but our boy is not interested in playing along with his twisted hobbies. This tiny boss really thinks he is the one in control, calling the squad inferior as he offers to spare their lives. Luce is out here doing some top-tier hype work for Saitaru. Our boy just wants to wrap this up quickly since they have a tight schedule. Suddenly, the gnome zips through the air and snatches Luce as a trade for their safety. Marco and Raza are losing it, but Saitaru is just casually watching the dude try to run. The collector makes a dash for the exit, admitting that our boy is probably way stronger than he looks. Luce can only reach out as the boss drags her into the shadows. This creep starts talking about the girl's unique scent, while she tries to wiggle free from his grip. Luce is out here asking for permission to finish the boss while she is still being kidnapped. Grandpa just gives a calm smile, and she decides to trust the process while she waits. Rosa and Marco are about to go full combat mode to get their girl back. Before they can even move, a hand reaches out and catches Marco before he does something reckless. The entire gate suddenly explodes into splinters before they can even touch it. Marco and Raza are stunned as Saitaru casually suggests that they finally move out. This gnome is back in his creepy gallery, monologuing about how he is going to skin our boy for his collection. Luce looks bored while the boss describes exactly where he wants to hang his new trophy. Luce has stars in her eyes the second she sees Grandpa walking through the door. The boss is not even surprised, claiming he knew the old man would show up to play hero. The gnome perches on top of a giant sloth monster with claws that looks like it crawled out of a nightmare. He tells our MC that coming here was a mistake and that he just dug his own grave. Grandpa tells the dude to shut his mouth while casually summoning a swarm of floating ice needles. The boss is still acting tough, claiming his giant golem is about to turn everyone into a pancake. Rosa is freaking out about the power level, but our boy is already planning his next move. This giant golem pulls a disappearing act by diving straight into the ground. Spikes start erupting from the floor as the boss mocks him for actually having some speed. Grandpa just casually starts levitating, leaving the gnome to wonder how he has air game too. Massive earth pillars keep crashing all around him, but he makes dodging look way too easy. Somehow, he ends up right on the beast's head, checking out a sigil used to store mana. The gnome loses his mind as Grandpa asks what happens if he just breaks the whole thing. Melting into ooze, the golem falls apart in seconds. Grandpa watches it dissolve and casually mentions that the boss just lost most of his mana. The gnome is left staring in shock as his heavy hitter gets deleted. Desperate for a win, the gnome tries to play the hostage card. He grabs Luce and asks if Grandpa is really willing to risk her life. Marco and the turtle start losing it, but Luce has other plans. The boss's smug face disappears the second he realizes this little girl is built different. Grandpa just gives a cold smirk. It is finally time to end this. Our boy slowly approaches the gnome while surrounded by floating ice spikes. He tells the dude straight up that his long life of being a menace is officially over. While Grandpa reflects on how messed up this place is, Luce is busy turning the boss into a human shake. She tells her grandpa to hurry up while the gnome begs for his life. A massive blast echoes through the chamber as the collector meets his end. Grandpa calls it a fitting grave for such a dirty soul. Grandpa lets out a breath and calls it. Dungeon is officially clear. Luce is hyped, but the rest of the crew is still shook from seeing the old man lose his cool. Luce and the bear cub suddenly dash off. She is wondering where they are headed until she spots a shiny necklace and gets tugged along. They stumble onto Queen Rouge, the giant bear the gnome was holding captive. She is alive, but her health bar is looking real thin after all that time in a cage. Grandpa gives the little cub a head pat. He promises that things are about to get a lot better for its mom. Our boy triggers a heal-all spell. Mom's eyes snap open as a wave of light restores her strength. Mom Bear is finally back on her feet. Grandpa is curious about what happens next as the little cub celebrates. The cubs share a cute reunion hug while the group prepares to head out. They start looking for the exit crystal to finally get out of this place. They find the exit point, which is just a glowing orb on a pedestal. Channeling a little mana is all it takes for Raza to warp them straight to the surface. Grandpa does a final count to make sure everyone is actually ready to leave. While Marco is good to go, something seems to be holding them up. A synchronized pomp from the cubs catches everyone's attention. Grandpa looks down as he feels a tiny tug on his cloak. Luce makes her silent plea for the cubs. Our boy knows he is defeated and agrees to let them come along. Scene change. A quick warp later, and the group is back in the fresh air at the dungeon entrance. Grandpa calls it a successful clear. Luce is vibing now that she is back in the sunlight. Staying humble, Marco makes sure to thank Mr. Asao for the help. Before they move on, Grandpa lets the cubs know the rules. Official names and familiar registration are required for the city, so he tells them to sit tight for a bit. As they walk, Grandpa checks in on Marco to see if he is holding up okay. He claims he is fine, but admits he is stressed about breaking the news to his mother that his father isn't coming back. Marco's real fear is for his sick sister, worrying that they might have arrived too late to save her. Grandpa offers a gentle reminder that honesty is always the best policy. Processing the old man's words, Marco takes a quiet moment to steel himself for what is coming. Their conversation is suddenly cut short as a voice calls out to Marco from the distance. It is a local named Theo, who is relieved to see Marco back in one piece, but warns him that things are going downhill at home. He tells him to hurry up, leaving Marco no time to waste. Racing back to his family home, Marco bursts through the front door with a shout. He desperately asks if everyone is all right, hoping for the best but expecting the worst. Instead of a warm welcome, his mother meets him with a scream of worry, before delivering a sharp slap to his face. Theo watches from the sidelines, knowing exactly how this family dynamic plays out. The anger quickly turns to relief as his mother pulls him into a tight embrace, terrified at the thought of losing him too. After a quiet apology, Marco finally asks the question he's been dreading about his sister Laura. Stable but still serious, the mother gives an update on the fever. Marco is glad it hasn't gotten any worse, but Grandpa interrupts to join the conversation. Grandpa steps forward with a direct proposal for how to help Laura. Shocked by the idea, both Marco and his mom can only stare in disbelief. Location jump. Deep in the woods, Theo and Albano are trekking down a path they haven't touched in ages. Albano is feeling the nostalgia, but Theo says they better get used to this route. Both of them are ready to put in the work. Albano is determined to pull his weight, while Theo is busy hitting the books to stay sharp. Someone calls out to them from the distance. Albano wants to pay respects at a grave later, but Theo is focused on catching up with Marco. They reach the cabin and get a warm welcome from their friend. He is shocked they are back so early, but they have already finished stocking up on supplies. Inside, the energy is pure vibes as Marco's mom greets Theo and Albano. She tells them to take a seat while she gets the tea ready. Theo is amazed by the quality of the new medicine. Mom explains that a kind magician named Saitaru Asao taught them the recipe, and even Theo has learned a few tricks from him. The whole crew is chilling around the table discussing their hero. They all agree that Mr. Asao is a total legend for saving them in the dungeon. Not only did he give them the lowdown on growing medicinal herbs, but he also taught them the secret sauce for turning plants into remedies. Albano is floored that they are farming dungeon herbs at home now. Mom confirms the plan, saying once they master the grind, nobody has to risk their life in the wild for ingredients. The vision is simple: turn the harvest into a business with Theo handling the market side of things. Then the mood shifts as Albano asks how a certain secret project is coming along. Theo shares that word about the new dungeon is already spreading at the guild. Since he leaked the location, they even swapped the entrance crystal for one that can record data. He considers applying to oversee the dungeon himself, but realizes he is still a rookie. There is a long way to go before he is ready to run the whole show. Albano is officially a fan of Mr. Asao, calling him a legend for saving his old buddy's kid. Mom agrees, noting that the man is truly built different. Albano still cannot get over the fact that they are herb farming in the backyard. He offers his help for any future snags while finishing up his lecture on cultivation. Mom is completely overcome with gratitude, promising to work her hardest to support the family. She really wants to pay him back for everything one day. Grandpa just smiles and tells her not to mention it because he is just glad to help them find a new path. He promises to keep rooting for them as they start this new chapter. Theo steps up with a big idea about managing the dungeon themselves. Marco is not sure they can handle it, but Theo is ready to lock in and give it his all. Grandpa thinks it is a solid plan and starts sketching out a strategy for them on paper. He suggests they hit up the local guild to coordinate supplies and team up with other adventurers. Sitting around the table, Grandpa offers to put in a good word for them with his contacts in Illiken. Theo is stoked to find some experts who can help them level up their dungeon management skills. Mom is honestly speechless at his kindness while Theo carefully studies the new plan. He knows it might take a while, but he is determined to make it work. As they wrap things up, Grandpa leaves them with some final wisdom about keeping an open mind. He tells them to never be afraid of reaching out when they actually need help. Marco offers a sincere thank you, hoping they will meet again someday. Grandpa smiles back, happy to have helped the kid find his footing. The crew is finally ready to move. Grandpa casts his support magic to get the carriage floating, while Marco waves from the ground. Safe travels, everyone, he shouts as they start their journey. Luce leans out and yells a cheerful goodbye to her friend. Marco and his family stand together, watching the wagon head off toward the horizon. Moving on to the next chapter, Luce asks where they are headed, and Grandpa reveals their first stop is a town called Seoul. Luce is in full hype mode and fires off way too many questions. The turtle tells her to slow down because Grandpa can only answer one thing at a time. Registering the bear cubs as familiars is the main goal. Grandpa reminds Luce that the little guys are definitely going to need some names. Luce is excited about the names but really wants to know where they are going. Grandpa suggests showing her on the map since they have a long way to go. Grandpa checks the map to get his bearings. He is trying to figure out their next move. Pointing out the town of Sewell on the map, Grandpa mentions it is a nice place surrounded by hills. Luce is interested in hearing more about what the town is actually like. Our boy catches Grandpa off guard with a smirk and asks for a small detour. He clearly has something specific in mind for this trip. Since the turtle has never been away from the lake, Grandpa suggests taking the scenic route. He checks in with Luce to see if she is down for a longer trip. Luce thinks a scenic route sounds like a blast and happily agrees to the plan. She is always up for a bit of extra fun along the way. Sightseeing is officially on the menu as the group heads out. Grandpa tucks the cubs in and tells them his barrier magic will keep everyone safe during the night. Once night hits, the god Ithral drops by for a surprise visit. He gives Seitaro a polite good evening as he appears out of thin air. Ithral gives them a shout-out for clearing the dungeon, saying it was quite the trial. Grandpa is happy to see his old friend. Ithral, good to see ya. Ithral notices Luce busy with something and asks what she is making. She is keeping her little project under wraps. Hehe. It is a secret. Grandpa notes that Luce has finally found her own goal in life. Ithral is proud to see how much she has grown and hopes she leads a long and peaceful life. Just two legends sharing a wholesome moment. The turtle spots some craggy mountains in the distance and asks for a pit stop. He is curious about the scenery and wants to check it out. Grandpa is down for a detour and agrees to head toward the mountains next. The turtle is genuinely grateful for the chance to see something new. Time for a scenic montage as the squad reaches the mountain lake. They set up camp, Grandpa gets to cooking, and everyone enjoys a feast by the water. Grandpa feels bad about the long detour, but Luce is just vibing with the cleaning. Sorry, Luce, I know you were hyped for the city. Grandpa sighs, though she does not seem to mind at all. Luce flashes a huge grin, happy just to see the squad enjoying themselves. You're a real sweetheart, Luce, Grandpa smiles, clearly moved by her pure energy. A random traveler spots the massive turtle and nearly jumps out of his skin. Whew, that is one impressive mount, he shouts while approaching the group. The man apologizes for the intrusion, admitting he has traveled everywhere but never seen a beast like this. Grandpa keeps it casual, correctly guessing the guy is a fellow merchant. Pure shock hits the guy when he realizes Grandpa is also a merchant instead of some high-tier mage. Saitoru just gestures to his squad, introducing the turtle and cubs as his beloved family. The merchant quickly apologizes for his surprise, realizing he might have been a bit blunt. None taken, Grandpa waves it off, before asking how much further they have until the city. Pointing down the road, the traveler estimates they are only half a day away. Thank you kindly, Grandpa chuckles, ready to get the family back on the move. Arriving at the city gates, the guards can't help but do a double take at the squad. One of them mutters, clearly not expecting this kind of lineup. One of the guards instantly lights up, recognizing our boy from his previous visits. Well, if it isn't Gramps, long time no see, he shouts, while Grandpa humbly admits he is just back for a bit of business. Noting the new faces, the guard mentions it is nice to see him with some company for once. Grandpa just chuckles, agreeing that having the family along has definitely made the trip a lot more lively. Business is business, and the guard reminds him that any mount needs to be registered before they can head inside. He asks to see the papers, checking if the massive turtle is already on the books. Grandpa admits he hasn't gotten around to the paperwork yet since this is all new to him. The guard points him toward the guilds to get everything squared away, and the squad makes their way to the registration desk. Walking into the guild office, Grandpa greets the receptionist with a casual howdy, explaining he needs to register a mount and a couple of familiars. The girl at the desk is more than happy to help, immediately getting things moving for the legendary merchant. The receptionist spots Luce and asks if she is his granddaughter, which gets a huge reaction from the little one. My name's Luce, she cheers, absolutely beaming as she makes a new friend. The receptionist is totally charmed by Luce, while Grandpa gives her a proud nod for making friends so fast. Outside, the massive turtle is basically a celebrity, drawing a crowd while the staff hands over the registration forms. Grandpa is stuck on what race to list the cubs as for the official records. So Luce steps up with a cute idea. She asks to handle the naming rights, and our boy is more than happy to let her take the lead. Finally done with the red tape, Grandpa heads back out to the squad. The big turtle is definitely ready to move, asking if they are finally finished with all the boring forms. Registration is officially a success, and the whole squad is on the books. Luce has been busy too, surprising the cubs with some adorable ribbons as a special welcome gift. She presents the shiny new accessories and lets them know she has also picked out the perfect names. It is a major glow-up for the little ones. Meet the newest official members of the family, Crim and Rouge. Luce is absolutely beaming, waiting to see if they like their fresh look. The cubs are totally feeling the love, blushing hard and giving Luce a big group hug. Everything seems perfect, but a mysterious figure is watching them from the shadows with a serious glare. Grandpa is barely out of the registry office before someone calls him out by name. A young guy with glasses waves him down, clearly excited to see the legendary merchant back in town. This is Bill from the Commerce Guild, and he is still riding the high from appraising those high-quality tea leaves our boy brought in earlier. Bill is surprised Grandpa even remembers a low-level staffer like him, but our MC just gives him a friendly smile. He never forgets a face, especially one that helped him close a major deal. The kid takes a moment to apologize for his boss's terrible attitude during their last meeting. Grandpa admits the previous deal was a bit of a mess, but he isn't the type to hold a grudge. He suggests that Bill should just handle all his future business directly to keep things smooth. Bill is absolutely stoked about the promotion, blushing as he promises to do his best. After parting ways, the squad heads back to their usual spot at the local inn for a hot meal. As soon as they walk through the door, the staff is already shouting out a warm welcome. The innkeeper's family is thrilled to see him, especially since the special egg sauce recipe he shared is a massive hit. The kids are hyped to see their favorite grandpa while his mom gushes about how well the business is doing. The innkeeper's mom is already thinking about that next herb stir-fry and needs our boy to do a quick taste test. Grandpa's down, knowing those ingredients are high level. He agrees and tells her to bring the snacks to their room later so the whole squad can eat together. She is stoked and heads off to start cooking. Perspective switch to the room where the bear cubs are already claiming the beds. Luce lets the team know the kitchen is fair game if they get hungry. Dinner is served, Grandpa and Luce stroll in with massive plates of food. And you know the vibes are immaculate. Everyone is digging in, and even Raza is poking his head through the window to get in on the action. Our MC gives Luce the ultimate shout-out for her cooking. Later that night, the squad is out cold in a giant cuddle pile. Before they know it, the sun is already rising over the city. Luce is up early to wake her favorite grandpa, who is already at the table. He is mapping out the agenda to make sure they are ready for whatever comes next. Grandpa breaks down the agenda on the map, planning to hit the Commerce Guild before doing a little shopping. He asks Luce if she is going to be on her best behavior, and she is all for it, promising to learn how to help out. Our boy cannot help but laugh as she practically beams with excitement. Next morning, the squad arrives at the guild and gets a warm welcome from the staff. Bill is leading the way, personally escorting his favorite high-level client deeper into the building. Keeping it low-key, Bill mentions the guildmaster is still in the dark about their arrangement. Grandpa tells him not to sweat it because he trusts the kid's judgment. Reaching the counter, Bill gets straight to work and asks him to place the items for appraisal. Sacks of tea and coffee are laid out on the table, and the aroma is hitting just right. Bill confirms the tea is a hit and practically flew off the shelves. Our boy is just happy to hear the last batch sold out. The market is blowing up thanks to our MC, and more people are finally catching that tea fever. Grandpa is surprised by how fast the trend is moving. Bill explains that tea used to be only for the rich, but now anyone with some savings can afford a cup. Premium leaves are even seeing a huge spike in sales. The hype is so real that it is inspiring new products and becoming a daily drink for everyone. Bill is stoked that the leaves are changing the whole culture. This dude is getting super emotional about spreading the joy of tea to as many people as possible. Grandpa thinks he is passionate, but he can tell something is wrong. Turns out some greedy aristocrats caught on and started scalping all the stock. Bill is worried because regular people are getting priced out. Grandpa admits it is a problem, but he is not sure if this trend can really last forever. Bill snaps back to reality and promises to focus on the appraisal now. Our boy tells him not to sweat it. The quality of the goods is exquisite as always. Business is booming and everyone is happy. Grandpa mentions he needs to pick up some items for himself. Bill is more than happy to accommodate him. A sudden knock at the door interrupts their chat. Someone outside is looking for Bill. Word reaches Bill that a certain noble is back at the guild. Bill looks like he is about to have a major headache. Bill apologizes and asks to finish their business another day. Apparently, a very difficult client is asking for him by name. To keep them safe, Bill leads the group toward a secret exit. Grandpa agrees it is a good idea to steer clear of any noble nonsense. Bill starts moving the goods into storage and tells everyone to stay put for a second. He gets the job done and leads them toward the door. This dude complains about how a few bad apples always ruin the vibe, but Grandpa tells him to take his time. Nina doesn't get why they have to hide since they didn't do anything wrong. She is ready to throw hands with any weirdos who cause trouble. Grandpa just chuckles at her energy. Our boy explains that causing a scene would just make life hard for the guild. He thinks it is better to stay low and settle things quietly. Bill and the staff nod in agreement. Bill leads the squad down a hallway toward the secret exit while Grandpa apologizes for the hassle. As they walk away, a mysterious figure watches from the shadows. With a sinister smirk, he whispers that he finally found the old man. That's it for today, guys. If you made it to the end, comment peak manga so I know you're real ones. Don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Until then, keep on cooking.